Hey everyone, I was just going to make a little introduction to this documentary. You don't have to watch this if you're not interested. In the YouTube description there's time codes for all the interviews, so feel free to just skip this section and go dive right in. But if you are interested, hello, I'm Tom, otherwise known as Film Deck Miniatures online. I'm based in Nottingham in England, and if you're unaware, my YouTube channel is mostly Warhammer focused. I'm good friends with some of the original kind of creators of the IP, so people like John Blanche, Rick Priestley, Andy Chambers, and a few others. And the videos I film are pretty much just these individuals talking about various projects they worked on whilst they were employed at Games Workshop or elsewhere, in a kind of like oral history retrospective format, I suppose. There's very little kind of on-screen input for myself, and it's all kind of free from like clickbait and hot takes and things like that. Really, the videos are, it's just like a platform, I suppose, for these individuals to kind of just monologue or mind dump about various topics, and act as a resource, I suppose, for anyone that's interested in the topics. Kind of off the back of all that, PC gaming has been a big part of my life. Growing up in the 90s, I used to play a lot of like Red Alert and Age of Empires with my dad and my brother. So I wanted to make a few PC game kind of documentaries, if that's the right word. And the logical place for me to start was with the Warhammer PC games. So kind of like last year and earlier this year, I reached out to basically just a bunch of the game developers who worked on games like Dawn of War, Shadow with the Horned Rat, Final Liberation, and really just to hear about their experiences, making those games. But yeah, as I said, PC gaming's kind of always been a big part of my life, and I wanted to make a documentary, if that's the right word, on my favorite game of all time, which is The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. So I'm fortunate enough to have the collector's edition. I'm not very good with my words, but Morrowind is a game that has stayed with me ever since it was released. It's a game I've absorbed in totality. I've been playing it since 2002. My earliest memory of playing it, I think the first time I probably played it was around a friend's house on Xbox. And for an 11-year-old who kind of grew up playing like Red Alert, to play a game that had so much open world to explore, and like there was so much detail and immersion to it, it blew my mind. So I rushed home to beg my parents to buy me the PC version, and thankfully they did. And yeah, it's just a game that's always stayed with me and always will. I will never get tired of playing this game. Just exploring the world. The Bitter Coast is a favourite of mine, as is Solstheim, the Ashlands, and just one of my earliest memories that kind of lives rent-free in my head is it was probably the first time I played the game. I had gone into the trade house in Seydeneen and picked up the silver staff that's by the door, obviously stealing it, but I didn't mean to, and then obviously the guards come and murder you. And I think as an 11-year-old in 2002, to have that kind of level of immersion and detail in the game, like I say, I kind of been used to playing RTS games, so to have that level of like interactivity like blew my mind as an 11-year-old. And there's that kind of fascination with the game, I suppose, has just stuck with me since. It's like like a core memory of mine. So what I wanted to do, I suppose, was make a video that was a truly authentic and comprehensive attempt at understanding Morrowind, what went into it, how, why, where, when was it made, everything. So what I did was basically reached out to as many of the game developers that I could track down, and do video calls with them to talk about their experience working on the game. So I started this project, originally I started it in 2024, kind of November time, but I didn't really get much traction at the time, and I kind of abandoned it for a little while. But I picked it up again a couple of months ago, kind of around March 2025, and reached out, kind of like put my head down and reached out to more people to try and get the wheels in motion. And thankfully, this time around, people got back in touch with me and were up for doing video calls. So all of these interviews have kind of taken place between April and August 2025. And yeah, like it kind of just like the Warhammer videos I make, I really just wanted to treat it as a platform for these individuals to say whatever they want to say on the topic of Morrowind. So some video interviews are perhaps more comprehensive than others. That's just the kind of nature of the style I do, I suppose. But it's been a really fun and rewarding experience. It's been a lot of hard work, putting this much effort into, an 8 hour long video on a game that's 2.5 decades old. It's been really, really fun. The vast majority of these interviews are pretty much unedited. The only things I've removed really are kind of just things that are off topic, or like long pauses for thought, things like that. And I wanted to try and capture as many areas, I suppose, as possible. So I've got kind of done calls with writers, artists, programmers, voice actors, to try and make a really authentic and comprehensive attempt at just understanding the world of Morrowind, the game, what went into it, what people wanted to do and achieve, and just hear their stories, really. So the whole idea for this documentary really is, I suppose, people can kind of cherry pick the bits they want to watch. If you're interested in specific elements of the writing or the art, you can go and watch those. But honestly, I'd encourage you to, over time, it's an 8 hour video, watch as much of it as you can. There were things going into making this video, aspects of the game design that I wouldn't have ever really considered before. And I found some really fascinating things out. So yeah, it's been a really fun and rewarding experience kind of doing this. It's been a lot of hard work over the last few months. I really hope you enjoy it. It's been an absolute pleasure working on it. And yeah, I just want to, thank the people, I've interviewed for taking the time out of their day, their busy schedules to, just do calls with me. And, it's a game I will continue to play for the rest of my life, and I will continue to love it. So I hope you enjoy the videos. I hope you enjoy the interviews, and off you go.
They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison, first by carriage and now by boat, to the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
Wake up. We're here. Why are you shaking? Are you okay? Wake up.
I am Ken Rolston, internationally celebrated game designer, because I'm into marketing and branding myself well. And I used to tell everybody at Bethsoft, whenever we had magazine or other journalism, I would introduce myself as Ken Rolston, internationally celebrated game designer. And they were supposed to chant along with that in the most passive-aggressive way possible. But I'm both ironic and completely serious about that, in the sense that I went through two other vocations before I came to video gaming. And first was as a teacher, and then was as a tabletop RPG designer. And I think in the context of Morrowind, we're talking about my period as a video game designer. But it was being a game designer for paper and pencil games, which probably made me worthwhile for Morrowind. Mm-hmm. I had been working at Bethsoft since Battlespire. I came in and worked with Gary, and Julian LaFay from the Daggerfall. And that was my first encounter with video game development, and all my skills of documentation were as mysteries to them, because in a paper publishing situation, you're all about text and also knowing what you're actually doing. Whereas in video gaming, you're often just making stuff up as you went along, and you might have some notes and things like that, but you, at that time, you were a little bit less conscious, I think. Certainly the people I encountered that I was working with, unconscious of the level of utility of having a large number of documents and a lot of text. So probably that was my virtue. And I'm probably only an internationally celebrated video game designer for the first 3 months of any 30 to 36 month production, because I'm good with a blank page, because I know that I can generate a lot of text. And I also know from other, I guess probably from tabletop gaming, that it's important to be able to speak visually. And I had learned in the most lame way possible entry-level programming skills. So I knew that engineering was a thing. I knew how to program in some very basic languages, but that I had no idea how I would go about doing video gaming. So when I came in, I worked for Bestsoft for Battlespire and Redguard, and essentially learned, number one, for Battlespire, that there were no standards or guidelines, or there was no way to know what a good game designer would do. So I just did whatever I felt like I could do. And then there was one thing that was going on at Bestsoft. They always printed a hint book, which was a way for them to make extra money. That meant that they had to know what was in their game, because they had to give it to a guy who wrote it. So there was a kind of a product that was associated to their video games that was the narrative of the user's expectation for the content of the game. And until, I have no idea what they did until I came there. I'm sure for Daggerfall and for what was the game, Arena, there were documents and things like that that they gave those people, and I read those hint books, and I don't think I can think of them as plausible documents for development. I think they were after the fact. But with both Redguard and Battlespire, at least they had my documents, and I think that became the production pipeline understanding of how you would know what was going on. For me, it was necessary in the first 3 months, while people didn't know what to do and there was no engine and no game, what could they think about doing to create content? So I think the singular most important thing I had in mind when I came in that was video game oriented as opposed to what I did with the tabletop is there was a Might and Magic 6 website, a hint site, which had a giant map that was in grids, and you could click on the grid and it would take you to documents that told you what was in that. And I said, oh, well, that's nice. And that probably was the first data point on a long arc of knowing that I had to look at user created content that described games to find out what a user ought to know or could know in a good way. And then also a developer might want to know those things too. So I used that as my basic model of how to put together a map. And Kirkbride had made a very nice Morrowind map. And I said, oh, I'll just put a grid on that. We'll have a XY coordinates system and we'll call those different places. And then I made documents that described everything that you could find there because it didn't exist. So I made shit up. And the other thing that made me useful as a game developer, and I'll say that in the context of the tabletop, is that I was used to doing things in outline form documents. Earlier, there was a Macintosh program called Acta by David Dunham, who did King of Dragon Pass. I don't know if you know that. That's a Gloranthan-based video game, narrative video game. But that Acta was built hierarchical stacks of titles and content below that. And I had discovered that Word documents could do the same thing and had an outline view. I don't know if any other human beings who ever used the outline view. I'm sure academics and things like that did that. But that's how I organized things. So you could kind of collapse things. You could look at the top of it. It was a way to have a top document that summarized at a glance for some poor bastard that was trying to find out what was going on. And it also gave me a template that I had to fill out. And I just made up little drawings, I think, based on some tabletop game maps I had in mind as models. I just did a top-down view of what it would look like, because I think there were similar views like that in the Might and Magic 6 document I looked at. And then I said, well, there's people there, and those people do the following things. And at the same time, I had this idea that I wanted a game to be organized in terms of its factions. And I don't think I really knew what I meant by that, but I knew from live action role-playing games that one of the most important things of any population is how they lump into factions, because they all have similar goals in mind. So they will have conflicts that are all organized in a polar way, actually a cardinal compass way, like they were either opposed or neutral sideways or something like that. But those were things I also wanted to know. So you would know that a guy was a member of one of the three great houses, and you would know whether they were. Then I said, "Oh, I bet we're going to have guilds, because Dungeons and Dragons has guilds, and you want to get to the top of the guild," which became an achievement ladder. So I would start thinking about those things. Another detail is, for every character, I put 3 keywords to describe their personality. And I essentially took some of my tabletop role-playing game references, which would help me build NPC characters. And I just used those long lists of traits. And I also used lists of traits from live action role-playing games, because they're fewer traits, but they're highly polarized in their meaning for what does the player do with them, and how does it describe the actions of an individual character. So this was going on. I could do that kind of stuff over a couple weeks. And then somebody who looked into a document like that might have the completely fictitious, completely ersatz, just genuinely wrong idea that there was something actually going on in that location. Because I would imagine if there were two people in the same room who didn't like each other, that would be a narrative conflict that they might have. And what I don't remember, I had to go back and look, I might have also tried to put other plot hooks into those documents whenever they occurred to me. Like if I would like a wilderness encounter somewhere. So those were the early panicky days of what I wanted to have. And I believe other people could start figuring out if they were going to build a map, a digital data map that would be streaming off the hard disk. You couldn't keep the whole map in memory. And that was one of the things that Craig and the other programmers were working kind of desperately to find out how you could move across different grids and load in a new grid. You'd have to be preloading it when somebody was near it. So that was all engineering stuff, which I wasn't thinking about when I was doing it, and may have been convenient or may have been the only possible solution anyway. So I didn't, in my mind, have any idea of how I could be being helpful in a game developer idea as a video game developer. But some of those things might have had consequences for the engine's architecture and conditionality. At the same time, Mike Lipari was, two people were recruited very early on that were significant, and I think they came from the same defense contractor programmer previous experience things. Mike Lipari and I think Mark Nelson may have known each other, and they may have been working in the same place. But at any rate, in whichever sequence I wanted to get Mark Nelson, as Mark will tell you, because he wanted someone. The objective apparently that I had is I wanted someone inexpensive to do my work. And that was exactly right. I really wanted him to do all my work for me. And that's the way it worked out. But then we interviewed Mike Lipari. And as I recall, it was over a weekend. And Todd talked to Mike and said roughly what they were trying to do to build an engine to build a thing like this, and sent Mike home with an over the weekend project to just say what it would look like. Mike Lipari essentially had the basic idea in mind of what the engine was going to be, the editor was going to be like. I don't know about that story. That's a story you should get from Mike Lipari if you can, because I'm sure it's a delicious story, because it's a guy who he likes role-playing games. He doesn't know anything about that, but he says, well, what would you do if you didn't know what you were doing and you were trying to make a game like that? And I would let's see, Morrowind was made because Mike Lipari built the editor. There is no chance that any great game can be made without an editor. Neverwinter Nights was being developed in the Aurora editor. So at least BioWare had figured out that with a large exploration-based role-playing game, you needed to have content creation as your holy grail. And everybody had to be able to use that thing. At that same time, I think Todd was thinking, I don't know if that was what made Todd think about it. Says, well, if users if the game company can use it, why can't people on the outside use it? Why can't users make content? Mm-hmm. I think he got that idea from being able to edit some kind of a data file in one of the car racing games. So the idea of a user-facing document that could be user edited to tune, it was a tune file for something, for some racing thing. But the whole idea that we would ship a game that we allowed you to change, I think I had no idea how novel that was. I always understood that the ability to add rules to Monopoly made it good. That is, that I could do free parking and then have money there. That's an insight that I always had, but not living in a video game world, it wouldn't occur to me that users could make content. Suspecting that Todd was where that idea would come from. If it came from anybody, it could have been one of the programmers. I have absolutely no idea. But Todd, as a visionary, for example, normally I think of myself as a visionary. At Bethsoft, I was a lonely beacon of restraint in a squall of car crazies. I think that's one of the lines from one of the right stuff. Yeah. So in that particular case, I was the prosaic, practical person doing stuff I had done all my life and therefore was completely serene. We were going into the desert and I was telling all, well, let's go. We don't need water or food or anything like that. This is going to be awesome. And that's where my evangelist capacity, I can suggest to people that everything's going to be delightful when there's no reason, no logical reason for their trusting me or anything that I've said to them. So that was that would make me a lead designer in some way. Sure. When lead design nowadays in any video game certainly would do a lot more than I did. I think, for example, systems and combat were all designed by the programmers and Todd, but they had video game experience. They knew how to do it. And there was legacy role-playing stuff from Arena and
Red Guard.
Red Guard and and Battlespire. In other words, there are ideas how you would build software that would do the kinds of things that we wanted to do. But that idea that users would make that content would be significant was nice. Also, another thing that I'm going to call myself responsible for, which may be fraudulent, is I came up with a list of 10 features that Morrowind would have, and that we would start off with that list, and then we would never forget that list. We would be constantly going back to it. Wonder if I have that objective, Morrowind objective. That might be worth.
Yeah, if you've got a copy, that'd be great.
I'm digging on it right now. Oh, yep, I have it in front of my screen, so I now look glassy-eyed for your video, but it doesn't matter. It was graphics, freeform, personalized hero, epic setting, editor, quests, factions, action immersion, epic story, and dialogue and info management. The reason I'm celebrating this list is the 10th thing on there was completely stupid and is completely responsible for why the notebook, the journal, was such a completely lunatic thing. My idea, this is, by the way, this is a great idea that never got made and shouldn't have been made, but could have been the foundation of something cool. I wanted hypertext for every significant word there so that the user could bounce around and go back and forth through all the dialogue. There's a lot of goddamn text in there. But you could go through that whole thing, and then you could find anything that you wanted to ask a question about as a user.
Almost like an in-game encyclopedia.
Yeah, or worse than that, a hypertext novel. And the truth is that I happen to be friends. I'm a folk singer, and another folk singer friend, Bill Flye, who wrote the hypertext novel called We Descend. And at that time, I think he was working on it because it was on HyperCard for the Macintosh. So I was imagining that you could navigate through that and know what had happened in your game in a seamless way. It's seamless and stupid, profoundly stupid. Whereas nowadays, if we had AI, we would know that we had to find ways to maybe encode those keywords with who had said it and what different game state variables might be significant, so that you could wander through that and say, oh, that guy said this, but he said a different thing later. He must be a liar.
Yeah.
All those things could have been brilliant. This was in the back of my head and nowhere near my action menu. Therefore, there is a completely useless hypertext linking thing in the journal in the original Morrowind. I don't really remember how they fixed that, or I think they just hoped that the users would look at it like cows look at jet aircraft and say, that's nothing to do with me. I don't care about that. So that was, that's one of the things, but there's that other list, and I'll send you that list. And apparently, I had also designed goals for Oblivion, which it'll be on the same document, and give you an idea of how those two games were intended to have differences, but they were they were talking about the same basic domains of wanting to have excellence in. Now I'm going to put this off the screen, and you'll remind me to send that to you.
Yeah, lovely.
Okay, so I got that far. I might say that one of the things that I've recognized about video RPGs is that they have 4 basic domains. They have advancement and systems, which is the D&D thing of I have a character who lives forever and he gets more powerful. And there's an achievement ladder. And then combat. Those 2 elements I had nothing to do with. If I had, it wouldn't be any use. I don't have systems, and I didn't play video games in loving combat. And the greatest things I've ever done in paper and pencil games were creating scenarios where if you got into combat, you had made a mistake because you were likely going to die. In other words, there was I wrote 2 RuneQuest games in the Moorcock setting, Elric, and I forgot what the Stormbringer.
Sure.
And one of our favorite jokes was, all you have to do is to give a level 1 character Stormbringer, and you have messed up your narrative and probably messed up any possible challenge that you have. But those things are something that I can take no credit for as a lead designer. And in many ways, I'm curious to see what other designers or lead designers did in other role-playing games, because the other two things are narrative and exploration. And in narrative and exploration, well, I'm the bomb. I'd had, a decade of experience managing different kind of games, and I'd worked for a lot of different people. That doesn't really happen in video game circumstances, because the tools and the production pipeline is so brittle on having a studio. The first thing you're going to do if you're going to have a video role-playing game, you had better have a studio. One good exception to that is Wildermyth. I think that was 4 guys, maybe a 5th guy that you got added in the last bit. So it is possible to make a great role-playing game with graphics that are appropriate, but not plausible. Just don't think about that. So at any rate, I don't know what a lead designer does. I think I would self-arrogate to my own benefit in the future, if in heaven or hell, wherever I end up doing video game design when I die, that I sell myself as evangelist, probably, and mentor and visionary, rather than a lead designer. I would have nice people to do all the management for me, and they would be demons or angels or something like that. But they would work all the time and do whatever was right. I wouldn't have to know anything. I just have to, we better go to this wilderness without water and food because it's going to be cool. Okay, now what else? One of the other skills I had is I was not good at using the editor, but I was pretty good at coming up with imaginative entries into quests.
Sure.
That is, I think for Mark, these were collaborative things, and Mark did all the work. But Umbra is in Morrowind and all the other subsequent games, because the idea I had gotten from a Bushido tabletop role-playing game idea of a character who says, my name is I'm a person of no account, and whether I live or die, I do not care. That would be his opening line. And then you find him in the middle of the wilderness. And the other thing I've always said is the scariest thing on earth is to find somebody who looks completely harmless in the wilderness, there's probably, you as a player should be saying to yourself, there's something not right about this. Why is that guy there? And then I think it was Mark's ideas as well. I bet he has the best sword in the world and will ask you to kill him because he's ready to die. That imaginative entry, you don't need any more writing. But it is a character that will be memorable.
You could argue that any further writing might dampen it and kind of kill off the mystique.
Right. So another thing, this is an example from Oblivion, but I had an orc, female orc, who refused to talk to you unless you called her sir.
Yeah.
And that was intended simply to make you make a choice. Are you going to do what that person tells you or not? And then after that, and also to make that character as abrasive as possible, it means to the player that if he doesn't put up with it, he's locking himself out of content. It's those kinds of basic decisions that I love in any quest. And I think if any quest that starts out with a premise like that, that the user can discover and feel horrible about making a choice, like he won't like it, but he has to trust the designer to have something down the road, even if it's only epic betrayal.
Yeah.
And
I think a good example from Morrowind could be, is it Uncle Crassius when he asks you for a kiss in the main quest line? You know, it's that really uncomfortable.
It's really repellent. And also to have Caius Casatus, the only character in the game that isn't wearing a shirt. And he's ripped, and he's an old guy. There's nothing right about that. And he's got a skooma pipe under his bed. I wanted, let's see, the story to be discoverable by observation. And I loved storytelling without dialogue. That's probably a good place to start. Dialogue is the worst thing in any role-playing game. It's the best thing in tabletop because there are people who are going to who have dramatic engines in them that they've been using all their lives, and they've watched by the TV and read and things like that. They have a powerful shot locker, golf bag, clubs to use in those situations. And NPCs in a game can be scripted, but they probably can't be interesting. They probably can't speak well. Morrowind, fortunately, was before we started doing recorded dialogue.
Yeah.
Suffers as a modern game as a result. I will probably never play that whole game again. And it is probably because Morrowind is to Oblivion as Moby Dick is to the movie Titanic. One is fabulous and nobody should ever read it. Like, nobody should read Ulysses. I tried. I couldn't do it.
I tried. I gave up. I must admit.
Isn't it? It's not going to happen. But there are particularly good novels that are quite readable. So Morrowind historically will be the thing that has everything in it, meaning more than you can use, and what'll make you tired to use, and you probably can't enjoy it. I have no idea how you would remaster it. I think I'm playing the Oblivion remaster right now, and they did everything right. They did these 1% changes to systems and interfaces and things like that made it better. I don't know how you could make Morrowind a modern game. You see its versions in one of the Skyrim modules. I can't remember which one it is, but you can go to Morrowind and see those people. But
it's Solstheim, isn't it? You go to the island.
Yeah, Solstheim.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but that problem of dialogue was never a problem for me, because the thing that we were all doing was writing text. And the tradition in Elder Scrolls, the thing I thought, the reason I essentially wanted to work at Bethsoft is I played, I guess it was Arena, probably Arena, And then I found they have books in Arena, and you have to pay for them. And I said, as a game designer, these people are paying gold. They could pay for weapons, but they're paying for exposition. Oh my God, this is horrible. And in many ways, the best things about Elder Scrolls is their lore development in books, which contradict one another in the personas of people. And Michael Kirkbride, that fabulous Redguard book, where it's a guide to more to Tamriel, but you have little scribblings in it from somebody, and it's people commenting on it. It's like TikTok or whatever it is. Like you're able to make comments on the content. It's so visionary in so many different ways, and that's what Elder Scrolls has that makes it better than Neverwinter Nights could ever have been. Although I must admit we were concerned about Neverwinter Nights then, because they were going to have multiplayer. And one of the games I played on the Macintosh was a thing called Prince of Destruction, which I think was made by 2 or 3 people in Australia. And it had multiplayer, and it also had hypertext linking for all of us. So this is where many of my worst ideas came from. And Battlespire had multiplayer that was broken. We were working on it as we shipped it, and it never solved the engineering problems that it needed to solve, but it was a reasonable notion of being able to do that. And one of the things I think is sad that Morrowind never got good enough pathfinding that you could have companions. One of the things I loved about Morrowind was how easy it was to script. You just have one character follow another character. You have n number of all characters following one character. You had a parade. Yeah. And it would look like a parade, but it would look horrible because of pathfinding. It would be comical, but having that ability to stage things, that was a gleam in our eye, but we could never have done it. And then subsequently, not in, let's see, we let you have companions in one of the supplements, Morrowind.
You know, you can get a mercenary, can't you, right from the get-go?
I think you could access his
inventory. Yeah,
that's fabulous, and that is not what most people do. It's not what you see is what you get, and it isn't pure what you see, what you get in Betzoff. But that's another one of its basic virtues that destroys other competitors right out of the box. And as long as your engineering supports it and your interface supports it and the user fantasy supports it, I would argue that the calipers in Oblivion are a feature, not a nightmare. I love opening things and saying, no, I don't want anything in there. No, I don't want that crap. That's garbage. So let's see. That's another one of my triggers. I seem to have run to the end of that. Thinking about notes, one of my virtues is that I document outside of the engine. In Morrowind, one of Mark's virtues is that he didn't care whether he documented, which was probably what gave me meaning to live in Morrowind, because I was maintaining the documents, the walkthroughs, that the quality control that we didn't have. We outsourced it. and eventually brought them in-house. But I would give them the walkthroughs that players would do, and their objectives and journal updates, which were part of the state system, tracking the state sits for advancement in the scripts. Those were necessary features. So you, in theory, were able to read these documents as a tester and then say, okay, this game is broken or not broken, depending on whether you could do what you wanted to do. I think I would be curious to see how game development is evolving in its response to the value of YouTube user commentaries and users who illustrate what different play styles are like. If that would be ways for a developer to know what's necessary, but it would also shape his development process. And I believe Baldur's Gate 3 with early access is an example of how that would work. You would not release your game until maybe 18 to 24 months after it actually was in a shippable state. But you were always taking what you had, that is a studio, people who know what they're doing, and an engine, and doing whatever you could to take the content that you had and then shape it for the manifest exaggerated bell curves of user behaviors. But again, we did the best we could, because partly here's another reflection. From the inside, we were not game designers. We didn't talk to each other as game designers much. We didn't talk about game design. I don't know, they may have had tabletop games that they would play with each other. We mostly were professional craftsmen trying to get our content made. And Morrowind was a first draft. You should never ship your first draft. It's just so obvious. But it was an acceptable level of failure and of intent. And I think the risks it took, I'm sure that Todd is responsible for all those risks, figuring out how much he could say, no, we're not going to ship it now. We're going to ship it when it works. But knowing that that is an alternative, I can certainly see where Morrowind could have used a lot more early playing and then polishing to those pieces. Let's see. One of my mantras was always, what does the player do? I don't care how cool the thing it is that they're seeing. I want to know what you do about it. And that's why I love Mark's Icarus character falling from the sky. I've forgotten what his name is.
Ariel.
Yeah, right. And there's a dead body there. What does the player do? What the player immediately opens it up and finds the scroll of Icarian flight. They don't know what that does.
Yes.
And that's just a terrible joke. So that they, find themselves ascending, not seeing the ground disappear, and then falling and dying.
I think it's a rite of passage, I think, for new Morrowind players.
And putting it close to the beginning of the game is what I think we were great at saying. Our opening areas, like in Oblivion, the Vilverin and those areas are many examples. From my point of view, I could just replay those over and over again as a simple game, just to find out how they work and feel as I change my gameplay. So that's a virtue in the starting areas. With Morrowind, there's so much content that I think sensible human beings are numb by the time they get to the other areas. And I'm okay. I think there's a player, Withershins. I'm going to just, I'll WITHERSHYN. Her stuff is not available except at archive.org now, by going back in time for that.
Sure.
But she played Morrowind and commented on it in an ironic way, and she let us understand how the impassive player looks whenever he's told to move along by and all the things that were jokes that we needed to know about tragically only came from the great sense of humor of a user. And I don't think there are very many great user journals. There might be a few, but they're worth looking at it. Let's see. Mike mentioned also that Kurt and Michael were, and also Julian, were all fans of RuneQuest and Glorantha. And that was our model, not Dungeons and Dragons. That was our model for what lore and gameplay should be. And it was a second or third generation tabletop game. So it tried to do some things that other groups didn't do, but certainly narratively, it had what the priest tells us, so that you would be able to read what a priest in that culture would say about the world, so that you could have an idea that different cultures and different people had different notions. That's something that is only slightly hinted at in the Elder Scrolls stuff, but it's a distinctive feature that nobody else really does a particularly good job with.
The game is still, much beloved. It has a massive community, and I suppose how does it feel to have been kind of part of that process?
I'm not really conscious of Morrowind.
Sure.
I'm more conscious of the I stopped playing role-playing games when I retired, and then got back into it. And I think Dragon's Dogma is more along the lines of kind of Dragon's Dogma 2, the game that I admire, and that its narrative is more the process of your relationship with your companions and trying different golf bags for whatever it is, but it's a very different experience, but it's one that I find repeatable. And I'm hard pressed to figure out why I would want to play Elder Scrolls games for another couple hundred hours. I'm most impressed by Crusader Kings 3 has a traveling character now that you can play. And I still haven't learned how to play the combat parts, but I love playing a pacifist and just trying to figure out how I could manage my family, and I can have kids, and then they can those are things that I find probably for the future. Working I probably will look back at Morrowind a little more carefully now that I've seen Oblivion remastered. That is just such a great product, and my experience in it is not bad at all. The crashes is, they're crashes, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I like to think that Morrowind was responsible for teaching console developers that it didn't matter if your game doesn't run well on a console. So if it's good enough, you'll put up with that kind of abuse. And is that a good thing? I think so.
Yes.
Let me just let me turn off my phone. That's my summary, I guess.
Yeah.
I wish I had the patience to look through the Dawn of War things that you've done, because just looking at one of the first, I was saying, wow, this is a useful primary document for somebody studying these things to find out what game developers do. I don't think I really know what game designers do in video games. It's a little clearer in tabletop and board games and things like that, but it's hard to generalize. So I'm just lucky I happened to be born in a time when I could get a job in an area that's growing that nobody knows what they're doing. Therefore, brute force, courage, evangelical skill, resilience, being happy to have things fail over and over and over again as you're going through the process. That was just perfect for me. So I love the people. Also, working at Betsoft, you worked with nothing but smart people, and people, deeply troubled people. People, because the things they thought were funny, they probably will all go to hell. But still, they were wonderful, wonderful people.
Yeah, okay. Hey, I'm Michael Kirkbride. I was the art director and writer for Morrowind, Elder Scrolls Morrowind. I was at Bethesda for about 4 years, starting on Terminator Skynet through Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. And then I was on Morrowind up until like pre-production ended. And then I moved within the company to their LA studios. This was after ZeniMax had purchased them, and they opened up a West Coast studio to do like a web entertainment. And we're talking like, the year 2000, when nobody knew really what that meant. And it meant
time.
yeah. And pretty much that company I was called eNexus, I think. And that company folded pretty quickly, maybe within a year or something, after just doing all these kind of pitches about webisodes of certain things like Survivor. And even there, I was working on Morrowind because like there was a lot of waiting time, like as producers whatever would get back to us at eNexus. So I was like, I was hitting up the guys back east and like, do you let me, because it was hard to let Morrowind go. Hey, do you need any help? And so I did some like armor sets for them. I wrote some more stuff for the game. And then after it went away, I jumped from kind of video game house to video game house in LA for a very long time. Yeah, so I was at Bethesda for like 4 years. The first game I worked on there was Terminator Skynet, which was like a multiplayer add-on for their Terminator game. And that's where I met Todd, and we got on fabulously. and we kind of bonded over this. We really like to make like in-world items, and it was weird, I know, for a Terminator game, but we had this manual, and we had all these pages we could fill in this manual. So I was like, how about we do like emails between, Miles Dyson and the rest of the Skynet group about how he thinks this thing that might be coming alive. Then I did like some Dilbert cartoon. I don't. Dilbert. Yeah, but this was before all of Dilbert became problematic. But it was like like an office, like comic strip, because like Skynet was becoming, popular in the public eye. Blah blah blah. So long story short, we kind of bonded over that type of thing, like an in-world document. We just wanted to do that moving forward, right? And manuals back in those days were kind of like, they were needed, and they were physical objects, right? And we always, we always wanted people. Yeah, it was like, you don't have those now, but they were nice. We wanted them to last, right? Insofar as this extra information went, we didn't want them tossed after the game went out of date. So then Daggerfall had come out, and it had a rocky release. Daggerfall's rocky release meant that there was room in the Elder Scrolls to kind of explore other games. Morrowind was not yet called Morrowind at that point. It was like Elder Scrolls Tribunal, and it was just like something in the horizon, and something we knew the company had to do, because that's what they were known for. But the Skynet guys, we didn't really have anything to do, right? And we kind of wanted to remain autonomous or whatever. And Kurt and I think I've mentioned this in a few places. Kurt and I wanted to do a pirate game. And specifically a pirate game set in like, the clouds of Jupiter, right?
Yeah.
And like airships and naval combat and all that kind of stuff. And we went to Todd with this big idea, right? Because we had worked out like some histories of the various cultures. And he was like, hey, yeah, but how about like, instead of doing that nobody's ever heard of, how about we set it in the Elder Scrolls? And we were like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So that was the beginning of Redguard. And we thought, because we were all really big fans of adventure games back then, right?
Yeah.
And Tomb Raider had come out around that time. It became really hot. So we really wanted to kind of marry our love for adventure games. And I'm talking like King's Quest and some of the LucasArts games, right? At that time. And marry that with 3D aspects of Tomb Raider, exploration and like platforming and all that kind of stuff. With, like a lot of conversations, a lot of recorded voices, which was fairly, I don't know if that was that new or not, but the way we approached conversations in that game was new. And so what that led to when we developed that game was Redguard took place chronologically 400 years previous to any of the Elder Scrolls games before. And there was a serious lack of background for the world and such. And, this is not to disparage any of the teams before, but their record keeping wasn't that great.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of it was internal, village knowledge. But because we didn't have it, we made it all up. Right?
Yeah.
We needed the characters in Redguard because it was kind of a momentous moment. It was like a Civil War moment. As for the setting of the game, we needed to have a good sense of place and how these different provinces work together, and what did it mean when Iber Septim came to power, right? He was like long dead in the previous Elder Scrolls game. So as is my kind of style, you know, if I got to know what happened, like, you know, 400 years ago, I need to know what happened 4 million years ago, right? So that's when I started writing a lot of the foundational mythology for the world as a whole, right?
Yeah.
And taking the kind of pantheon that pre-existed Redguard and kind of exploding it, especially when it came to the various cultures as we were kind of fleshing those out. It didn't make sense for all of these cultures to, I'm just rambling on.
No, go for it. This is one.
Okay, to like worship the same way and the same gods in the same aspects. It's like, you know, people don't work that way. Cultures don't work that way. However, like in a world where you can like literally call up God on the phone, right, and get, you know, confirmation that I'm a dude. You know, what does that do for these cultures, right? Obviously, there needs to be there is some common spine through various regardings of the gods by people. But those phone calls would all be different, right? Those phone calls would all come from a different type of place and different type of people, different type of needs, different type of propitiation, that, you know. So that's where I came up with the idea of like quantum gods, right? Like, sure, there was the god of death and rebirth, but what that meant was various things for various people. But when those people needed that, like, you know, the god itself would kind of fracture and become what was needed for that culture. And so just like if I do 400 years, I do need to do like 4 million years. If I need to describe like a pantheon of 9 gods, I obviously got to describe 900. And so that was a lot of fun, like creating like places and you know, the cultures of places, like on 10 different levels.
Yeah, adds like a real like level of depth to it all, doesn't it?
Right. And I mentioned that, you know, Todd and I were obsessed with game manuals at the time. I knew a lot of this material was going to end up, if it wasn't going to end up so much in the game, because we didn't have a lot of books in Redguard, but a lot of that material could be refurbished and, you know, changed for the manual. And the manual ended up having like the pocket guide to the Empire, which was like this kind of gazetteer to the world of Tamriel in like a collected form for the very first time. And so that was like the big push to solidify what that world was and what it was like in different regions. And it was also so Kurt and I were kind of like boon companions, and we always got each other into trouble at Bethesda, because he was like slated to become lead designer on Morrowind, and then that kind of shifted because he came over to Redguard, and then Ken was, again, this was like a quarter of a century ago, so
he's a funny thing, so
but we knew that we kind of wanted to take over the story of Morrowind, like the early, like kind of the thrust of what it was going to be, because prior to to us coming on and mucking things up, it was set in Somerset Isles, and for whatever reason the Dark Elves were going to be doing some shit over there, and it was more of a courtly intrigue type of thing with, you know, the Dark Elves wearing these Elizabethan collars and all that kind of stuff. And by then, I had been drawn like, bug riding dark elves with like this weird Baroque like insect armor, and Kurt and I had we had a strong love for kind of weird fantasy, like as a genre, and especially like Dune and Gene Wolfe and Michael Moorcock and that whole group. And we wanted to take Daggerfall's kind of medieval spin on it and kind of kick that aside for this third game, and we wanted to get really weird. It's I would even say Morrowind's setting would be weird by today's standards in video games. So what was I at? I was just talking about like kind of blowing up what Morrowind would be.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Using this pocket guide to the Empire that would be releasing with Redguard at the time, and it described every province in Tamriel. We kind of like wrote everything that we wanted in Morrowind, right? So we could kind of plant the flag of what it would be. And so obviously the game had to, like hew towards that, towards everything that was in that book. So we ended up winning. So yeah, that's kind of, besides the day-to-day and all, like, the specific writings of certain things and all the concept art. That was my time at Bethesda's office. I all the way up through Skyrim. I was in communication with Kurt, or writing concept stuff for like in-game books for Oblivion.
I think you did like the Mysterium Xarxes, whatever it's called, Mankar Cameron's.
Mankar Cameron's whole thing helped develop the Mythic Dawn, and
I'm going to be doing an Oblivion video in future, so
Okay, we'll talk about that stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk about that stuff another time then.
It's timely, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I mean, like, do you want to talk about then? I mean, like, you kind of touched upon like the kind of fantasy, like Dune and Michael Moorcock and all that, and the visual look of Morrowind. Obviously, you kind of created a whole bunch of concept art, kind of as you're writing all of these weird and wonderful names, and like, do you want to just ramble on about that?
Sure. Well, so Ken was new to the company at that time too, right? Yeah. Like, we were kind of like this second wave of kind of Elder Scrolls like creators, right? It had been Ted and VG and Julian, prior to that. And Ken was like a huge line developer prior for RuneQuest, and Glorantha, the setting for that. So he had to and that's a very mature, and I don't mean like adult setting. I mean more like well thought out, well tested, kind of thought through and legitimate, like
refined.
Yes, very refined.
Yeah.
And so when he showed me that, right, as someone who's like tabletop gaming experience, it's only ever been really like Dungeons and Dragons since I was a kid, right? Just kind of like a hollow type of fantasy worlds. RuneQuest and Glorantha was kind of a revelation, right? That plus, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, like together, those were, kind of the champions of like really great settings and really well thought out settings. So that kind of stole a bunch of shit from Glorantha. And that was, that kind of like Bronze Age culture being like taking like Tamriel and kind of pushing it kind of backwards historically, right out of the medieval setting. And when this was kind of the first time that we really kind of thought about the Empire, Tyrus Septim's Empire, which was only going to, feature a little bit into Redguard. And that's when Ken was like, I kind of want to steer it towards Conan the Barbarian. And that's when everybody was like, oh, hell yeah, we're all fans of, like weird fantasy and, Clark Ashton Smith. And all those guys, right? And that's where we were like, hey, let's do this type of stuff, because we don't have this type of stuff in like kind of mainstream fantasy games. I don't know where I'm going with that.
That's all right. That's fine.
And so that was like where
it's basically you got that blank page to like kind of create the visual look that you wanted to. Right.
As long as we left the kind of the West alone, like High Rock and where like Daggerfall was kind of where it was set. As long as we kind of left that alone, it didn't like blow it up. We just compartmentalized it and kind of worked on everything else. Even though like Arena, the first game, had taken place across all of Tamriel, it was like it didn't go very deep. It was like procedurally generated areas.
And the IP obviously wasn't quite as fleshed out at that time.
Right. It was there was some surface level stuff to a lot of. I'm not trying to disparage the work on Arena. Arena was pretty rad. But yeah, like I think a lot of our proclivities toward the fantasy that we were fans of made it into everywhere around High Rock. So yeah, like developing the lands of the Khajiit became pretty weird, where like skooma and all that, like being addicted to sugar, and sugar, right? Was like that, those types of, like, we wanted to find a hook for each race at that time, like each province. It was kind of weird. It was kind of like bent and skewed. That's where the shouts came about for the Nords in Skyrim, and like that was just obviously kind of ripped from David Lynch's version of Dune, which I was obsessed with, and I'm not sorry. But okay, again, it was like, hey, we can write all this weird shit and then put it in this Inspire Guide to the Empire, right? And in this obviously true, right? We have a in-world document describing the rest of Tamriel. So, like, we were able to kind of, make a blueprint for what we saw the fantasy of Tamriel moving forward. As far as concept art, right? Like, I've been doing concept art for like Redguard. So a lot of the it was me and John Pearson, who was the lead artist on Redguard, a big friend of mine. But because we had we wanted Redguard's setting to kind of be Mos Eisley of Tamriel at that point, like a pirate, a pirate port. We had a lot of the, we wanted a lot of representatives of other like races and cultures to be there. So obviously, if we have like a one, like if we have a wood elf, I've got to write everything about the wood elf culture at that point, right? And so a lot of that was just concept art for pretty much everything. That gave me like a huge canvas to poke around in and sketch up. And you know, like at that time, man, I was like in my early 20s, right? And I didn't know how awesome this opportunity was, right? Because we weren't very big. Like, you know, I think, yeah, Bethesda at that point was fewer than 20 people, certainly fewer than that on the development side, not counting, I think they had a Seattle satellite office that was doing like these drag strip games, which were hugely popular, right? I don't know why they were, but they kept the lights on for us in the Rockville offices for a long time. But yeah, so it was a tremendous opportunity. I didn't really know that.
Yeah.
And so we were just like coming up with whatever we wanted. It was a very, like, it wouldn't even be considered indie like back then. Like it was, you know, it was a strange and liberating and youthful and crazy rock and roll time, just to be able to throw all of that stuff in because you didn't know any better.
Yeah.
Cool.
Could we talk a little bit about the narrative of Morrowind, if you have anything?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like kind of just like the main quest line, and I suppose like the inspirations of like Vivek and Dagother, and you know, whatever you have to say about that.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. The kind of genesis to Morrowind and its mythologies and its cast of players was, I decided, hey, if I'm going to tell this story, I need to create the whole world, right? Like, and like the mythology about the creation of the world and how it's going to come back to visit us in Morrowind. And that was over like several ham sandwiches with Kurt at the time, right? Where I was just pitching him on, you know, these foundational forces like Lorcan and Padme and Anu, and just for us to have like a central cosmological wheel to work with, and that's where the heart of Lorcan came. And like basically, you know, when the divine heart was ripped from his body, the volcano rose up around it, and cultures around the heart formed until these three troublemakers found it and stole its power. So I don't, yeah. That's like, okay, sorry. Let me back up a minute, because we didn't know there was going to be three, right? Like the tribunal. The only reason we kind of decided on that is earlier I mentioned that the game was going to be named like Elder Scrolls Tribunal.
Yeah.
And that tribunal, like I said, was set.
Yeah, it was Somerset Isles, yeah.
Yeah, and so, you know, like there was no design documents. I think they had like hired Clyde Caldwell, who was a fantasy, you know, like a Dungeons and Dragons kind of, you know, art style guy to do a painting. I think you can still find it around somewhere. We just heard that there was like going to be like a really important tribunal in that game. So that's kind of the only thing we took over to Morrowind, because things look great in threes, and I was able to like kind of break that down between like the mother, the father, and like the son type of figures in it. I don't really like what it's, getting to the story of Morrowind is not like a very straight line from, the creation of it was like we're approaching it from all different sides. Like Ken was approaching it very much from the pilgrim, the person in the dirt kind of like approach to, like, I'd pitch him on a myth and he would turn around and go off into his office and think about like, shit, Michael came up with some bullshit. Let me turn it around to what the priest would kind of say, and not just believe, amongst the priesthood, but what the priest would turn around to his flock and tell them, right? So that myth became nice and refined and like believable, and yet still not deny the kind of cosmic origins of it. And then, like Kurt would come in with because he was really into maps, and we were working on the map of all of Morrowind, not just the volcanic island of Ardenfell. Kurt, I think, was the very first guy to come up with the ideas of the great houses, because of course Dune, right? But the houses were ways for us to take, like kind of stances on, this is what these types of dark elves are. That
this is what this group of like political people feel.
Exactly.
And this is right. Exactly.
Yeah, those types of
like factionalism.
Yeah, and the archetypes of what you would. And so when he would do that, he would, that would lead for him to a lot of like trade routes and roads, like does it have a river here for that to support? And so, like when I say like Morrowind's story kind of came from all directions, it was really us, on any given day, becoming interested and excited by something. Then there was a point where I was very excited by the Velothi Mountains, which was the mountain range that separated Skyrim from Morrowind. And like, I don't know if we made it up or it pre-existed. It may have pre-existed that the Nords had a big occupation of Dark Elven lands for a while, and then they retreated. And so just because they had that was like, enough of that was a huge juicy bit that we could just fill in with various bits of history and like how that rolled out to, what that meant for survivors of that occupation, generations later. And then that's where a lot of like Skyrim's earliest, I don't mean Skyrim the game, Skyrim the place, where its stuff started to solidify as we saw them as, occupiers of because it's very neat to come up with like, like this whole kind of world and then have another kind of occupy it for a while, like, because then you get to re-examine, the base province, the base land from a different lens, right? And it's especially fun because you've just made all these new toys, right? So now you can look at your toys from a totally different, and vilify them. You can these toys deserved us coming over and enslaving or, becoming like tyrants over them. And so, for a while I became obsessed with that, right? And, that fed into like certain aspects of Morrowind's story with a Wolfhearth and the Ash King and all of that, like that, the big war that happened that, where Lorcan was defeated and his heart was taken.
Mm.
I don't like if you ask me for a through line, all I can really remember is certain times when a person got very excited by a thing, and then we would just like kick the tires on it.
Sure, yeah. See where you could take it and how it fits in, and
yeah, there was I guess today it would be called the yes and principle. But one of the things that I love that Ken did that I absolutely love that I still use today is this game called I Bet You Didn't Know, right? And what it was like you toss an idea, right? Like let's say the Skyrim occupation of Morrowind, right? And the game was like you would turn around and like, yeah, you're right. Like I remember that, but I bet you didn't know, right? And he'd add a huge fact or a small one, right? Like what they fed to their Dunmer slaves at that point, or I bet you didn't know that such and such a king was well loved by the subjects that he had conquered before. But that became like another way, like for us to take an idea and just expand it and like blow it up. And a lot of times we would blow it up for the other person on purpose, right? To see how they would do that. I bet you didn't know.
It's an interesting way of putting it as well, because it's very factual, isn't it? It's almost like a scientific fact that this is reality.
That's exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like it's like, I mean, I bet you didn't know me. It's like, oh yeah, I read about that. Like it kind of forces you to accept it, right? Like, and that's where also a lot of the idea to write and develop contrarian views on a lot of things came from. And it was, I think, it was Ken that was, like, let's not ever be kind of word of God about the setting, right? Because we're having so much fun with this type of, well, okay, so like we would also take personas for, like Hasfat and Tabulus, like would be like Kurt's persona of like the skeptical imperial scholar. And we all had a few that we would do, because it wasn't just like, hey, be in the lunchroom and I bet you didn't know. It would be like email chains or whatever. And, we would get in the character and kind of role play out these lore extensions or lore like explosions. And like, obviously that's like, it's like, that's, haberdashery, that's hogwash, what you've just said, scholar, whatever. This is what really happened. And then we were having so much fun with that, why not present the world to the players that way, right? Like, why, like to put it in like source book terms, for example, right? Like if we were to ever put, okay, so the Pocket Guide to the Empire is a kind of perfect example of that idea into print, which was where like a Dungeons and Dragons source book would be, very factual, right? Like, it would describe it in ways that were, that it's not from the world, it's from the author and whatever. Pocket Guide to the Empire being written as a propaganda piece of an emergent empire, and then a lot of its sidebar text was written by like by an elf that was traveling through this burgeoning empire and just calling out bullshit all over the place, right?
That was an element of world building and immersion, isn't it? Even in real life, like religion as an example, you're going to get people, books arguing God exists, books arguing God doesn't exist, and it's, you know.
Yeah, and like, you know, like that was like fake news. Like, oh, the Empire's talking about this, and like how the subjects are so happy.
When they're not.
No, they're not. They're not. In fact, they believe this, and let me put this in, in the margins of this book. And that just, I think, like a lot of the memorable things in Tamriel are because of that, right? Are because of there's nothing that's
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Like
Grand and intoxicating innocence.
there's nothing that's like from the developers to
No recall
to the players.
Hmm.
There's hardly any of
Lay down your weapons.
everything should be a window from somebody that lives in Tamriel if it's going to be described to you or shown to you.
It's not black and white at all. And like one of my, I mean, even kind of just on the game development, like a perfect example for me is the disappearance of the Dwemer, where you have all these different people saying different things.
Right.
Nobody really knows the story, but you don't like the mysticism is what sells it. The Mage's Guild quest, go find out what happened to the dwarves, and no one really knows.
Right. And that came around because dwarves weren't in Arena and Daggerfall, and that was kind of an inherited mystery. Just the fact that they were mentioned, but you couldn't play them as a race, and it wasn't written anywhere what had happened. Only they disappeared. So of course I just had to blow that up and make that like a central mystery of the entire world. And like you say, have viewpoints from every different kind of culture or power group or person or divine being of why that, like what the mystery. And if they answer it in Elder Scrolls 6, I'm just done with the whole thing. Or, Elder Scrolls Online, if they like give an answer, I'm just like, you're missing the point. Don't do that. But yeah, that's the beginnings of a way to approach Tamrielic Elder Scrolls lore, right? Is find 8 ways to tell it, right? Often contradictory, and never really play favorites, even though I've got favorites. Give each of them kind of equal juice.
Yeah,
that was good because Kurt and Ken and even Todd, have like kind of stances that they like best about a certain aspect of any particular thing in Tamriel.
If you want to give some closing statements, I suppose, like I think next year is the 25th anniversary of the game's release, and
it's 23rd so it's a couple years.
Sure.
It's 23rd.
Oh, it's 27, isn't it? Of course,
yeah. No, I've been kind of quiet on the Elder Scrolls front for the last 10 years or so, but I'm definitely going to do some big things for Morrowind's 25th birthday.
Yeah, nice.
Take this thing from the hand of God.
I think it's I don't know. I don't really want to say too much about it, other than I think that was a very, very special time of like very particular types of people, and then just the hard work of so many people to bring a very unconventional, like who asked for Morrowind? Like who out in the public asked for this weird as hell setting, right? For a player to get lost in, like legitimately lost, like I have no idea what's going on in here. There were much safer kind of fantasy routes that they could have gone with for Elder Scrolls 3, and I am just eternally grateful that they stuck to the stranger in a strange land, kind of promise that we wanted to do from the very beginning. That we wanted, like, if Daggerfall was the fantasy that you were, well trodden, and it was a great example of that particular type of fantasy. Here's like an equally respectful and rendered version of the weird fantasy of the 60s and the 70s, right? Because it was crazy. Morrowind's crazy.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I mean, I was a very junior designer. I came in at the very end of Daggerfall, like totally first job in the industry. Didn't really know what I was doing. I hadn't worked in video games at all. I'd done like board game design, which I think is how, what got me that job. And then now I'm a little fuzzy on the exact sequence of events as far as what I'm pretty sure that right after Daggerfall, a small team started pre-production on Morrowind, and that was simultaneous with, I think it was simultaneous with Battlespire. There was probably other things going on too. I think there might have still been another Terminator game going.
I think there was.
I don't remember that because I wasn't working on that. So we started working on Morrowind, a pre-production. I guess I was the designer. I was the only designer, so I guess that counts as being the lead designer. I think it was only like 3 or 4 people at that point. It was really just getting the ideas, paper. It wasn't. We weren't working on an actual like game. The idea at that point though was that it was going to be the sequel to Daggerfall. It was going to be using the Daggerfall engine, so it would be like Daggerfall in that it would be, mostly a procedural world. With the handcrafted areas around the cities or whatever the sort of fixed areas were. So we were starting to develop all of Morrowind, because it would have been in the same idea as Daggerfall, where that was a large scale landmass. And then I'm trying to remember that. Ken came on at some point there, and I think at that point he probably became the lead designer of pre-production of Morrowind. But at some point he rolled on to Battlespire. That's why the exact sequence of events here is a bit fuzzy for me.
It was
because
a long time ago. So
Ken worked very much on. So I think at some point we moved on to Redguard. And that was also a small team, but I don't think Ken was on Redguard. He was full-time probably on Battlespire then. This is my recollection. Another thing I don't know is the exact reasons why. My guess is that they decided that because Daggerfall almost brought the company down, it was so late, and it was so buggy that maybe they decided, probably for good reason, that was not a good foundation to build a game on. And the experience of shipping Battlespire may also have contributed to that, because that was built directly on the Daggerfall code. They may have realized we don't want to do another game in that. So anyway, and I think the idea was that Redguard would be a smaller scale project, simpler, and so I don't know how that exactly got pitched to like become a thing we're working on, but the people that were working on it, me, Michael, Todd, we were super excited about it. Pirates.
Michael. When I spoke with Michael, he talked about this pirate game that the two of you wanted to pitch.
Well, I don't know if it was a game that we were trying to pitch. Maybe it was. I mean, I guess anything was possible at that point, in theory. I mean, in our minds. Yeah. We weren't like, Bethesda at that point wasn't an RPG house or an Elder Scrolls house. It was just, it was making a whole variety of games. So there wasn't any particular reason why, I guess, that in theory we couldn't have made like pirates in airships on a gas planet game, which is what I think Michael and I were kind of talking to ourselves. And I think, the thing that survived from that was pirates. So then that is where we started really working on Redguard. But of course, the Morrowind pre-production we had just been working on that. So that had a lot, that was in our minds, and we had gotten sort of excited about, some of the ideas, the, I don't know, new direction of Elder Scrolls. I guess, I don't mean, I'm going to say this because this is how we thought about it, but we were very young then. We were trying to make the Elder Scrolls cool in our minds. I don't think that that's a particularly reasonable or necessarily valid thing for us to say, but we wanted to change. We wanted to make it more like what we like.
Yeah.
And I think it is maybe reasonable that it was a fairly, at that point, typical. It had the elements, but it had a lot of also just sort of standard medieval fantasy, right? Like D&D.
Yeah.
Castle of Knights, but it also had like the strange elements that weren't typical, like Numidium. What the hell is going on there? There's a giant robot in my D&D game. So that's the stuff that Michael and I really like, and so that's that's where Morrowind and Dune, various different books and things that we liked. So that's where the Morrowind pre-production kind of that started going, and then I think the main contribution of Redguard would have been the pocket guide, right? Because that kind of, for whatever reason, that let us write about the whole of Tamriel. That didn't really have anything to do with Redguard per se, but
and it was a bit of a blank slate, I suppose, for you really to kind of come up with all these crazy ideas that because there wasn't really there before.
I mean, it wasn't a blank slate because Arena had existed, and there was a lot of scattered lore about the different provinces. And there was, I guess, I don't know now exactly what was already established, from Arena, and what, the books that we had and Daggerfall were very, I guess, pretty random. A lot of them were written by, I don't know if fans is the right word. I think maybe the playtesters. I wasn't involved in Daggerfall too much, so I don't really know. But my impression was that there was a group of playtesters for Daggerfall that were very it was a very tight-knit community. This is a different time, and they were, I think some of them were writing the books for the game that actually got shipped with it. So I don't know exactly, but there wasn't a lot of established lore, and it definitely wasn't comprehensive. So yeah, in some ways it was a blank slate, but there was so much room for us to sort of put the PGE stamp on things that we ran with that, obviously. And we were definitely trying not to, I don't think we weren't in the mindset of contradicting or throwing things away, but I think it was at that point that we really started to establish what became the norm of, we don't deliver lore from the outside, from the game master's perspective. All the lore is from the point of view of someone in the world. Right? We don't, just like real history. I don't have a book that tells me definitively what happened in the year, 853. I have accounts of people that say what they saw or what they think happened, and I have to decide, which of those are true or less true, and which of them are completely made up or whatever. Or so, from a, I had a history background, so that really appealed to me because that's how the world is. You don't have
it's immersive, isn't it? It's world building,
right? You don't have the game master who says this is what happened, which you do have in a lot of, in a RPG product. You probably really have to do that because you're publishing it for people to use. You probably want it to be, consistent, that different people, they don't have to disagree about what the actual backstory of your world is. They know because you provide it. But in this kind of a situation, in a video game, you don't have to do that. So at any rate, that gave us the room to say, well, if there's a book or something that says something that's different than what we want it to be, well, they were wrong, or that's their point of view, or they had bad sources. You know, it was written 1,000 years after the events. What do they really know? Whatever. Like, you can always hand wave that kind of stuff. So, at any rate, that's. I don't know if I guess I moved on to Redguard a bit. As far as how far we got on Morrowind, we got. I mean, we didn't get the details of the game because obviously the game itself, as far as the nuts and bolts of what kind of game it was going to be, changed a lot from what we had in mind during pre-production to what they actually built. After Redguard and when they really started the real production of Morrowind.
So just to kind of, were you when you were kind of pre-production? Was it set in Somerset Isles? Was that the?
Oh no! It was in Morrowind.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
But it was the whole province.
Yeah.
Right.
So
whereas the game that was shipped was set only in Vardenfell.
Yeah.
So obviously a lot of the world building that we did became that cool kind of like off-screen stuff that is good to have, but it wasn't really strictly necessary. And then some of the DLCs were set in different parts, so you got to see a little bit more. But the basic of the story of Morrowind was pretty established, I think, during the pre-production. Like the Tribunal, Nerevar, Dumek, and sort of the mystery of like what happened in Nerevar, the different great houses. I think those were, at least the ideas of them, the high concepts of them were established. Of like, what's their major city? What's their sort of theme?
Yeah, what's their motive and yeah.
Right. So, it's actually pretty cool. Like when I, got to play Morrowind, not having worked directly on the game itself, it felt like wow, like this is pretty true. And I'm not surprised because, Ken and Michael were still there. So that it's not surprising that it stayed true to that vision. But yeah, did you have anything more specific that you wanted to ask about?
No, I mean, like, do you want to talk about? I mean, like the I suppose the vision you had for the game. Like, were you involved in kind of writing parts of like the main quest with like finding out what happened to the Nerevar or?
Well, yeah. I mean, as far as the high, I wouldn't say in the game itself. We didn't get that far in pre-production as far as like what the quest would be, what the player would be doing. We were still working on what is the story, what is the setting. Like, okay, the Tribunal rules Morrowind. If you look at the pocket guide, the Morrowind chapter, that's pretty much where we were with what we knew about Morrowind. You have the Tribunal ruling it. There are these weird sort of, are they gods? Are they not? Where, and there's this story of how they came to be and Nerevar, but that's all, of course, backstory to the game. We didn't have, I don't think we had come up with, okay, so what is the player doing? What's the story of the game itself? We hadn't really gotten that far. Because we were still working on, the blight was a concept that we had then. And in fact, I still remember one of my great Excel triumphs was I made some kind of interactive Excel sheet where it would like procedurally like cover the, have the blight like advance. Because originally that was one of my ideas, was that, you can see I was always into like sort of systemic and procedural type of gameplay, and that what I wanted to do was have like the blight sort of advance across the world as you were playing. That probably would have been relatively possible in the kind of game that we were planning to make, because it being procedural, it's just like, do you make a blighted cell or do you make an unblighted cell, right? When you're moving around the world. So you had that. Obviously, that had to be scaled back a lot when you set the game on only Vardenfell, because I think in our original concept, Vardenfell was probably completely covered. That was the source of the blight, and it was spreading out from there across the rest of Morrowind. But yeah, we didn't have a game story yet for the player, or like, what do you do with all the factions? We were still working on the setting.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to kind of wrap up, and like, I suppose if you want to give like a closing statement, it's nearly the 25th anniversary for the game. I think in 2027 it will be, and obviously, it's still incredibly popular. I mean, that's why I'm kind of making this video. Like, what are your thoughts? Like, kind of just like, knowing you involved in the creation of this game.
I mean, I think it's a great game, and it's, given that I guess it's kind of the only Elder Scrolls game that's been published that I didn't work on. Arena I didn't work on, but other than that, and I guess I did work on it in a way, but I didn't work directly on it. So it was fun to be able to play that with, the part that I contributed sort of, and see it come to life, but not having been the one to build it, or, actually do the work, make all the details. And there's so many choices and, details and things that you have to do to make it concrete, to go from a few paragraphs to make an actual game. It was really fun to be able to like step into that without knowing what I was going to find, and just be like, wow, it's not exactly what I would have done probably, because I wasn't there, but it realized the vision of it to me, like what Michael and I and Ken had in mind. There it is, like within the technology that was available then. It is very cool. Like I was absolutely blown away when I first booted up the game.
Okay, well, I'm Douglas Goodall. I was primarily a quest writer at Morrowind. I did a lot of the quests. I did most of all three great houses. I did the Mages Guild, the Fighters Guild, the Mages Guild, the Thieves Guild, about half the Fighters Guild, the Tribunal Temple, and the Morag Tong. And I did a few other quests, just random quests here and there in the world. Probably about 200-ish quests total. And I did several of the interiors, mainly in like Aldrune and some of the other cities with that veteran architecture. That's mainly what I did on the project. I got the interview there because I was a big fan of Daggerfall, and I heard that Bethesda was hiring, and so I sent them some quest in Daggerfall format. Reverse engineered the Daggerfall format and sent them some quest in it, and they were impressed by that enough to give me the interview. So that's how I ended up getting the job working there.
Do you want to talk a bit about then, I suppose, like right from the get-go, then kind of working on Morrowind? Did you start off then kind of as a quest designer and writing, you mentioned like all the great houses and the Mages Guild and so on? Like, did you kind of get to pick and choose where you assigned these tasks?
Well, not really. When I first started working there, they weren't writing quests yet. They didn't have the quest system in place. Ken Rolston had made some kind of template quest for different factions, like some like ideas for what some of the quests could look like for different factions. And some of those ended up getting used. I just ended up translating them directly into an actual quest. But they weren't really ready for people to start doing quests at that point. So I spent the first maybe 3 months there doing level design. Doing interiors, like getting an interior and then putting furniture in it and then putting the NPC in the right place. And
sorry. So the assets had already been created at this point, like those assets like furniture and things like that had been created, and you were simply like designing them within an interior space.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So when I first started working there, everything was working fine. This is kind of a funny story. About a month in, my monitor stopped displaying the color green. Which made lighting the levels very, very difficult. I'm not particularly good at aesthetics anyway. I'm not an artist myself. So the artist had to go back over all of the levels that I did and redo the lighting in them, and probably touch up a few other things too. But, they didn't have a spare monitor.
That's a massive obstacle to overcome. Yeah.
When I finished the project, when I got to working there, I thought it was going to be a game much more like Daggerfall. And the old original Morrowind design before they split off to do Battlespire and Redguard was kind of more like a second Daggerfall. But when they came to revisit it, and I think it was the right decision in the long run, they decided to go in a very different direction. They got rid of the procedural generation mostly, and they went in a very handcrafted world direction to it. But they did also make a lot of lore changes and stuff, which, me being a big fan of the older lore, it did upset me, probably more than it should have. And because most of the new lore is actually quite cool. I know some of the other people probably talked about they use the rule of cool factor to decide whether they make something canon or not, or why they decide to change something. It has to be cool enough to do it. And I think that worked out really well in Morrowind. It's also that I didn't like the game when I was working on it. Some of that's because most of the time you're working on a game, you're playing the game like without any sound and with placeholder assets and at 7 frames a second. And it's kind of a miserable experience, even if the game itself is pretty good. So I didn't like the game at all when it came out. I actually liked the game a lot more when I played it again years and years and years later, maybe like 10 years ago, when Open Morrowind was getting to be good enough. I actually installed Open Morrowind and thought, I'll actually play this game that I worked on. And there's some things about it that played a lot better than they read. Like playing the main quest, for instance, in a kind of disjointed fashion, or just reading about the quest in the main quest was kind of like, I don't get this, it's just kind of lame. But actually playing through it as a player, it worked really well. It worked a lot better than I expected it to. And so I really came to appreciate the game a lot more after actually playing through it a few times.
Because I know you did, in the past, you have said about the main quest line, you felt it wasn't joined enough, I suppose. Like narratively, you did struggle for it to make sense.
Well, reading through it didn't make as much sense to me, but actually playing through it kind of does. Now, it might not make sense to someone who's completely unfamiliar with this series. I do think that one of the things that we'd failed at was to, I don't like games that handhold the player, which is a real trend in more modern gaming. Yeah. But I do think that we should have provided more direction. That's one of the reasons that I've been releasing Morrowind mods over the past few years. And one of the reasons I did the Fresh mod is that I thought there should be more quests in Satanine. More quests that let the player just kind of explore that particular part of the world before they have to go to Balmora and start the main quest and everything. And I think we could have done even more with that, and maybe made some of the guild quest a little different, so that the Mages Guild kind of tells you more about how to be a mage. In a sense, you collect flowers for a Jira, it's kind of telling you to get ingredients for making potions, but actually have you go through and make some spells, make some potions. Some of the scripting language didn't really support detecting that. But I think going in maybe that kind of direction may have been better, just to make the game a little bit more accessible, but not going too far, not putting quest markers everywhere and telling you over and over to go to a specific place,
Yeah, with a beacon on how to get there and whatnot. Yeah, but it's a really interesting comment you say about that. I've always thought Satanine is obviously a beloved area, I think, in the community, given it is where the starting point, and there is very little to do there, I suppose, really. And like you say, the game kind of expects you almost really just off you go. Like you say, there is no hand holding at all. You kind of just expected to find your way to this town called Balmora and find Caius Casadas, and like you say, I think having some quests in Satanine and kind of building on that, some quests on if you're going to join the Mages Guild and making potions and making spells and developing skill, fighter skill, developing combat skills.
Also added quests to all of the Blades trainers that Caius tells you to go visit. And that's, I think, another kind of missed opportunity. At the same time, when I quit the project, I felt partly I was a failure because I didn't do half the things I wanted to do in the game. But in retrospect, there aren't many games that have as many quests and as much content as Morrowind has. And a lot of that was done in about 4-ish months or so. So doing 200 something quests in 4 months is I've come to be a little bit more proud of it as an accomplishment, regardless of the quality of the quest. I did succeed, I think, in the quantity of them.
Yeah, for sure. Do you want to talk about some of the quest lines specifically then, and I suppose really anything from inspiration to working on them and things you might have cut out, things you might do differently?
Well, there's a few things that got cut for either just time constraints or because the engine didn't support it. There's a few that either Todd or Ken said, no, don't do that. Like I remember one of them was wanted to do a little miscellaneous quest where if you had certain artifacts, like you'd gotten certain dangerous artifacts in the game or certain magic items, and you slept in a certain tavern, then they would be stolen. And then you have a note in your inventory instead of the item that said like, haha, you're the latest victim of whatever the thief's name was. And then they'd start a quest to go find this thief and get it back. But, Ken was like, no, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't just take an item away from the player. But I don't know. I have mixed feelings about whether that'd be a good idea or not to this day.
I think it'd be an interesting one, wouldn't it? I mean, I think like the I know you hadn't worked on Tribunal as such, but the Dark Brotherhood trigger, where you get players that are level 1, level 2 going to sleep and then waking up to an assassin in their bedroom and just slaughtering them.
Yeah, it really should have been gated better. I mean, that's probably one of the most common mods downloaded is the one that delays or prevents the Dark Brotherhood assassination.
Exactly, yeah. So I think once you know to expect it, you maybe a bit more prepared. That first time certainly catches you off guard, doesn't it?
The one thing that did cause a lot more trouble than I expected was some of the interactions, like between the Fighters Guild and the Thieves Guild, where you kind of have to choose one or the other. That never quite worked. There's probably ways that I could make that work better now.
Is this referring, because one of the characters I think is in both guilds and you're required to kill one of them, aren't you?
One of the guilds asks you to kill the leader of the other guild, or like a member of the other guild. You also have the code book that you're supposed to steal and things like that. And if you get caught doing any of that, you get kicked out, And I thought that would, like when I initially designed that, I wanted to have the guilds interact a little bit more. And I think you'll notice that in the subsequent series, they don't really interact at all typically.
Basically, yeah.
And that's the easy way of doing it, especially with the way that they changed how the quest system works in Oblivion and Skyrim. But I think it's neat to have those interactions, to be able to have to choose sides or to figure out a way around it. But I do think that figuring a way around it would have been, there's better ways to have done that. It's kind of fragile. Like you have to do things in a very specific order to be the head of both the Fighters and Thieves Guild.
Yeah, exactly. But it is a shame, I suppose, like the limitations of the time, because having that kind of character development it's very real life. It's immersive, isn't it? You are going to get corruption or whatever in these kind of organizations, and being able to kind of unpick that as a player can be a really fun and rewarding experience. But because of limitations in the engine, it kind of doesn't quite pan out.
Yeah, another one of the things I wish I had done is I wish I'd had more moral choice in the quest, where you even maybe had some of the factions had like a good versus evil kind of whole path to them, or other things like where you can choose like one, like with the great houses, you choose to follow one particular counselor or another, or something like that. But there just was not time to do that.
I suppose, had you had more time, would it have gone in, or would,
Yeah, I would have probably tried to do some of that. I do like it when games give you, I definitely like choice in games in general. It's something I do think is missing from a lot of modern games.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think, like you said, the kind of hand-holding aspect of modern gaming, I think, is a little too, player friendly. Broad question, and like what architecture did you work on? What like interior locations were you working on?
It was mainly Aldrune and a few other places that have the same Redoran architecture.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't make any of the pieces. I just, they're mostly the shell houses. I did the Redoran council chambers. That's under the big crab.
Yeah.
So that was a very different architecture set, and some of the manors too. And some of those I actually built the architecture itself, in addition to putting the furniture and stuff in. But I didn't build the pieces. The artist built the pieces.
Yeah. Did you have any brief on what these places should look like, or were you kind of given a bit of free reign as to?
It's pretty free reign. Most of the Redoran houses, they were just a single shell house, and so some of them might have a downstairs or not, but like they're really basically the same layout for all of them. So then you just put in the pieces that you want to put in there, whether they're they have usually like the little oven in the middle, or they have the stairs going down, and then after that it's just you put a bed, you put some shelves, you put some bottles, some books, some clothing, whatever. And it was just kind of, I made like a little playground area, a cell that got deleted before the game released, but I made it so you could have things like shelves that were already kind of pre-populated, and they had like bottles and every one of the different bottles lying in a different orientation. So you didn't have to worry about gimbal locking them or anything. You could just cut and paste that entire thing, delete 5 of them, move the other ones around the floor, and then there you go.
Yeah, it's a great way of saving time, that is. Yeah.
But everyone was assigned to do that at first, just because, like I said, they didn't have the quest system wasn't available. So like Mark Nelson was the other main quest writer other than Ken, and he was also doing levels at the start. We both got hired the same day, essentially. It was like January 2nd or 3rd or whatever of I guess it was 2000.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a bit more about the Great Houses specifically then, and like, were there any like influences behind those?
There probably were, but I didn't do the initial design of them. Ken did most of the, well, I suppose it's probably possible that like Kirkbride or Kuhlmann did a lot of the initial design too, but they weren't at the company by the time I was working there. So Ken maybe did a lot of the original actual design of them in terms of like their values and everything. And I just went off of what he had written.
It'd be good to talk about, like, you've obviously you kind of mentioned you somewhat rediscovered Morrowind, and you're now making mods for the game. And I suppose it's really then as a bit of a closing statement, like, how do you look back, on your work from, it's 25 years, I think, in 2 years' time, something like that. It's obviously the game still holds, it's still really beloved. It's got a massive community, and it's still incredibly popular. How does it feel to have, like, as a bit of a closing retrospective comment?
Well, I think like any other kind of creative work, you look at some of it and be like, wow, I did that. And you look at some of it and like, what was I thinking?
So I'm Mark Nelson. I started Bethesda, I guess, in 2000, 2001. It was right after New Year's, May 2001. And yeah, I kind of got there by accident. I mean, I'd always played games. I'd been working at a government at Raytheon, literally down the hall from us. There were flight simulators, like they were designing like missiles and stuff. But I was working in this little like training group, like we did computer-based training. And one of the programmers that I worked with became a good friend of mine. He had always wanted to work at Bethesda. This is Mike LaParry. And he could never even get he's a great programmer, but he'd never even get an interview with them. So he ended up kind of somehow weaseling his way into an interview. He got in there and they said, oh, well, do you know C++? He was like, yes. He didn't. And they said, well, we want you to, like, as a test, we want you to build like a land, I'm losing the words for it, but like the thing that can like raise and lower the shape of the land and all that.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, like land generation tool. He was like, sure. So over that weekend, he taught himself C++, or whatever language it was, I'm not a programmer, and made it and brought it into them the next Monday or something. And so he ended up getting hired, and like maybe 6 months later, I got an email from him saying like, hey, they need someone here who can write and who loves video games and is willing to, I still have the email, is willing to work for pencil shavings. Is exactly what he said. So I was like, cool, I'm in. And we'd both been making good money, as contractors, because we were working long hours. They're paying us hourly. It was great. So yeah, took the massive pay cut, went over there. Ken Rolston's apparently the one who didn't want to hire me. He's now like my best friend in the industry. But yeah, I'm told he wanted someone that was exactly like him, but cheaper.
Sure.
And that wasn't me, but they hired me anyway. Immediately, they hired me because I could write. They immediately set me to doing level design because, but we all had to do a little bit of everything. I was terrible at that. So eventually they got me writing.
With the construction set.
Yeah. And which was still being developed at the same time. Yeah, it was weird. I didn't know what to expect. Like we were like in this big warehouse space. They were building out what would become our offices, which are now, they've moved from those. But yeah, we were working on like big kind of folding tables in a giant dark warehouse space. It was really creepy. Yeah, just kind of, it was just, you were drinking from the, fire hose. It was just like, okay, great. Now do this. Now make a level. Now make some characters. Like you just had to figure everything out because there weren't many people working, but yeah, so from there, like, ended up doing quests, and the rest is history, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. I mean, talk about some of the quests you did then. Like, I know you did like the kind of vampire clan line quests but what other quests did you work on? Can you remember?
Yeah, so when I got there were only a couple of designers. There was Ken, there was Doug Goodall, who's brilliant, and he was doing a lot of the guild stuff. And I don't think anyone had made a game before except Ken, maybe. So when I got there, I was kind of like, I had miscellaneous quests I was doing.
Sure.
I eventually ended up taking over the Fighters Guild, maybe the Mages Guild too. I think just because Doug was swamped.
Yeah, sure.
But most of the miscellaneous quests in Morrowind, I think I probably had a hand in all the Daedric quests. Yeah, I was mostly like, Ken had created this sheet that was like, all of the miscellaneous quests, but they just had like, 5 versions of there's a barbarian with no pants, and I just was trying to make something out of this. He likes to call them models and variants. So they were, kind of really top level, we'll say, outlines of what these quests were, which meant they had a title. And then I just had to fill in the rest. So, I had my hands in sort of a lot of Morrowind, and everyone did. And you just had to trust everyone was doing the right thing, because we certainly didn't have time to check anything.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we just mentioned that the vampire clans as well, and I think that's something you've said before in the past, that you wish you had a bit more time to expand upon those. Because I think in the final game they are a little unfinished.
I don't remember now, and again, it's been 20 years or whatever it has been, but more than that, I guess now. But I don't remember whether I did all the vampire quests or not. I know I did all the vampire dreams.
Sure.
Because that was actually fun writing those. It was really in a dark place for a little while there writing those, but I don't remember if I did all the vampire quests or not. I want to say I didn't, but that could be a lie.
Sure.
Honestly, not sure.
Yeah.
It really was only recently that someone reminded me there were vampire quests in Morrowind. So.
Yeah. I mean, so you as a person, from what I've heard, you have a bit of a sense of humor, and you're apparently, Fargoth is your creation, your reason. Sorry, he's the reason. Sorry, you're the reason he is in the game. Can you talk a bit about Fargoth and like how? I mean, he's a very memeable character these days, isn't he?
I think Fargoth, that quest was the last quest to go in the game.
Oh wow!
Aside from expansion materials, and it was, we were coming down to the wire, and we sort of went, we do not have nearly enough content in the starting area. Like, what the hell were we thinking? We don't have quests here. This is crazy. So Todd, I just remember, kind of came up and says, "Hey, I need you to put a big, good, involved quest right there." And was it Satanin? Is that where you started?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, "I need one right in there." And I think it's one of the more elaborate quests in some ways, because we were putting quests in before the systems were in place.
Sure.
So of course, with that one, everything was in place because it was done at the last minute. And so I just ended up going like, well, Fargoth, I think he was an existing character in the town, and he didn't do anything. And Wood Elves are just dumb, like they're just stupid looking. And especially in Morrowind, they were just goofy and they were short, and I love them. So I was like, well, we're gonna do a Fargoth where he's gonna have a long quest, and so he's like scripted to go around and sneak places, and you're watching from a tower, I think, and it's probably hellish to play now. You're like watching a guy crawl around. It's probably awful. But that was like the last quest that went in the game, and we always said, we were going to do in one of the expansions, we were going to do a second Fargoth quest where he's getting revenge on everyone, and we always just called it Fargoth Says Hello. And we never did it though, but it was always a dream to be able to do like a Revenge of Fargoth whole quest line.
I'm sure there's probably a mod out there that
there's a mod for everything, right?
There's a mod for everything, isn't there?
But Fargoth went in pretty late, as well as Tarheel, the guy who falls from the sky. That was my thing.
Could you talk a bit about him as well? Like, that's obviously like a classic. I think it's a rite of passage for the first time you play Morrowind. You pick up that scroll, activate it, and jump, and then have to start a new character.
It's such a terrible idea. I think it was the day that, our kind of rudimentary physics went in. I was like, oh, new tool. I'm not going to mess with this. I got to put something in. And so, had somebody create an invisible platform that could sit up in the sky. And, I mean, it's not like super clever. It's like they're standing on that platform. And then, when you get close enough to this trigger zone, it disappears. I think I had to do something because the physics system didn't automatically make them fall.
Sure.
I forget what I had to do. I had to I don't remember, there's cast a little spell on them, so it hit them a little bit and made them fall, but whatever, or him fall, whatever it was, I remember being weird. And I was just sitting there giggling to myself writing this, and just decided to. I was like, well, why is he falling to the ground? I was like, oh, well, clearly he's stupid, and he's a wizard, and he made these spells, and he made a mistake that I'll bet the player will make too, and so it was just done for no good reason whatsoever, other than I was just screwing around, and I just thought it would be funny because we used to mess around and do stuff like that, give your character just in the console, give your character 1,000 acrobatics or whatever, and it's just funny, and So, and it became I've heard many people say it scared the crap out of them, first of all. And other people say, it was raining and thunderclaps, and all of a sudden he fell out of the sky, and they're like, how did you do that? And I'm like, magic? I have no idea, But yeah, that was just me screwing around, and I literally was laughing to myself so hard. I kept going, Ken, you have to go look at this. Ken, you have to go look at this. And he just kept patting me on the head and walking away. So.
I think another kind of iconic thing you're kind of credited with is the lusty Argonian maid. It's kind of cemented itself in Elder Scrolls fiction history.
You never know, right? That was probably written I didn't write a ton of the books in Morrowind. I mean, that's a lot of Ted and some Kirkbride, and who are both just crazy brilliant in very different ways, but both amazing. But yeah, I don't even remember why I wrote it. It may have been after a happy hour or something, quite honestly. And I don't even remember what it had to have been based on something, but I just was giggling again, it was just one of those things because no one was paying attention. We could just put anything into the game.
Yeah.
And, Todd's rule was always humor has no place in games. That's Todd's rule. So of course that became humor has no place in games if Todd doesn't catch it. And that's where things like the Lusty Argonian Maid came in. I just probably was I need a break. I've been scripting or creating something kind of boring. I was like, I'm gonna write a stupid little story.
Yeah.
And that's where that came from. And then we had a perfect character for it. And it's just one of those things. I think we were very tired.
Yeah. Sure.
Working on that game. It was a lot of long hours, and that probably just came out of a lot of tired and maybe some happy hour.
Because it was quite a small team, wasn't it, working on Morrowind? Yeah. I think it was about 30, 35 people, something like that. And you've already said, everyone's dipping into different things,
Yeah, and I mean, for probably half the people, it was their first game. I mean, it was insane. That was that was a passion project. Yeah. It should not have gotten made. It's stupid. It should never have gotten made. It shouldn't have been a success, but it was a really kind of amazing combination of having the right people at the right time who were just willing to kill themselves to make this game. And I mean, it was nights, weekends, and that 9/11 was in the middle of it. There was all this weirdness going on, and we were laying people off, and then it was an odd journey. It was my first game. I don't know what the hell was going on. It was just weird. Like I said, it really, I don't think the game ever should have shipped. It was crazy. But to his credit, Todd just kept telling, the corporate level above him, we're not shipping it. It's not good yet. We're not shipping it. It's not good yet. And he was right. And Todd's almost always right. Jerk like that.
Yeah. Could we talk a little bit about the expansion packs? Because I think you were quite instrumental in those. I mean, Tribunal came first. But can you just talk about the kind of inspiration, I suppose, and what the thought process was behind all that?
So Tribunal's a weird one. I don't like it, honestly. So the reason that I ended up doing a lot of Tribunal was because Doug left.
Yeah, of course.
There was a really strange day, and Doug, I think he was just overwhelmed with stuff, and he was finally I'm out, I quit, which was a very funny time because we'd had this long kind of contentious design meeting, and I had just a dentist appointment the next morning, so I was going to be coming in late. But Doug, unbeknownst to Ken, me, and whoever else was on the design, I don't remember who was on the design team at that point. Maybe Chappie. I honestly don't remember.
Sure.
I think Chappie was. And Todd comes in, he's got Doug's ID and resignation letter on his desk. Ken's not there. I'm not there. I finally come in at 10. He's like, what the fuck happened? He's where is I was I have no idea what you're talking about, man. So I kind of inherited Tribunal at that point. And we'd already decided it was going to be about, I'm Alexia, and I never found them interesting. Quite honestly, like I never found the Tribunal interesting. I wasn't dealing with them at all working on Morrowind. I was, like I said, I was doing all the miscellaneous stuff and Daedric stuff, and like that's what I found interesting, because it's what I've been buried in.
Things are a bit more grounded, I suppose, compared to the gods and the higher level of fantasy, if you will,
Yep, and so a lot of that was kind of Doug and Ken, trying, that meeting was us trying to hash out what the whole thing was going to be, and Ken had some terrible ideas, which he will tell you readily that they were terrible, like the weird Amazon type people who would teleport in, steal your shit, and teleport out.
I have had actually. I think I did a call with Ken a few weeks ago, and I'm sure that was something we talked about.
It's the worst idea ever. It like breaks every rule.
You can't have people take things off the player kind of thing.
Yeah, it was like they would paralyze you, like teleport in, paralyze you, take all your stuff, and teleport out. I'm like, wait a second. Like Ken's whole thing is like, two worst things you can do to the player is lose a turn and take their shit. I'm like, you do both. Like it's powerless. So we didn't do that, which makes me a hero. But no, it was, it was just this weird contentious meeting, and so I don't think Tribunal's great. I think the art in it is fantastic. Like the Dwemer stuff that they did and all the ruins. Like I think the art's really cool, but I think the main quest is kind of I never loved it. Blood Moon was kind of my first thing where I really did the lead design on it. And shockingly,
Blood Moon is my favorite of the two. So I'm looking forward to hear what you have to say about Blood Moon.
Yeah, so with that it was like, it's gonna be a Daedra involved. Like all Todd wanted was snow, essentially. He's like, I want werewolves in snow. Those are two things he wanted. And I was like, cool, I can fit that into anything. So that's ended up using Hircine and doing this hunt, and I had a blast with that. Like that, I just had so much, and that's when Emil came on. And of course, Emil's just freaking brilliant. Again, jerk. He's just so good, and he did a bunch. Like he did, I think, all of the Thirsk quests with all the
the Udafric.
And then I think Al, who I may be getting to this, but I think he had been in QA. I think he had moved down. He'd moved to design then.
Sure.
So we were a little bit bigger team. I don't think Kurt might have come on, but I don't think he was working on that yet. He might have been doing pre-pro on Oblivion. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But so for me that was fun. Like I was like, I want werewolves, and I want to have like cool cinematics in it, and I want to do all this stuff. And clearly more of a labor of love for me, because I just was interested a lot more. And I think it's probably because of that it's just a much better experience, because I just cared more about it. I think had Doug stuck around, Tribunal would have been better, but just one of those things.
Yeah, I'm just going to share my screen. I found a map I think you shared on your Twitter several years ago.
My son found that.
Yeah, exactly. So just bear with me. Here we are. Yeah, there we go. So this map you drew of Solstheim when you were kind of developing it, and it's pretty.
You look at like when you were in 5th grade planning your D&D campaign for your friends. That's what you're thinking in your head, because it's about that level of map, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. But it's pretty close to the final thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it worked pretty well. I mean, like, you, like I said, like the altar of Thrawn. No idea.
Yeah, the two things I saw, that there's this Vor layer and Nord encampment that didn't make it, so there's the Vor layer. No idea.
It's very well hidden, apparently. It's I don't, and it may have just been like Vor was some placeholder word for me for something.
Cool.
Quite honestly, like this was, I think, really like the first thing I did was draw this.
Was the idea for it to always kind of be set like a very Nordic themed expansion pack?
I wanted snow.
Sure.
So that was it. I mean, that was the reason. I think Nords are fairly well. All right, Nords are pretty successful, I guess. Come to think of it for Bethesda, but I don't find them as interesting as like Argonians or Khajiit or But they're Vikings. But so they have snow, so that worked out nicely.
Yeah, sure. I read as well somewhere that you tried to get snowballs put in the game, but it just didn't work.
No, I don't know why. We had thrown weapons, didn't we?
Yeah, you had like throwing stars and things like that in the game. Yeah,
They were
I think
terrible.
I must admit, it's not like a weapon set I tend to use too much, to be honest.
It's enough that they went away come Oblivion. Right?
Yeah, it's, you know. Is there anything you want to kind of talk about, like specifically that we haven't like brought up or anything?
I don't know. It's so funny. You know, I've been focused a lot on Oblivion recently
yeah,
with the remaster coming out, and I was streaming some for fun, and like, you know, had guys like Chappie and Ken and Gary, like Wes Johnson came on, and we were just kind of shooting the shit, talking about Oblivion. So I hadn't thought about Morrowind much recently, but it's my favorite of the games I worked on. I mean, any game I've worked on, it's my favorite by far.
Yeah,
and it's hard to play now. You know, I was like, I'm an old school RPG guy. I love this, you know. Yeah, no fast travel, no like, you know, quest markers, any of that. And come Oblivion Top was like, yeah, we're putting all that stuff in. And I fought about it. I was like, no, that's just dumbing the game down. I was so wrong about all of that. I won't play a game now unless that's like, if I could just hit a button in my guy and walk right to the quest marker, I'd do it at this point. But
yeah,
it's hard, you know. You go back and play those games. Like I remember when we first were we'd just gotten the rights for Fallout. And I was like, oh, cool. Like the first two Fallout games are two of my favorite games. I was like, I'm gonna go back and play those. And it's so hard. Like I was playing you're in the first vault in Fallout. You're fighting like 7 rats, and it's like you move, and then a rat moves, and then a rat moves, and then a rat moves, and it's like an hour later you get to move another 2 steps, and then I was like, oh my god, I'm never gonna finish this vault. I'm never leaving the vault.
It's similar to I'm going to butcher the name, so I'm not even going to try. The very first cave outside of Sadeneen in Morrowind, and it's going to be a place where the player goes, they've just left Sadeneen and they see a door in a rock face, and they go, I'm going to go in there. And right away, there's a mage that casts some kind of fireball and like a bandit, and it's crazy difficult. You know, level 1 player, you've got an iron dagger.
Yeah, you're holding a stick.
Yeah, you know. And like you said, it's the game doesn't hold your hand at all. You know, it's even like with the journal, and like sometimes when NPCs give you a direction for a question, it's the complete wrong direction or something like that. You know, and
oh yeah, because I mean, that stuff was, you know, it's one of those things where we'd put a quest in and be like, oh hey, you got to move that quest. It's like stepping on one of my quests. They're like, okay, I'll just move it like, you know, 3 grid squares east, but you don't remember to change the directions.
Yeah.
Yeah, at all. And yeah, it's just, it's cruel. I with the Oblivion remaster coming out, I thought like, man, it'd be cool if they remastered Morrowind with like the quality of life improvements. I would love to see that, because I mean, like I said, it's my favorite game, and part of that's because really we lived that game. Like it felt like we didn't leave the office for years. But I also remember it as really fun. Like we were having a blast. Stupidly. But like, you know, it was we're there in the morning, and then we were there till, you know, 2 at night, and like we were eating lunch and dinner there, and I mean it was crazy, but yeah, we had a lot of fun doing it. And like I said, it was just kind of a passion project for everybody. Like everyone just cared, and it was awesome. Like I've never been on another team quite like that, you know, especially with the lack of experience relatively that team had. I mean, Matt Carafano, I think it was his first game, and he was like the lead artist.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's crazy stuff. Like, who the hell does that? But he was great, you know. And you know, we had Hope, who was there and who made every freaking tree in the game and every rock. Like, what the hell? Like, that's insane. And then, you know, coming afterwards, there's this guy. Oh, what's his name? Mike. Last name began with a W. I think he worked for like Todd Vaughn or Pete. Like, but he ends up making the map and like hand drew every tree onto that map. Like, people just did stuff, and you just kind of had to do a little bit of everything. So I mean, yeah, I learned more than anything working on those games. And like all of a sudden they're like, you have to learn how to script. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do that. And that became one of my favorite things. So I realized I could make weird shit happen. Yeah. That was just fun. Like the extra comfy pillow. Again, there's no reason. I just was like, I'm gonna do this because it's fucking funny to me right now at 2 a.m. So I'm gonna put this in the game. And then people, you know, I remember threads going like, "What do you do with this? There's got to be something." I'm not gonna, you know, dissuade them, but it does nothing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, like,
one of my favorite objects in the game. I think is it the Pilgrim's Lantern, I think it's called, and it's just a regular light, but the light source is programmed to shine for something like 30 years in real time. And I saw a post on Facebook the other day where someone had it was almost like an anniversary where they were like, if you've been playing the game since its release, the Pilgrim's Lantern light still has 9 years left. Like, if you've been playing it solidly, it's still got like 9 years. That's just like a crazy hidden gem. I think it's in the north by Cool, I think it is, on the north of the map. But yeah, it's just things like that, like you said, it's just people having fun, just putting stupid stuff in. Yeah.
Oh, there's so much dumb stuff, and it was only recently. One of my friends had found some Easter eggs video from, I think it's from Blood Moon.
Oh yeah, sure.
And on YouTube, and they're like, you should see this. So I started watching. I was like, oh my god, Emil spent a quarter of his time just putting in Easter eggs. What the hell? Like, he has more like Lord of the Rings, and like there's so many Easter eggs. I was just cracking up looking at it.
Yeah, you got Luke Skywalker with the lightsaber, the sword. That
was Gary.
Yeah,
that was Gary Noone. Yep. Isn't that where like the missing pauldron is? Like that wasn't in the main game? Yeah. It was. We spent a lot of time on the forums too.
You did, yeah. Like back then, it was a very active community from the developers. Which is a little. I mean, nowadays you don't really get that, I suppose, too much. But
you'd be shot by PR, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but back then, yeah, like a whole bunch of the game devs were active.
I loved it. That's kind of one of the things that made me want to get into games.
Sure.
I'd love the game Asheron's Call. It's just one of my all-time favorite games. They did so many just brilliant things. Plus, it would run on my laptop, which was great. I'm an EverQuest. Yeah. But like, I remember like in their forums, a couple of their devs would post and answer questions and joke around, and they were so cool and just like engaging. I thought that's awesome. Like, I love that the way they're listening and they're talking and like they're taking feedback and they're making jokes and I love that. I was like, that is so cool. So that was one of my favorite things. Like, we used to do IRC chats with fans. It's just, those things just don't happen anymore. It's just it's a whole different environment.
Yeah, it's a different world nowadays.
Like a lot of this stuff, you'd make a random comment and it'd be like, you're now held to that forever. And yeah, it's just, I understand why they don't do it, but it's a shame because it was fun and you learned a lot just seeing what people were saying. I mean, Todd always go like, you got to remember, this is the ivory tower of fandom. This is like the top 1%. Everyone else is playing the game. Like, you have to understand that filter, and it took a long time to, because they'd be like, this sucks. I'm like, oh, I want to respond. He's like, you're not. No, don't respond. Like. But but it was fun. Like, you saw what people were thinking, and then you could like. You take some of that and you sort of like put in little Easter eggs about stuff like that in the game, and they would make them happy. But it was just kind of fun to be able to do that. That level of interaction was just a good thing.
Yeah, I suppose like any like closing statements then, really. I mean, like, here we are 20 plus years later talking about Morrowind. It's still incredibly popular. The modding scene is huge, and I mean, like, yeah, obviously with the Oblivion remaster, people are wondering about a Morrowind remaster, but like, how does it feel to like have worked on this game 20 years ago and like the success it's had, and like brought you, obviously? Yeah,
I mean, I love it. I love the game. I love that team. We had so much fun. I knew, like, the first time I ever felt it was special was I was on my honeymoon, and I got married not long after the game shipped, or while the game shipped. I don't even remember, but I think it was right after. I should probably know when I got married. I was after the game shipped. I remember we were in Hawaii. I was walking to like the swim up bar, and I was like, or I was getting in the pool. I was wearing my Morrowind t-shirt.
Sure.
And this guy looks at me and goes like, hey, you like the game? I was like, yeah, I worked on it. He's like, get out of here. I was like, yeah. He goes, well, I want you to know you saved my life. What? He's like, well, my wife died. I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, he's like, yeah, but you know what? I was in a really, really dark place, and I wasn't sure I wanted to go on, and a friend of mine gave me Morrowind, and I just started playing, and I got lost in that world for days and days and days, until I came out of this funk and realized that there was more to life, And he's like, so thanks for saving my life. And I just went, like a dog to the ground. I'm like, you are welcome, sir. Like what you said.
Yeah. What do you say to that? Yeah.
It's like, sweet. Best of luck. I don't know. But like, you go like, okay, like it just felt like, all right, games are meaningful to people. I mean, they're stupid. Right there, that's a stupid game. Like it's dumb. But people care. And that was just very, very sort of career affirming. Like we killed ourselves, but it was, look, if just that guy, it was worth it, right? Like, and so that felt really cool. And, I think about that and, I do. I'll always be proud of that because I had no idea what we were doing. I don't think half of us did. And it was just kind of magic the way it came together. And a lot of luck, like I said. And I'll always love it for that. Like I said, Oblivion's a better piece of software, much better. It's much easier on the users, but I'll always love crazy ass, alien Morrowind the best, even though it's almost impossible to play at this point.
Hi, my name's Mark Bullock. I worked on Morrowind as an environment artist and level designer and worked with the quest designers quite closely. And it's one of my favorite projects. In the many years of making games, it's the one that's closest to my heart. I became aware of the existence of Morrowind through a coworker of mine when I was working at a small studio called Leaping Lizard. He had worked at Bethesda for some time and had come aboard just to work with us as an artist. And as he got to know me, he kind of took me aside and says, "Hey, Mark, I told Todd that there's someone he needs to meet, and I think you need to see the project that they got working now that I get to know you more." And I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm interested. That sounds kind of king." And I really wasn't. I wasn't really aware of Elder Scrolls. In fact, I had gotten into video games largely by accident.
Yeah, sure.
My background was some art. I didn't think I was ever going to make a living at it, so I studied lots of other things, and primarily anthropology, history,
sure.
Even some criminal justice. So those are what my degrees are in. I wanted to be a little bit of everything. So I thought, yeah, since they're just down the road from us, I'll go check it out. And immediately, Todd met me at the door. We hadn't made it into they were still in a temporary underground section off to the side, while the old loading dock area and where you package up the game after you were done making the game, when you literally then had to box it and put it on a truck, they were redoing that to become our actual studio space. And the first thing I saw was a series of sketches, and it was Kirkbride's. So, and it was just I think he was just taking a ballpoint pen and just going free form. And immediately I knew, okay, I want in, because it spoke volumes to me. What I saw, it was some architecture types from different Telvanni homes. I could see all the details going in, and it was basically everything I ever wanted to do with world building. Where it was how do you describe it? As you dive into it a little bit more and you become more aware of in the game. But even in those initial draft drawings, Morrowind had a presence.
Yeah,
it had an identity that just stood out that you couldn't ignore, and it felt very authentic. And that was the key to me. I could see, and it became later on as I even went through some of his drafts of notes and the conversations between himself and Todd and Ken and Kurt. It was like, okay, the heart and soul is real, because it was this amalgamation. You could see where the sources of inspiration were coming from, but they were being as opposed to just like when someone says, "Hi, I made up a really cool pantheon of gods for my homebrew game," and you look at it and you're like, this is essentially all the Nordic gods with the names changed. You really didn't go into too much, right? It's just kind of like I appreciate the effort, but it really wasn't there. But here you could see it's like, okay, some folks really understood what the point of view was, what the purpose was, and we were able then to capture that and put it into all levels. Because right now, currently I'm a creative director at Avalanche. I've been working with them on different worlds and different projects for a long time now. And that's exactly my approach. It's like we need to understand and adapt and be able to utilize things cleverly. So we're not just, I don't know, regurgitating the last Marvel movie that we saw or the last video game that we played. Exactly right. There's always things we want to pull from, but we want to own it and make it our own. And that immediately stood out as I went through and looked at, I don't know, it was in the war room. They had like, I don't know, 20 or 30. It's so long ago now.
Yeah.
I just remember, it was like, bam. I was like, yes, now this is it. This is exactly what I want to be part of, because it had all those, it gets into it's reminiscence. It's like you can see the epic hymns out of that are Sumerian, Akkadian. You can get into the old Sanskrit Vedas. You get into any of the early epic creation storytelling. It was bleeding through.
Yeah.
But again, in something that was its own. And it was remarkable, I think, because it was slightly alien in its own way, right? Most people had not seen it. It wasn't your generic European-centric fantasy. I mean, there were certain elements that were moving into it, but it was approachable. And I think that's part of it when people were like, I'm not sure exactly what it is I'm looking at, but it resonates with me on some level, and it works, and I'm drawn in. I want to really know more about what this is I'm looking at, versus something that's just strange and alien and esoteric just for being strange and esoteric for
Yeah,
it's like, right?
It's hard to kind of place that context into it, then, isn't it? It's
You can see through it. You can see it when it's just a thin veneer and it's just some set dressing and there's nothing meaningful behind it at all. So that was what captured me. Now, what they brought me in to do essentially was a level designer, environment arts, because in a lot of ways those two roles were the same.
Yeah, sure.
But Bethesda what I really appreciated was they kept this hierarchy really kind of flat. They kept the disciplines, not too many compartmentalized sections, right? It's like you had your broad groups, and then within that, if you had a special niche on top of your core, then you got to go do those other things.
Yeah, sure.
So my first tasks, I think, was actually to help Matt Carafano wrap up the Imperial common sets. So I jumped into that. And what was interesting there was it took me a while to my wheels would spin a bit, because previously I was always all the other games, other engines, so hyper focused on poly count and vert and all this stuff. There was always some performance issue that prevent me from being able to ever fully exercise what I had cut in my head.
Yeah.
And then suddenly those doors were open and I had never been free to explore that. So it took me some time to understand exactly how to wrap my head around it. I think Todd even commented that probably in one of my very first reviews, was like, Mark spends a little bit of time finding where he needs to go, but when he finally does, he really goes, and we just need to recommend that he finds his way faster. And I took that to heart, but it was a lot of fun. And I think I think you'll always be able to tell the style, because I hadn't fully onboarded into the art rules that may or may not have been there for, let's say, the Imperial, right?
Yeah.
So the moment you see something with some nice straight edges and straight roofs and everything, you know that's Matt's. And when you see something that has a little more weird loose thatch, everything's off to the side skewed or something, you can tell that was mine. And they worked well together. I think they were kind of complementary. They weren't completely at odds. But I think it kind of sometimes drove them a little bit nuts, where it'd be like there was this clean, hard edge, and then so like the little round towers with the thatch tops that have a little bit. Those were mine, and so, but they worked really well together in my mind. What I think I was doing there was, I remember there was a cover art there was a fantasy artist, Daryl K. Sweet. He did a lot of covers for lots of stuff, and notably I think was the Wheel of Time series, and he had done a cover that had this town that had exactly that, and I looked at that, and in my head, that's why I was like, that's exactly what I was trying to channel and put together. which then gets us to, after I had done that, was, you had to kind of test out. And Satanine was my first place that I built. And I knew that it was going to be kind of special because, well, this is the player's introduction to the world. And being the unstructured creative that I am, there was a lot of things I want to do, and I did them. I'm not sure everyone knows why, but I was very bad at core. I was not very good at articulating what my intent necessarily was. But what I wanted to have is when you got off that boat, you saw some imperial architecture, and there it is. But I didn't want to have a big wall that blocked you off. I wanted to make sure there were layers, and you could see that there was a world beyond. And I was always big about having lots of, if you had an object in the world, I never wanted you just to go around it or in it. I wanted you to be able to go under it, through it, over the top, all these things. And so that's where I had that house at I guess it's the census office, with a little walkway over the tower, because I wanted to imply that that was a gateway into a world, even though you weren't necessarily walking into it. And then to the right of it, there's a silt strider, and that's, to me, that was the there's that strange thing that's the indigenous aspect of Vardenfell, that the player's going like, wow, what is that? And that's going to be your, that's sort of your gateway to the interior. And then, of course, there was the lighthouse off to the left, and this stone thing. And this is the one that everyone's been kind of talking about. And I hadn't fully gathered like what the rules of imperial architecture were. And in this case, I hadn't really necessarily cared, because I had been reading all the notes, and I had been reading about the Nords and everything. And in my head, I was like, this is obviously an important port of some port. The Imperials here, but no one else has built anything here. Well, maybe it was a staging point for old Nord raids, or maybe when they were like, because I was trying to get my head wrapped around all the lore, at the time, and the implications on my head was just exploding with like the possibilities. And so there, what I had done, I was like, no, in my head, I was imagining a bunch of Nords, hundreds and hundreds of years, whatever the time frame is. They were using this to, do their raids. They're demonstrating their control, and they built this old stone blocky lighthouse sort of thing, and maybe it always kept sinking into that little swampy area, but it's always been there. And so I wanted to have the Nord, the Imperial, and the and then the
Dunmar, like
the Dunmar, yes, all there, sort of represented all at once, but not in your face so much, and then you get to walk in. So that was like my first place. And then also, I have to admit, my art style was throwing some, I think, again, it was like, I had been working on things where I was always about silhouette. We never had a lot of polygons or anything. And so there'd be a little bit, I don't want to call it whimsy, but there'd be a little bit more. So I always wanted things that felt kind of a little Dr. Seussian and off center a bit. And that kind of played into that lighthouse too. So there, I know that there's been debates about the source and the point of why that lighthouse looks the way it does. It was meant to be a throwback to some Nords, and I'm not sure at the time when I did it how accurate I was, because like I said, I wasn't fully onboarded into having all the lore just at the disposal at immediate recall. But that was what that whole point was.
But I think the final building, like it's like an iconic building, isn't it? Within
yes,
something of obviously it's in the quest with Bargoth looking down at night, and
I loved it when Mark was like, I'm going to put this thing here, and they're going to put this stump, and I'm like, that's awesome. And he's like, where's a good viewpoint? And I'm like, well, we got this lighthouse. And so working with Mark on that was a lot of fun, and I'm very pleased with how it has become sort of that iconic image that so many people, when they're doing their own art or their upgrades, they don't fundamentally change it. It has stuck. And so that feels kind of good, because you're kind of just going off the cuff. You're just flying at it, trying to absorb as much as you could and doing the best you could on a short time frame. So that was fun. So then I think what happened later, that's not far out of Satanine, is a little bandit smugglers dungeon. Yeah. And I think that's the one I did, because you could go in, and if you were paying attention, you could actually find a little secret way that went around one way, or you could go through the main thing. And then Todd played it, and he interpreted it as like, nice. So you got to go, you go around, you through, and you exit basically where you entered. And I think that one was a small dungeon. It wasn't meant to be a big deal, but it felt pretty good. And I think that was the first one I had done, and that's when Todd was like, well, that's cool. I think I'll start having you make a lot more of these, and there's a lot that need to be revisited. So that's when I started making a lot of the dungeons.
I mean, that one that you've just mentioned, again, I think it's a rite of passage for most new players to enter that dungeon. I think you encounter a dark elf as you go in, and you can kind of take care of her easily, but then there's a wizard who casts fireballs at you. And I think most players will be defeated by that wizard and they probably haven't saved the game at this point. And they've only just left the town.
Yeah, and that was, and when it came to, and it was really nice when it came to building out most of these locations is Ken and a lot of the other designers, they actually had already these are the people we want in these places. And this is, we don't have an idea necessarily of what I want you to do moment by moment. They would say, I want it to be large, medium, small, which really meant how many loads is it going to take for you to go through. I would love to see lots of traps and lots of locked doors, and then you were free to go. So you really had you had enough to work on, and you knew who to put in those things. So you didn't have to spend a lot of time. So you already knew it was in your toy box basically, and then it was just about doing that layout. So so part of that goes definitely to the quest designers and deciding who's going to be where. And then it was just a lot of fun. I'm just going to drop this in there. And I think, and again, I always wanted to have that because I always appreciate as a player, if I thought about it a little bit, is there an alternative?
Yeah, sure.
Versus that straight shot through. Yeah. So then that was the Imperial stuff. Oh, then I think the next place I really did that I liked with the Imperial stuff, that was Caldera. And that's when I kind of put it all together, took all the pieces, and basically it was just yep, you have your list of locations, the names of them, who's there and why, and so that was just a lot of fun because you had that freedom, but you had enough guidance to know exactly what you were building towards. So I think that was my other favorite Imperial location. And then quickly what evolved also, I think it's worth noting is then what I would do is Todd would have me do a lot of the dungeons, and then when I build out a lot of the larger cities and everything. But when it came to interiors, it picked up quite quickly that I did not have the patience to be putting all the plates and the forks and the cups and all that stuff was necessary. I mean, kudos to Matt and Noah. I know they would stay late hours just making sure everyone had a place setting and all that stuff. Yeah. And so I would focus on a macro and get all that stuff done. And they were just coming in and just bringing it all as to a lived-in space.
Yeah, when I Noah was the first person I interviewed for this project, and he talked quite extensively about staying up until 2:00 in the morning, shifting some plates along a shelf, to make it look authentic and
and all the stuff you'd steal because I'm the compulsive thief player. I was or collector. It's if it's there, I might need that later, and I'm battling encumbrance at all times. So so that was a world meant for me. I was oh, look at all this stuff. It's not just a non-interactive prop. So that was a lot of fun. But they were doing that, and then we had another artist, Hope Adams, and she just spent time placing rocks and plants and making. She was the gardener essentially of Vardenfell because we had nothing procedural going on there. Everything had to be hand placed, and so it was very labor intensive to try to get all that stuff together. But and so that was and I built a lot of other Imperial places, but those were Caldera and Sedanine were the ones that were very close to heart. I did get to build Ebonheart. That was a lot of fun. So I got those different flavors, the kind of the frontier, then the established township, and then here's a major hold. Oh, in fact, that's part of the whole thing with Sedanine also that I wanted to tie into because I really appreciate it. Sort of been in that weird marshy zone. It took me back to when you go to a lot of American westerns that are gritty, or other places where you have the civilization hits a frontier. It's usually messy. It's kind of it's not in good shape. But everyone tries to put on the facade of civilization, and it's always sinking in the mud. Deadwood did a great job, right? So it's kind of like you're trying to be we're like Chicago, we're like New York, but no, you're not. Only at the very surface. So I want to have that sort of frontier sort of feeling to it, where it's like we're making sure that we're trying to put on our best face despite the fact that we're in a swamp. And that's one of those moments where it's like there's all that storytelling that's going on in your head, but you just you're not fully aware of what it is, and you're trying to, you're like, there's a thing you're trying to go for, or you just simply don't have the time. Because I remember I was referring to some old notes and some different things I still had, and I was like, oh yeah, I was like, I wanted to have like maybe old foundations, whether it be Nord or previous imperial structures that they tried and just keep sinking. So I was always like, some of the places I thought would be fun that we never got around to was like, you'd go to the basement's always flooded, right? It couldn't ever really sustain itself. So that was one of those things that we did fine without it, but it would have been that little extra bit of flavor. So after that, because basically we really time boxed everything. So when you arrived, there was a map. Here it is. It's drawn out. Here's a location. And then there would be a list. No one tried to do an outline of what the town was. They would just say, here's all the elements that have to go into that. And so we would measure it out. We knew what we needed to make. And so what would happen, it was kind of like I think it was roughly, you had a week to do your own concept art, a week to do the exterior set, a week to do the interior set, and then a week to build out one of the locations to prove it out. Basically, you had it so that way you could measure it all out. So the imperial architecture was my introduction, and then I got handed the Telvanni, which I was just like, yes. I really wanted to do a lot of organic forms and shapes and everything, and then there was a lot of ideas I had in my head, and I loved the stuff that Kirkbride had. So that was going to be the next fun one. And I always battled with, I think I was always overly concerned with the sense of the interior versus exterior. Sure. And so I kind of wish I had gone ahead and made things a little bit bigger for the interiors to make them a little bit easier to go around. But I'll always hold on to my my levitation shafts. That was just one of those things when I was reading I was like, well, it's going to be this big. I don't want to have to build a building that just holds a staircase. And I'm reading more about, these Telvanni, arrogant wizards. And I was like, you know what? I think they're the types that, like, if you can't bother to get yourself levitated up to my audience chamber, I don't want to talk to you. And when I basically presented that to Rolston, he's like, brilliant, so exciting.
Yeah, I think that would have caught so many players out who've like traveled all the way to like Telvos or something like that, or some Telvanni, got there and been like, how the hell do I get up? Like, how do I go speak to these people? Like, oh, I need a scroll, I need a potion.
And that's at the heart of so much of any Elder Scrolls experience. But that was so like, oh, here's a problem. It's up to me to go find a solution, and there's a myriad of ways. Do I just go buy one? Do I go make one? So everyone did it in their own form to solve a problem. So that was part of that magic in the game. But Sadrith Mora, that was the first place. That was my proof of concept.
And it's, Sadrith Mora as well is almost a mix of Telvanni and you got Wolverine Hall then as well, haven't you? Right. Next to the Imperial Fort, so it's kind of like a mix of the two.
Yeah, and that's where you get into the nice part, because that's where the history major in me kicks in, and also I was actually a poli-sci major with a lot of history, and a criminal justice major with a lot of anthropology. And so that's where I was kind of like, all right, here we go. You have, whether you want to use Rome, going into other areas, and how there's always a garrison or something. I really enjoyed building out the staircase. I was like, you know what? They're going to have a dock, and it's going to be fun because it's going to be a kind of an arduous journey to go up and down those stairs. But they are going to have their own dock. I don't see them not willing to have their own access. I don't think they would give that up.
To share your time
so that was great fun. One aspect to all the Telvanni stuff that I really, Kirkbride had a great sketch, and what it was is it had a much larger envelope. You know, and like it would be a big tower, and that's when you start coming down to the practicalities of poly counts and words and everything, right? And so everything's already organic, so it's already tough because it's eating everything up. And I wanted to capture that, but I also wanted to make sure we had enough scattered around. I kind of wish I had done at least one that had, like, instead of being such a literal more tower, that it actually had the wide wedged base with a big thing that came out. I do regret that. He did compliment the Telvanni and says, "Oh, it's knocked it right out of the park." And so I really did appreciate that, because on one level I felt like I was missing a thing. But what I secretly wanted to do, and it was impossible at the time, is the premise I wanted to have is the central tower was always the whoever ruled, whoever's top dog was, and basically all the cities were basically built off of the runners that grew out from the central tower. So I always wanted to have that. That's how you always kept everyone in check. If you were someone living in that and you annoyed him, he could cut you off. Your home could literally get crushed.
You can use the ecosystem itself to...
Yeah, exactly. I always want to have those things thrashing around and be like, even in defense, like if someone occupied at the end, those big spiky things would come out. So I really wanted to, in nowadays we could do that, but I always wanted to be like, that'd be so cool to have them living and reactive and under the control of the central mage of each of the tells. That was an angle I wish I could have pursued, but it was a lot of fun. That one, that was very satisfying. Despite the things I'm like, I wish I could have, or there's some of the things I really did enjoy that.
Because I was reading a past interview of yours, and you said like you had to study a bit of like mushrooms and fungi, and to kind of get that accurate feel of the architecture.
Yeah, it was the battle of organic and round but functional within a game engine, right? And making space work out correctly, and for me, I think the biggest thing was trying to identify, and it wasn't much later after release, with some years there was a mod that came out, and for me the battle was always trying to get the right thing of what's fungus, what's just a woody growth that makes sense, that doesn't feel like it's a giant tree, and I just kind of ran out of time. Got the best, and the mod came through, and I don't know who did it, but it looked so good, and it's like someone captured the picture that was in my head. I remember someone once asked me, "It's like, oh man, does that really piss you off?" And I'm like, no. I love the fact that people love this game and care enough about this game that they're going to keep working on it forever and ever and ever. I'm like, that's actually, I'd be more offended if everyone went,
yes.
I'm like that was. So I'm pretty good with it. But I remember it was years and years ago when I first saw that, and I was like, wow, that is exactly what. I don't know who that artist was, but they got it right, and I really appreciated it. Yes, and then I guess Daedric stuff was the next major set I had to do. So so if you ran into anything Telvanni, anything Daedric, and a good portion of the Imperial, at least as built out as the cities and everything, and then of course Matt and Noah really took care of all the interiors of all the locations. The Daedric stuff. That was probably even more challenging than I thought it was going to be, because I wanted it alien, but not too alien. We were still having internal debates on, are we presenting the Daedra correctly according to the original lore? Are they, how demonic versus angelic? How just kind of crazy, random, independent agents are they? But I wanted something that stood out and felt quite old. And at that point, I think I was looking more into a lot of the old Hindu Buddhist fusion architecture in Southeast Asia. That's where just some of the columns came in that. But then I departed immediately from and added lots of stuff on them. But the exterior set I enjoyed, because I was always all about silhouettes. But I don't think I quite got it wrapped up to the point where it needed to be, but it was ruined. But those are fun, and I think I remember the first the test bed one. I got myself in a little bit of trouble because, like I was saying earlier, like there was a map and there was a location, and every location had its purpose and what it was. I went off script, and I built a Daedric ruin just outside of Sadrith Moor. It's almost directly to the east, slightly southeast, and it's one that doesn't have an open door into it. And I remember Ken's looked at me. He's like, "So, I noticed you built a ruin." I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "It's not on the list." I'm like, "No, but I think it's pretty cool there." And he's like, "Yeah, I agree. We'll keep it, but don't make a habit of that." You know. And, I love Uncle Ken. He's such a great person to work with, and so much fun. But he rolled with it. He's like, "Okay." And that was the one that I enjoyed probably the most out of all of them, because you couldn't get into it. You had to go through an ancestral tomb.
Yeah.
And that was the fun storytelling, because it's like you go outside. I don't think the story got told well enough. I wanted to have more skeletons, undead, like outside, because there's like one lone guy running around on the beach. And I wanted the player to kind of say, "Huh, that's weird. Why are they all outside of their house, so to speak?" And when you go through, you kind of realize, oh, the Daedra have broken through. Someone broke through and have been causing problems. But I wanted to have that interconnectedness between a lot of locations. And I did a few of those. I cannot remember the names. There was one that was a bandit cave that if you went too far in the back, you end up in a vampire lair. That one was kind of mean because it wasn't like a high level bandit cave. And, that was probably not.
The one that stands out to me is it's a tomb called I'm going to butcher the name, Tukurshapal or something like that, and it's where you've got the Nordic burial chamber.
Oh yes,
there's a longboat with the
That one was that one was a lot of fun. That's on my list, and I can never remember the names. And I'm like, the moment you said, I'm pretty certain that's the one. I wanted to have. I think in my head there was a little bit in Labyrinth. There's a little bit of a point where on the hill and you can kind of see the whole, like, oh, there's this labyrinth. I'm like, well, I'm never going to be able to do that. And I'm like, I think I had been reading up a lot on like old Minoan and, Cyclopean architecture, right? Giant stone stuff that was very rough and extremely old. And I saw some shapes that always were reminiscent of Labyrinth. And I'm like, oh, well, we had some Labyrinth sort of stuff. And we put that in the middle. And then I went back to that whole Nord. I was always fascinated by the Nords had been here at some point, and there was history. I was like, I'm just going to drop this in. Now I think where it's actually even more mean. I don't know if it's mean, but it's like, so the way I built that, I just basically took a big tunnel section that you walk through, and I just turned it on its side to make this. So when you're in there, you can win that, and you can get all that stuff. But if someone uses a spell, you'll notice that there's a bunch of Daedric stuff. But it's a two-dimensional map, right? So you don't have a sense of height. And I made this convoluted, you'd have to levitate, you'd have to fly, and you'd have to go through this weird convoluted little vertical passages that aren't immediately obvious to find like some Daedric helm that's on a ledge and some weapon. I just scattered up there. I don't know how many players actually found them.
I think nowadays I imagine some people. It's one of those things with Morrowind where there's so many hidden secrets in the game, and because the game doesn't hold your hand, you can go for years playing it and then go, oh yeah, like there's a Daedric helmet in here that I've never seen before, you know?
Right. By now, yes. I remember when it shipped, there were people like, what is this? How do I find it? There's a bug. It must be fallen out. I'm like, no, you gotta look up. Yeah. So that was a fun one to do. And then I think that's where I think in the end that's where you went to some forge and got some big hammer or something. I think Ken was like, you know what? This is actually a good space for this. Can you put this in there? And I'm like, absolutely, we can put it in there. Yeah. So it was a lot of dungeons, a lot of locations, and there's just so many that are just kind of coming back. I mean, I always forget that I did Saran. And I really enjoyed that because it seemed like every other place was always so somehow overstated that it felt, and I'd have to go back to see if it still is true. It felt kind of serene because it was above the river, above a lake, on a hillside. Didn't have a lot of bad stuff seeming like going on around it. And I was like, man, if I just wanted to have a nice calm day to vacation, be kind of like, it's like going to Spain and hanging out during the winters. I'm like, I'd go to Saran and just kind of hang out there. It looks like it'd be a decent place to catch a nice breeze, have a glass of wine, and not get involved in too many affairs, politics and everything. So, yeah. No, I think the main things I always wanted to hit on was just that unique identity that gave it its soul, and a lot of good talks about what makes something click and come together in that very real way. It wasn't until it was just a few years ago I ran into working on another project. We're using cultural advisors and everything, and I ran into some folks, and they're all out of Southeast Asia. And they're of the same age. So they played Morrowind, they're in their late 40s, early 50s. And all of them, and I started finding this in different places of the world, they really loved Morrowind for two things. And one of the observers, I probably shouldn't drop names. So he's a respected author out of Singapore, and he really was offering a lot of his commentary on some stuff we were doing elsewhere. And he's like, I loved Morrowind because I felt like I was finally playing a game that dealt with imperialism and colonialism in a mature way. And I was like, wait, hold it, say it again. He's like, yeah. And it dawned on me, I think most of us were always looking at it very much from that a Roman aspect, because, the imperial feels so much like Rome or Byzantine. And he was like, no, what I really loved was the fact that it wasn't centered around a bunch of European white guys as the center focus, and that it wasn't black or white. It was all these shades of gray, and basically how you had all these folks kind of dealing in their own way, how they wanted to work with the Imperium, what were the motivations of the Imperium. And he's like, and he was visiting. He was visiting Stockholm, so he had brought some whiskey with him. So we talked long in the night about this, because I found it very, very intriguing about how he still thinks it's probably the one that should get remastered, because it talks about things that are more relevant today. And I found that there was an audience that was global that it really resonated with, that in hindsight makes good sense. Wasn't necessarily high on anyone's mind per se, by the purpose, but like Kirkbride had just left before I had arrived, and Kurt, I didn't get a chance to work directly with them. But like I went through all their notes, I went through their conversations, because he didn't have the Google Docs easy comments. And I'd go through things, and I'd see what the query response was, and I was like, yes, these are all the questions I would ask. Well, they're going to have slaves. Well, okay, what kind of society has slaves? What does that mean? What does that build in all these layers? And it's kind of like, it's a merchant house. What are they doing? And so basically, the motivations became not two-dimensional. They became understandable. And it was really kind of nice to hear this aspect, because it was a byproduct of intent to actually make something feel real. But I don't think we understood just how much it was going to resonate with an audience who had been like, yes, in many ways, we were the Dunmer. We were dealing with, because when you look at, Straits settlements and Malacca and all that history as the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the British are rolling through, and they were finding all these parallels there that spoke to them. And I was like, wow, I was really kind of thinking about, Rome, North Africa, the Mid East, and the Near East, and maybe how they're moving up into Europe. That was where I was at. So so it was really nice to have that angle, and so that's where I always, for me, it's that's why it's so special, is because as a world builder, I usually think about it in terms much like an author does, I guess, is that it needs to make sense. It needs to resonate. It needs to feel real. And if it can not feel like a kind of a copy paste generic sort of thing that, even better. But the magic of this was its identity and its presence and how well it owned that. On top of now, hi, I'm inviting you in as a player for you to create your own story within this greater story. That's the magic to me, is it invited you in. You had that freedom that we always talk about. There's all those things that other games are doing now, but in this setting, in this milieu, to where it felt so purposeful. And that's, to me, that will always be the sort of that benchmark I hold up to in all my projects. I'm like, here's this thing. Can we make sure it actually, survives scrutiny a little bit? If you scratch at it just a bit, does it peel away and there's nothing there? And that's like, and it doesn't usually take that much effort. It just usually takes a moment to take a deep breath and say, what's the cohesive thing that's going on here? And so that's one of the lessons I always have taken with me is, people might get tired of me, like, well, on Morrowind we did this, and I'm like, but it's not the game itself I'm talking about, it's the philosophy and the approach to some of the designs that become quite universal to a lot of the games, especially an open world adventure game of any sort. And I really have to say also, in time, I always admire Todd. I don't think I appreciated everything he was wrestling with at the time. I mean, I appreciated him as a manager, as a leader, but as I moved farther up into different studios and had to take on more responsibilities, it'll be fun. I'll hear a voice in the crowd, but what about this? And I'm like, oh my God, that's my voice. That was my voice going to Todd, going, but what about this? This is this is crucial. The whole game that we do. And now I'm like, oh man, bless him. He's a saint. He really shepherded us through quite a hard time. And I don't know, a lot of the people who know it, and I don't know if everyone knows it, but yeah, he really, I always think back to, we haven't talked in a long time, but I always go back and I think about all the lessons learned, even just in leadership and how to manage a vision, right? To have the vision, let go, let the people run when they need to, and work with all those moving parts. So yeah. So there were a lot of lessons learned. I also I never want to go on quite the death march like that again. Everyone was working so many hours, but I guess this will be the final thing. I think we were doing that not so much because someone was telling us, you must do this, right? We knew that there was the studio was on the line in a lot of ways. Yeah. I think everyone shared that vision of this is a thing that just needs to exist. At a certain point, we're always thinking about the player, but at another point, we're just forgetting about the players. Like, this is the world we're making, and it's so wonderful. It has to be made. It has to be released. It has to be shared. And I think everyone got on board with that. So maybe there was a little bit of shared madness going on there, but yeah, it was. I always call that was a labor of love. It really, like I said, it sticks with me today. I'm always kind of searching. It might be a fool's errand. I'm always searching what's going to be my next Morrowind. I take pride in all the projects I worked on, but I'm still trying to find that exact moment of magic where it all comes together. Maybe it's there, but you only recognize it that first time, right? And then afterwards, you become a little bit numb to it, or you just don't see it quite so much anymore. Yeah, but, I'm sure that's been a common theme through many of the interviews. A lot of dedicated, talented, and a lot of people is like, I thought I was the seasoned veteran in some ways with having a handful of titles under my belt, because there were a lot of people it was their first gig. And Rolston will be the one who always says, and we probably should have known better, but we didn't. And that's where Todd came in. It's like, this is the responsible thing is to scope and scale and cut back and do all these things. And he was very, very articulate and clear. He's like, this is not the time to do that. Because if we come in at 70% and have some respectable but not fantastic sales, then we're probably kind of done. And we have a vision, and there's this vision. So let's not let so let's try to fulfill it. So yeah.
Yes.
It was a remarkable experience, and it was a lot of good people.
Yeah, it's a time travel at this point for sure. It's been a while, so some of these memories are pretty dusty. So my name is Noah Berry. Where to begin? Really working with Bethesda and the folks on Morrowind. That was my first job right out of school. I got really lucky and had a friend that I knew, Matt Carafano, who was the lead artist on Morrowind. I think that was what we were calling it back then, title-wise. I knew him from school. We both went to James Madison University in Harrisonburg, Virginia, roughly around the turn of the millennium. I think this would have been about 2000 or so, 1999, around that time frame. And at that point, I had read, the summer after I graduated from school, I had read on, I think, the official forums for Morrowind at the time, which I want to say that Pete Hines was heavily involved with. Or like he may have been like moderating or at least a significant contributor to getting that up and running. I'm hazy on that, and that was sort of before I had a face to a name at that point. But anyways, browsing their forums, I, of course, was I should probably back up a little bit. I was a big fan of the Elder Scrolls. I had played, in college, I had played Daggerfall.
Yeah, of course.
That came out the fall of 1996, I believe.
Yeah.
And I just devoured that game. I pretty sure I mentioned this at the time, but there was one point where I basically spent a week doing nothing but playing Daggerfall. Like I kind of locked myself into a room and, just because the game is massive and so open-ended that you can really just go off the beaten path and just have fun and kind of mess around. And I love that. That was really, nowadays I don't want to say we take it for granted, but there's more options to, really dip your toes into for games like that these days. Back then it was a rarer treat, and especially so with games that had outdoor environments. Like there was probably a decent amount of really in-depth dungeon crawlers, you know, when you were in a cavern or catacombs of some kind, that kind of thing. But to have an open world exterior environment, natural environment, that was rare, and that really hooked me. That really captured my senses. I loved, as simple as they were, I really loved the MIDI music, the background MIDI music for Daggerfall. That was just so well done, and
it fits the vibe, doesn't
so
it?
Immersive. It absolutely sets the tone, and just, it's one of those things. I'm a very sight, sensory, and sound oriented person, so those things go a long way, and that game really worked. I was also a big fan of games like Ultima on the PC side of things, and of course, like, classics like LucasArts adventure games. And Bethesda really, even though I might not have like literally read their influences as developers at that point, I got that sense playing their games. I played other games like Redguard, of course, which I loved. And speaking of LucasArts, that clearly had a love letter written inside of it to those type of games. And I felt that playing that, and that resonated with me. I remember playing Skynet as well. I think that's the title. The Terminator-based game that used, I think, the same engine as Daggerfall, the X engine. And that, I think it was fully 3D. It was still using sprites, but technically the engine was fully, fully realized in 3 dimensions. Anyways, those were my entry points into the introduction to Bethesda. I remember seeing in old computer gaming magazines, I think Computer Gaming World, I would remember seeing the magazine adverts for their company. And, back then, pre-internet, that's how you would absorb names and companies and logos and things, and start to get a primordial sense of who are these people? What do they make? What kind of games do they make? So I'd known about Bethesda, but really it wasn't probably until those games in particular, Daggerfall and Skynet, and then Redguard, that I, had a clear image in mind of what they were like and what they were doing. But I loved Daggerfall, absorbed it, spent a ridiculous amount of hours playing that, getting all of the sound effects, which I think that game used like sound effect libraries a lot.
Yeah.
So
sure.
you hear dungeon sounds, for example, and I would be watching in the game, and then I'd be watching like a television show or a movie, completely unrelated, and I'd hear that same sound effect used in the game, and it would be triggering and associating in a positive way. But
I'm sure there's a Wilhelm scream in there somewhere,
Oh, absolutely. And that somehow that game became so pinnacle for me in terms of in terms of kind of laying the foundation of my love for those kind of games. And skipping back ahead, so I knew Matt Carafano. We were both in the art department at James Madison, and after I had graduated, I had read online that they were looking to build up a team for Morrowind. They were just starting content production on that. I think they had worked behind the scenes on it. Maybe not directly. Maybe they had like a skeleton crew. I'm pretty sure that Michael Kirkbride was very formative and key in terms of building the world aesthetic and the lore Bible in the years prior to going full steam on developing the game.
Yeah, like actual asset creation and
absolutely.
Yeah.
They I'm going to say they worked on the construction set, the engine, and the tools used to make the world for a year or two prior to even starting the bulk of the core development, which is before I was involved in any way. So that was kind of the insertion point. That would be the summer of 2000, I believe. And yeah, somehow was able to I reached out to Matt and connected with him, and had a chance to chat with Todd briefly, just over the early days of online correspondence, and traveled up to Maryland that fall, I believe, and instantly thought it was the most amazing thing ever. Like just seeing the core team that they had available at that time, or that they had established at that time, working on it, and getting to see screenshots of the game. I was already on board and excited about Morrowind. I had read the magazine previews, and it was absolutely a game that I wanted to play. And yeah, I was just super excited. I was really lucky, and it was kind of a serendipitous aligning of the stars with timing in terms of what they were looking for. And I was, looking for a fresh start. And yeah, it worked out really well. I remember I was asked about, as kind of like an interview process, I was asked about minutia, trivial details with the original Star Wars movies, just to test my kind of my geek knowledge a little bit. And I remember naming the Imperial commanders or something like that were killed by Vader in The Empire Strikes Back, just silly stuff. But I was like, all right, I get these people. I'm, I'm on the same wavelength. This is a good fit. And it was really nice. It just, I was a big gaming fan, but back then, again, it was not as normalized or widespread, or at least I just didn't happen to meet the people that were as into it as I had been.
No, I think that's a fair statement. I think, maybe the latter half of the 2000s was when PC gaming kind of became a bit more accessible and a bit more, I think up until that point. I mean, I was, I would have been like 10 years old at that point, but still.
Sure.
I think even then you could understand it was maybe a bit more niche, PC, in particular, weren't quite as accessible and whatnot. So
even technically speaking, it was just clunkier on the whole, but that was part of the charm too. I love that.
Yeah, of course.
That barrier to entry.
Yeah.
And it was really rewarding. That's one of the nice things about PC gaming, was that it's a lot of configuration and tweaking and patience and, typing DOS command prompts and rigging and batch files and stuff like that. But the reward, the payoff for that barrier to entry was so nice. That's why I'm here right now. still, still with my nose deep into this stuff. Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about then? So, I mean, when you got kind of into the thick of it then with creating stuff for Morrowind, because I believe you worked on like a lot of the environmental art and like the kind of sky and things like that. I suppose you talk about how you went about doing that.
Sure. Refreshing my memory with what was made for that game, just in the past few days, I dabbled in a lot of stuff. We had a smaller team for that project, and I don't remember the total because it vacillated over the course of its development. It had a pretty storied development. So when I started, there was probably less than five or so, maybe, environment artists, like quote unquote environment artists. I don't even know if we had those specific ninja titles or names for the positions yet. At that point, it was really just like artists or designers. I guess we had animators and dungeon artists. I think we had that too at the time. But that was roughly how we divided the art team up, was indoors, outdoors, essentially.
Sure.
But that said, everyone kind of ends up working on just about every part of the world at some point. I didn't do any animation related stuff or character related art, but pretty much everything else was fair game. And I predominantly worked on the Bitter Coast environment region.
That's actually my favorite region.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that is my favorite region. Yeah.
It was. I felt really humbled and blessed to be able to work on something that you see pretty initially, almost right straight away, like as soon as you get off the boat, basically.
Yeah, say Noone in the Bitter Coast, and
we jump you right in as the prisoner trope. Who are you? Doesn't matter. Blank slate. So that was a big part of the work I had done. Another artist, Hope Adams, she had worked a lot on pre-existing regions in the game. I think the Nissus area was sort of the formative ground zero game art test / vertical slice. We didn't even use the terms vertical slice back then, but basically the first location that they built for demonstration purposes and to cobble all the systems together to see how things were going to actually work in the game. It was sort of the first test / built area. I'm pretty sure that's true. There may have been other locations that that was before I was technically there, but I'm pretty sure Nissus was kind of the basic template for the, at least for outdoor locations too. I think also they rigged up interiors to travel back and forth into that area too. But anyways, so other regions had been started, and I don't remember let's see if I have access to that. I don't remember specifically what that region was called, like the more Redoran location. It might have just been the Ashlands.
Sure. Yeah.
But that may have come online later too. Well, in any case, there was other foundational landscape areas and regions started at that point. The area around like Pelagiad, I think, the more traditional, greener, familiar to players probably, that environment. And I don't remember if we even had specific geographical named regions for these at that point yet, because I believe Ken was still fleshing those names out and that sort of lore and history, and we just sort of had not generic, but a just more intuitive visual artistic sense of this area is going to be arid and dry and kind of red tones or warmer.
It was enough for you guys to be cracking on with creating things, and they could almost retro engineer the lore to go with it.
Exactly. And it would, so much of the creation throughout the whole project work that way, where Sometimes there would be, lore written and it's words on a page and you're deriving visual ideas from that. And sometimes it's the complete inverse where we make something visual that maybe was influenced by a previously created asset, but we're like, we don't know what this is, but it looks really cool. Let's work this into the game. And the designers are like, okay, yeah, we'll make up this backstory and,
sure.
Into the lore it goes and becomes, and then later games you have to like, what were we doing again? Oh yeah, we have to we have to make it work and have it be official. And that's a lot of fun. And that was a really great and creative environment where you had that natural kind of give, take, push, pull of it wasn't so regimented and rigid, but at the same time there's pressure because there's not nearly as much of a framework pre-existing that you can rely upon and source from. You have to sort of do the work of creation from scratch, which can be daunting and intimidating, but also fun. So it becomes more of an extreme or a polarity, I guess. But at the same time, there's fun in the freedom of it. And that was an interesting contrast into the later games I worked on, where there was less of that and there was a lot more just kind of bureaucracy. Really, sometimes that's not as fun.
Yeah, cool.
Not to take anything away from those. Every project really was its own slice of life, really, because these things take so long that you end up bookmarking significant portions of your actual real world life around this project. What was I doing in this project? That sort of thing. They're like time markers, really.
Yeah.
I sort of spiraled out there. So, the Bitter Coast region really was the main exterior environment that I worked on. I did a lot of, really initially, the very first thing that I worked on was a lot of the clutter assets. So basically anything that you see inside of an interior or on a table or in a house, chances are I made that. I think, honestly, I was looking at screenshots a lot of what was in the game, object-wise, prop-wise, things like cups and plates and chairs and benches, chests, lanterns, ropes, all that ephemera. I worked on most of that, honestly. Sure. I look at screenshots, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I made like 75% of that. And at that point, the fidelity of the graphics was honestly, I thought it's to an artistic advantage to not have the individual components be so complicated that you're spending weeks man-hour wise in constructing them. It wasn't a case where I could just crank the stuff out, but it was enough work and enough visual fidelity, but simple enough for polygonally speaking, like in terms of the geometry or the sizes of the textures, that I don't know, it was really rewarding. I really enjoyed making the variations on some things that were relatively simple, but you could put just enough love into it to,
Yeah, and I think that's, sorry, without kind of jumping ahead, that is one of the immersion level of Morrowind is you do have, kind of all the brown cups, blue cups and things like that. They've all got different, like, slight variations, and just like real life.
Exactly.
Everyone's going to have different cutlery, different, homeware.
Yeah, we thought a lot about, and we certainly had the intention to. Whether or not it came across, I don't know, but we always hope so. But we definitely thought a lot about what the people in the world, what their lives were like, and how to visually convey and express that onto the screen. And I don't want to skip too far ahead because there's definitely some crunch mode stories there with regards to the sheer amount of stuff that we had in the game. And really, prop-wise, clutter-wise, that really was a huge, the Ultima games were really a huge influence there, specifically for me. And I know Todd's a big fan as well. I don't want to speak for him too much. But that was a huge influence for me because it gave, and I can't think of many other games, if not any other, that really did it to that degree, but it really lent this tangible, tactile quality to the world. It really felt grounded and like there were people that lived in this world, and the world was not there just for you. It really it was for the player, but you had this sense that you could close your eyes, turn off your computer, or look away from the screen, and the world would continue on without your engagement in it. Technically, again, none of that's true, but it had that illusion. It was so cool. That, to me, that was something that was so captivating, that kind of simulative quality to world building. That really, really inspired me. And I got that sense from Daggerfall, even just from, the ways it was trying to convey that with the cycling time of day, the background, sky horizon art, and the music that changed with regard to weather and time of day as well. Just those kind of world presentation simulating details. Like, I love that stuff. And that really captivated me, drew me in, and I really worked hard to try and express that through the graphics coming online for Morrowind, and then certainly into the later games too. And really the props were the first entry point into that. And lighting comes to mind. I remember, so this would be early 2000, the year early 2000. So around that time, 3D hardware acceleration, 3D accelerated graphics were really just coming online, and actually Quake was still software, I think, Quake 1. I'm trying to think of what the first major hardware transform and lighting, colorized lights, all that stuff was kind of brand new. And we had kind of a rudimentary lighting system in Morrowind. I think it was the NetImmerse engine. And I remember there was problems with, you'd put a light source and everything's chopped up into what we call Lego-like pieces to build props and to build especially interior spaces, like the inside of houses. They would be in these sectional pieces that would snap together, and you'd kind of arrange things in a grid-like fashion, and then in a more analog fashion, then you'd place accessories or furniture or things like that in a more artistic, looser fashion. But I remember there was problems with, we had such coarse, simple geometry for how the assets were made that the lighting system was on a per vertex basis. So because there were not many vertices, the lighting would kind of be fussy. You'd place a light in the center of this really simple piece of geometry, and you'd want the whole thing to be lit. But really, you had to place the light close to the vertice, close to the edges or to the corners to get it to light. So it was this kind of uneven, sometimes manipulation behind the scenes where you couldn't always place lights where you want. Lighting was so critical because you have to be able to see. It's frustrating for the player when it's all these earth tones. It's brown.
Yeah, it's very brown.
Stone, wood, dirt. It's hardcore gritty stuff, which I love, and I think there's probably opinions probably vary on that, to how much people love that. I think at a certain point, it's quite understandable, to be frustrated and I just want color, saturation and color. We're like, no, we've got to make it, like Braveheart or Conan, films and things that we were inspired by at the time, like really dirty, nitty gritty, down to earth stuff. Anyway, and that's a tougher thing to pull off with reduced fidelity with color and lighting, but sometimes constraints are good. But anyway, I remember the lighting was a weird struggle that we had to spend a lot of just fussy manipulation of careful placement with lights. And I remember like hanging lanterns, and we would try and balance cool tones with warm tones. So we had these Dunmer paper lanterns that, they were easily tintable, so I could make blue lanterns and red lanterns and add some pop and hopefully some spice in there that, helped. Because we also, one of the reasons we had to do things like that was really, we had to do a lot with a little. It's a huge world. There were, I can't remember how many interior spaces there were, but
a lot.
I don't know if it was in the thousands, but yeah, like I'm thinking of the lists in the editor of like all these interior cells, and we would, and everything was built by hand, so we didn't do anything procedurally with Morrowind. That was an intentional design decision, I think, from the very beginning, because Daggerfall was almost completely procedural, because that game was ridiculously massive. Like the game world for Daggerfall is literally like the size of the United Kingdom, like in terms of square mileage, or square area, like quite literally. In fact, small detail, I remember specifically trying to traverse the entirety of Daggerfall's of length or width, I guess. And I recall very specifically, like, all right, I'm going to fast travel to the most westward location, and I'm going to literally hold the forward key down and run and see how long it takes me to get to reach the barrier at the other end towards the east. And I can't remember how long it took, but I literally did that. And it took a while. It definitely is a test of patience. But it was a fun freedom to play with at that time. And one of those things that made those games indelible, and that's why I wanted to work on Morrowind. One of my favorite memories of Morrowind, and it's a bit strange to qualify this because objectively it's not exactly the most pleasant conditions, but when we were working extremely late hours on the project, we would team up and we would comb over every interior cell in the game and give it a polish pass. And I think we did this at least twice for every location, maybe three. But basically, we would spend evenings, like the entire evening, into the wee hours of the morning, combing over every interior cell in the game, and down to things like rotating plates so that the reflection highlights would match up with light sources in the game. Like thinking that somebody might notice this subconsciously and pick up that something's wonky. I can't quite tell why this scene looks weird, but we were very invested in doing, again, as much as we possibly could polish-wise with the little time and resources that we had. And I'm proud of that because I remember the tangible quality difference prior to doing that, and how it really helped underscore one of the main goals for Morrowind was to have this handcrafted world, to have a huge world that's interactive and freely roamable by the player, but to also have it be hand-built, in stark contrast from Daggerfall.
And it's very, very grounded, like in reality almost as well, isn't it? Like you were saying earlier, you feel like you can look away and these people in this world will be carrying on with their lives,
Exactly.
And,
we didn't have NPC scheduling into the game at that point, but we wanted to, and I don't remember exactly why technically. I think it might have just been the amount of time just to polish the systems that we did have to have was so daunting and time consuming. It consumed so much time that we couldn't even get to that next step of what we would have to build upon. And I remember reading design documents for, which often was just a little blurb for what the inhabitant was of the particular interior that we were polishing. And so we would try and, come up with a visual way to tell the backstory of what this person's life was like. The easy examples are the NPC who's down on his luck and he's, an alcoholic or something like that. All right, he's got bottles everywhere. We would try to make these mise-en-scene, like storytelling visuals with the landscape art or with the environment art. And that was a part of these polish passes where we would literally go through a town at a time in the giant list of cells in the editor of each individual interior space. And like adding lights and tidying things up, again, not necessarily objectively in a neat way, but just in terms of a visual way of polish wise for the player. And I personally feel like that helped bring set a new bar for the quality of world building that we were striving for. I don't want to go as far to say for the team or the company or anything like that, but it certainly was a conscious choice to push for that and make that better. And we took it upon ourselves everyone did in their own way, especially. But that always stands out to me as this takeaway, this kind of key cornerstone takeaway memory from Morrowind is working with Matt Carafano on that, and we were really giving it our all. It was very much like a full-bodied example of doing a lot with a little, and to hear that reflected, or to hear the stories of other people playing that and noticing that over the years, that's hugely rewarding and humbling. Because I remember the nitty-gritty of it, and it was intense, but kind of fun. There was some fun aspects of it. And it was unique. It was that strange thing of like, we didn't realize, we knew something magical was happening and going on, but only in hindsight do you go like, whoa, okay, I had no idea it was going to lead to this. And watching it unfold years later, very special, very special.
Could you talk a little bit about the external assets you would have made then for like the Bitter Coast? Like, I mean, would you? It's obviously like a very swampy, marshy area. Yes. Like, would you have worked on any of those kind of assets?
Yeah, pretty much everything that you see exterior-wise for the Bitter Coast, I probably made. All the trees, the flora, the fauna. In fact, touching in on the design side of things, I would make natural ingredient assets, just as prop items for the Bitter Coast region. So like the shelf mushrooms that we would wedge into the sides of trees, or probably rocks as well, and some of the plants, really, like the ferns and the vegetation in that environment. And then later on, Ken would take those assets and give them lore names and ingredients, and the names and the properties for the ingredients that you'd find out of these items. So sometimes that was a list that pre-existed and it had a name, and it's like, okay, what kind of object would this name be? It sounds like it's a fungus or a mushroom. Or sometimes it was the inverse again, where I want to make this kind of primordial pod-like plant that glows on the end and looks like it's something blooming and opening, and you'd have it in the middle of an otherwise flat swamp, or a flat plain of mucky water. And that
it catches your eye, doesn't it? Like those, like you see the blue light from the distance, and you get drawn in.
And so it was back and forth both ways, whether or not we're trying to more intellectually derive what a concept or an asset is based off of an idea, or the other way where it's just intuitive visual creation, and then we make it work intellectually later. So that happened all throughout development in a fun way. So yeah, basically everything built externally for the Bitter Coast I worked on. So I think we would start with terrain textures. Like we would figure out what the ground quality on the height map, or the terrain, the actual ground that you walked on. We would probably start there and come up basically with the color palette and the quality of what the player's feet are going to be traveling on, really, and because that when you have that on screen, you've got this. When you're looking at the game, as you're developing it, you load into a scene and it's predominantly height map, the ground, and then the sky. So with those two elements, you've got a significant portion of something to look at on the screen to start going, okay, this works, that doesn't work. We have these other assets maybe that pre-existed. Let's put those in there, like a building or something like that, and see if it clashes, or if we need to adjust levels around what we had established as a good metric, a baseline, for future things coming online. So really we would start with terrain textures. And that was the case with the Bitter Coast, I'm pretty sure, where I would have made those first. And I don't remember how many there were, like probably only a handful, 4 or 5 or 6. And then I probably worked on making the larger prop items like trees, for example, fallen logs. But yeah, I think pretty much every asset that you might see in that region. I remember making the Spanish moss, the hanging
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
mossy things. They weren't Spanish moss, but that was the real world inspiration for that. And of course, in my mind, I keep thinking of the Dark Crystal. If you've seen that, that film, the Jim Henson production company film, that was hugely inspirational and certainly a personal touchstone for me growing up as a kid, and something we were trying to infuse into Morrowind as a whole, but certainly in my mind for the Bitter Coast region, I wanted that kind of fantastical, very almost not quite fairy tale, but very organically lush and foreign feeling environment. And of course, we were always butting heads with the technology, so there was never enough polygons, or we would put too much in the game, and then the programmers would get justifiably upset. Like, no, we can't physically render this, or this cell is causing the game to crash because there's literally too much in memory. It can't handle it. So we were forever paying attention to poly counts. There was feedback about that in the editor and on the screen with debug info for the game. So we were constantly butting our heads against that ceiling, which that's part of development. And at the end of the day, honestly, having some kind of guardrails around things I personally find that helpful. If you're riffing into infinity forever and ever, you just go mad and you never finish. So sometimes the bare bones constraints are a good thing, and Morrowind had plenty of those for sure. And what the interesting paradox is, we were so wide-eyed and eager to make the biggest, luscious world that we possibly could at the time. So it was this strange, contrast from the more primitive tech, just in terms of where the industry was at the time, the consoles, the PC hardware, what people could render on their machines, and the boundaries we were trying to push. And really, this was one of the first open world persistent games in a 3D environment that I can recall. I know there was others. I'm just saying, I think we were at the forefront of that, and therefore we were then, not in any externally official fashion, but we took it upon ourselves to figure out, well, how do you make a game like this? How does it get stored? How do you track it? How do you place an item on a table as the player in this town, and you go off and you quest somewhere else for a day or two, and then you in your save game you come back to that same interior and that cup is still there on the table, that sort of thing. Like, I don't recall many other, if any, other games really trying to tackle that stuff, for good reason, because it's tough. And even now, the most bleeding edge modern games are still experimenting with how to do that, and how to make that more commonplace in terms of how games are presented. So it was tough to do, and we were all excited about it. I certainly was. I really enjoyed working on the weather systems for Morrowind.
Let's talk about the weather systems then.
That was something as well that I had a big page taken from Daggerfall with the strides made there to immerse the player in that fashion. That went a long way for me to really helping me feel like I was involved in that world, or a part of that world. Was the snowstorms that would come through, the rain, things of that nature. So I was hugely jazzed to work on that and to bring that to the next level, or to, humbly said, to try and bring that to the next level. I know Todd was excited about it too. That, I think sky art was something that he was passionate about as well. So we definitely kind of connected there.
It works, it really adds. One of my favorite things to do in the game is literally wander around the Bitter Coast when it's pouring down with rain.
Yeah.
And it's just such a relaxing thing to do.
ASMR before we knew about ASMR.
Exactly. Exactly. So you know, and yeah, I mean, yeah, like so that like it's believable, isn't it? It's plausible that a swampy marshland kind of area would have that kind of weather. You know? So yeah,
If you get a chance to talk with Matt Picioccio, he and I worked together on that, and he was helming the programming systems and figuring out how the weathers were stored and tracked across the world, you know, on a regional scale. So we could go and say, the Bitter Coast, this is going to be coastal, swampy, and wet. So we're going to have a little bit more rain here in general, percentage-wise. That was all new stuff for Morrowind. Those systems got fleshed out further and further for each project. Not necessarily dramatically so. I think in hindsight, really Matt Picioccio, his work there really was pretty foundational for a lot of what we relied upon a good while into the future. Of course, we didn't know about that then. But yeah, I was really excited to work on that, and I felt that's something I was proud of. Even the Ashland region, those storms, the dust storms that come through, they were kind of crudely implemented, but honestly, it was the best we could do at the time. And I remember figuring out that we could attach particle emitters to the player. So basically, the storm that you experience, excuse me, in the Ashland is like this device that's rigged to your character. It's attached to your character's camera, essentially. So it follows you around. And I remember working hard to try and massage that. We couldn't get it to have some slack or some slew or lag to kind of react to you, whether or not you're spinning the camera around or running or things of that nature. But I remember working hard to make that soft and blend and feel as though it's just, a raw, dusty, ashy, harsh environment kicking up a bunch of debris in your face, and some nice touches from the animation side where the hand getting put up to shield the eyes, and picturing our love for films like Dune, the 1980s Lynch Dune. The new ones of course, weren't out yet, and they're amazing as well.
Your character slows down as well, doesn't he? You're running in into the ash storm. You move slower.
Yeah, I feel like we even tried stimulating a pushback, or I don't know if that was through the physics system at the time. Oh my God, that's bringing back memories. But we tried even like pushing the player around, I think, in relation to the wind strength. I don't know if we went and actually did that, but yeah, we were experimenting with that. And honestly, everyone had so much to do. In other words, we had a small team. We were doing a lot with a little, trying to take a relatively small set of items and populate an entire world with it. We had to do a lot with a little. So having the love from the animators there and them being able to even make a custom one-off animation, that was kind of a big deal, honestly, back then. It was nice. And just, I think, maybe Arena technically had the moons, Masser and Secunda in. I don't think Daggerfall did. I don't remember that in Daggerfall.
Yeah.
But being able to work on their first kind of, prominent iteration in the night skies for Morrowind, that was something I was proud to work on, and I felt like that came out pretty nicely. I have this image in mind of one of the the Ashland regions with the night sky there, and working in some like nebula like fantasy flourishes in the background. Really, none of this was very scientifically driven. We of course were doing our very best to adhere to whatever established lore there was. And honestly, if you get a chance to talk with Michael, he was the fountainhead for a lot of that stuff, from my understanding. I unfortunately never got to work with Michael. He was not there when I started, but Matt Carafano worked closely with Michael, and he always talked about how much he loved working with Michael, and I in turn loved working with Matt. So I felt like, even if it was through distant remote proxy, that I was picking up on that and then trying to carry it forward, really, that momentum and that passion. So really the more aesthetic, intuitively derived fantasy influences and the weird, mystical, otherworldly qualities that we were trying to infuse in the Morrowind. Certainly the weather and the atmosphere and the sky art, that was something that I was keen on both working. I was excited to see it, and yeah, it was fun. That's probably something I look back on, and that's one of the things that stands out to me most. That and spending hours and hours and hours in the software programs to build the world. I remember having dreams, like literally I would dream at night of like welding vertices together in a void of splines and lines. Yeah.
I just like any like closing statements from you then. Really? I mean, like the game's just over 20 years old now. It's still incredibly popular. How does it feel to have like worked on it? Like knowing that, all the work you did like 20 plus years ago is still, much beloved by people all over the world.
That's really special. And hearing how it connected with people and how even today it still is remembered and played. That's hugely rewarding and very, very humbling. And it's easy to say the words, it's difficult to convey how real the feelings are for that. Looking back, I'm trying to remember, I'm fairly certain we had a sense that we were doing something. I'm going to get myself into trouble here if I say that we were thinking we were doing something special. We weren't, but we were certainly striving to make something memorable and that players would love. We certainly hoped that it would come out well. And there were so many unknowns. It was such a rocky development. It was a turning point for the larger company as a whole. For Bethesda Softworks, they had existed since the mid 80s, maybe?
Yeah, it was about
or late 80s.
Yeah.
Probably picked up its stride in the 90s, maybe around the time when Todd probably it very initially joined Bethesda. And we sort of had this sense, even if it was unspoken, that it was a turning point for the company, and it was very much a kind of a do or die situation, really, in lots of ways. Like if Morrowind at one point was basically the project that was going to make or break the company, and we knew that. We did know that consciously at the time. Again, not necessarily so literally, or sometimes literally. Sometimes it was the writing was on the wall, and to try to compress this into a smaller story, it was intense. It was some harrowing moments, and it was a lot of hours. It was, in lots of ways, it was your prototypical crunch mode nightmare story of the days of yore, game development wise. And honestly, being a young person, some of that was in a twisted fashion enjoyable. You're there with your friends, you're there with people whom enjoy the same kind of music, film, games, books, stories. We were all kind of on the same page, even if we had, we certainly had our own personalities too. There was not a lot of ego that I recall. Everyone was pretty hardcore and focused and had a healthy sense of themselves. There was definitely pressure and emotion, and it's understandable working those kinds of hours doing weirdly toiling things, minutia of a fantasy world that doesn't exist, and then the real world pressure of budget and the company's bottom line, and real people's real world lives and jobs, families, figuring all that stuff out. So in other words, there was this sense that it was important just for those even superficial seeming reasons, and we were still trying our very hardest. So to have it come out, we didn't know exactly how it was going to be received right when it was released. And I think straight away there was really positive feedback about it. So there was a huge sense of relief just like within the first week of going gold, really, or whenever, we put it on shelves. And the slow unfolding of realizing that, a lot of people ended up playing this. Like, it was one of the first Xbox games, I think, of its kind.
Yeah.
I want to say. And I think that ended up being something that helped make it a touchstone for folks. And it certainly opened it up to a huge audience too, that probably we were not expecting. I think, across the board, I certainly wasn't. So it's this sense of like, yeah, we knew something strange was going on, but to have it affirmed later and seemingly continually over the years, that's so rewarding and so humbling. And it's a trip, really, because you're trying to make sense of it in a non-linear fashion, and I guess we can't. But it's like we were dialing into. We were trying to dial into what we hadn't created yet because we knew somehow that we might. Yeah, I was really blessed to be a part of that project. I feel like I was really blessed to come in at such a transitional time for Bethesda and to be a part of a lot of really cool projects. It felt like each subsequent project that I was a part of, at the very least, felt like the stakes were higher and the number of people involved was more so. And yeah, everything seemed to continually grow from there. At a certain point, it's almost overwhelming because I wanted to top, just personally speaking, and I'm pretty sure everyone did too, we wanted to top ourselves each time. And the pressure to do so was pretty ginormous. Yeah. And Morrowind really was the blueprint for a lot of that. And we were really trying to figure that out.
So, but not a lot of people know this. ZeniMax owned a studio out here in Washington State, in Olympia. And that's how, well, technically it was my second game job. The first one, the studio shut us down after about 6 weeks. So there was not really much of a honeymoon period there, but it was experience. And the studio was in Olympia, which is about an hour, 60 miles south of Seattle. Okay. And I think I got the job because I was the only person stupid enough to drive down there. Like, that's a long commute. But there wasn't any traffic. So I got brought on there, and we did IHRA drag racing and some other kind of racing games. Bethesda needed to streamline operations a little bit. So this was at 2000.
Yeah.
I think when everything was kind of blowing up. So the president of Bethesda came out and he's like to me and the producer, like, hey, we want to keep you. What do you think about, leaving town? And he offered me a transfer to Rockville, Maryland, right? And then the producer, sounds bad, I'd say he got sent to Russia. But Bethesda was working with a couple of publishing some studios over there, and so he wanted to go help them. So that's how I ended up working on Morrowind, which is kind of a roundabout way. But so it was an amazing opportunity because back then everything was sort of almost like guerrilla game development, right? There wasn't like this formal structure, kind of milestones and publishing input, right?
Everyone else I've interviewed has kind of said the same thing. I think you were doing a little bit of everything, and
we were all, a lot of us were doing a little bit of everything, especially on the art side. It was definitely a project of passion. We were making the game that we wanted to play, which the hours that we put in, it was insane. And the only way to do that is if we loved what we were doing and the people we were doing it with. So I was brought in, and Todd's like, well, you have an environment art background, but we kind of have all the areas assigned to people. You want to do effects? I said, sure. I don't know what to do. And so he kind of helped. He's like, figure it out. It wasn't a fancy setup like there is now, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It wasn't even remotely close to that. So I did the spell effects, and I think I did the fire and everything. And then what did I do? I guess I did some environment art. I think I made some rocks here and there. But the thing that everyone is gonna know that I made is that ship that you start at.
Oh, really? Yeah. Cool.
I did all the ships in the game.
Oh, cool.
So there you go.
So you did the ship. So when you start a new playthrough, your character starts on that boat.
I did all the boats.
Oh wow.
The long boats, the little leaf-shaped boats.
Yeah, sure.
Which are just the long boats with mesh moves, because we didn't have any polycount limits. I think Todd said if it looks like it has too many polys, it probably does, and that was like our guideline because it's a PC game. And then kind of ran out of that work, and Ken Rolston was the head of design then, Uncle Ken. And I was just bugging him. I'm like, Ken, I'm bored. I need something to do. And he's like, fine, just go make caves and but you have to do all of it yourself, right? So the side quests.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I put the caves together and make a little story and dialogue and light it and all the level design stuff. That was all new to me, right? I mean, it doesn't sound like much, but once your first game job and there's no, you just kind of figure it out.
Yeah, sure.
So I did, I don't know, dozens, hundreds, tons of those things, right? Because you could just knock them out. It didn't matter. Sure. It wasn't the main quest, so it was just all filler. So it was complete creative freedom.
Yeah, and I suppose as long as it kind of fit the vibe of the game.
Right. Because you get you're making these people and you're making almost like little dioramas for them and scenarios and backstory, sure. Journal pages, whatever, right? So that was incredible. I mean, you can't do that today.
Yeah,
right? You can't do that 2 years ago as a first job to have all that kind of experience.
Yeah, sure. And I suppose you would have been using the construction set then to make all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, nice. I think it's really cool. Just going back to the boats. Again, with that, was there any kind of creative restrictions, or is it really we just need a boat and however you decide to interpret that?
I mean, it had to fit, obviously, right?
Cool.
So I think it was just sort of a Nordic longboat general thing.
Yeah.
So I kind of tried to make it a little organic shape in there. And
yeah, sure. I think it must be quite a humbling, because the intro to Morrowind, when you start off in that boat, I think is quite a iconic and recognizable start.
Now it is, right? But then I was like, oh, okay, I'll build a boat. Sure, Todd, thanks. That's something to do.
Yeah, sure. Could you talk a little bit about did you liaise with many of the other artists that you worked with? I don't know who would have been in your department. I know we kind of said that everyone was a bit all over the place.
So we were a really small team. People don't realize that. I think we were between 30 and 35 people. And then we had an external QA team, but we did a lot of that thing on our own as well. So the art team was, I'm trying to picture where we sat.
There was Noah Berry.
There was Noah.
Yeah.
There was Hope. There was Matt. Christiana. Mark Bullock.
I got a call with Mark on the weekend.
Oh, you do? Oh, he's out in your. I think he's still in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, he's in Stockholm at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, TK is the animator. Maybe one or two more that I'm missing.
Yeah, sure.
That was all the artists, but we sat kind of in the same like rows, right? So,
Well,
like,
yeah.
Me, Hope, Noah, Christian, and Mark, TK, there's probably some more people, and I apologize, I freaking
It was a long time ago, so
yeah, and so we were just all right next to each other, and there was nothing else really going on. Like the office was kind of in the middle of nowhere. Like there wasn't, we couldn't just walk to a restaurant or anything.
Yeah, sure.
We had a little kitchen, and so we just kind of all hung out all the time. And we were there like 80 hours or more a week.
Yeah, especially when like the kind of crunch time was kicking.
Well, I mean, that was over a year.
Yeah.
That. It wasn't like crunch time. Like, oh, we're going to do this for 3 months. And
Yeah.
it was like, we have so much to do. We can't leave. Right. And, I mean, I probably missed every holiday. I worked. It was easier almost to work 7 days a week.
Sure.
Because I get up, I go to work. That's it, right? And if you want to go out, you go out with your coworkers.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Or we had, I don't know if I should say this. We had a pretty fully stocked bar in Mark's cubicle that we had our little happy hour. And we would just like take a break and have a drink and socialize, and then go back and work another like 4 or 5 hours. And then like some of those guys, like Matt and I think Noah probably, they would play D&D or something. We'd stop work at 10 o'clock, and then I'm tired of this. I can't do anymore. I'm going home. And then they would be playing games for another couple hours. Those are insane. But that's kind of like, that was the vibe, right? It was all in.
Yeah. Did you do any like playtesting yourself, like when you were kind of creating the game? Like some people I've spoken to, like tried to break the game as they were making it.
Yeah. We were continuously playing the game. Actually, the moment I realized we had something special is when I took a break from making the game, loaded up the game, loaded up my character, and went and like wandered around, and I like went up to the hilltop and watched the sunset, and like, I was hanging out in the game as a break from making the game, which is kind of insane. But yeah, I will never forgive Todd for assigning me the follow quest to the Argonian. That's like all the way down. Do you know that quest?
I think I know the one you're on about. Yeah, I mean the follow quests are notorious anyway.
They're terrible, but this one was like the entire length of the island, and that's all I did. He's like, just test this, and if you lose them or something breaks, you gotta start all over again.
Because they have a habit, don't they, of like making a beeline for the horizon, and just out of nowhere they just sprint, or they get stuck behind a rock, and yeah.
Bless his heart, that man. I've not forgiven him for that.
Sorry, go on.
No, I just was trailing off.
Yeah, I mean, do you have like any kind of favorite areas? I mean, one of my favorite things, like you mentioned, is just exploring the game, because it's such like a immersive world that you can just wander around in. And I can't remember who it was I did a call. Was it possibly Noah, who was talking about how they wanted the world to feel like, the people, the NPCs inhabiting it had real lives with real schedules. And obviously that's kind of developed as in the later games, Oblivion and Skyrim. But like, I mean, did you have kind of like any areas you enjoyed, or like any quests you really liked?
I mean, we just played so much of it
that
it's kind of, I haven't even gone back to play it at all, really. I probably should.
You should.
But sure, but that was a lot, and I wasn't even there at the beginning.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Gary Noone, of course, I forgot Gary.
Yeah.
Gary's been there since the beginning.
Yeah, Gary's still there, isn't he? Christiana's still there. Matt's still there.
I don't think did you get a hold of Gary at all?
No, like that again, because he's still at Bethesda. So I've emailed them, and I've basically said like I'm not asking them to share any secrets. I don't want to do anything that will like jeopardize their jobs or kind of harm Bethesda's like public image. I'm really just wanting them to say a few words about a game that's 25 years old. And they Bethesda kind of got back to me and said like, we don't really have a problem with it, but we're not sure we can make it happen. And I've kind of said, well, I'm happy to like wait if there's anything I can do. So it's kind of just in limbo at the moment. But I've actually got Matt Carafano's direct email, So I have sent him a message and kind of said, I'm trying to make this happen. If there's anything you can do, like if you're interested. So just got to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to get a hold of Gary in the last year.
Yeah.
Through LinkedIn, and he did actually reply. He's like, "Oh, I never check LinkedIn."
Oh.
Hey, how's it going?
But basically, I mean, kind of like how I contacted you. Everyone I've kind of just been trawling social media, LinkedIn mostly, but one or two people I kind of contacted via Facebook and they got back to me. I mean, that's how I found Mark Bullock. Mark Nelson, I found him on Twitter and things like that. So I'm kind of just, spreading my net as far as I can kind of thing, and whoever gets back to me. So like I said, I've done about 10 calls so far. I got Mark on the weekend. That's the last of my kind of current schedule. So I'm kind of just emailing more people that, I emailed them a week or two ago and haven't had a reply or whatever. So just got to wait and see,
Yeah, I mean, these people have been at the same company for 25 plus years. They're not going to be on LinkedIn, probably.
Exactly. Yeah. So, But I mean, I'm happy with what I've got so far. I kind of just figured, if the amount of people I've got already, it'd be a shame not to try and get, those extra few more. But
yeah. Well, you need some design, need the design. I like Mark Nelson.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mark was funny. I did Mark the other week. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah. He and I had a big disagreement, and I really hate that he's right about it. It's the Boots of Blinding Speed, where the guy falls from the sky.
Oh, the Ariel, the scroll that makes you jump.
Yeah. That's a really dumb idea. No one's gonna see it, and it's we went back and forth. And he's like, I don't care. I'm gonna put it in, and it was one of the most loved things.
I was just I think it's a rite of passage for every single new Morrowind player to see that guy fall, pick up those scrolls, jump, and have your character immediately die.
Yeah. Oh man, that broke so much though. I remember that now.
Yeah, I can imagine.
We just it was so the combinations were almost endless that we kind of just gave up on trying to keep people from doing exploits. You can't.
Yeah. I mean, the game is breakable, and I mean, one of the common things to do is spam alchemy, where you can just increase your own intelligence so much that you can just turn yourself into a demigod, kind of from the outset of the game, so.
But I think that's part of the charm and the reason behind the success is that it is infinitely breakable, or just the degree to which people can make it their own was really awesome. People would stack skulls, and they would go out and get spells so they could jump higher to make their skull stack bigger. That was really special. The fans on that. So we didn't officially do moderators on our forums. But some of us Gary and Mark and I would kind of hop in, and we had the chance to just kind of answer questions. And
Again, in these days, would it?
You can't do that. And just the amount of fan appreciation for what we did as a team, but also what we did hopping in to support the fans and using the construction set. It was really neat, and there were a couple people. I'm thinking one person in particular that was just having a really hard time in life, and they would come into the game and as a means to help with their coping strategy, for the depression or their trauma or whatever, and that just hit so hard. I was part of that to put that in the world. You can't really say that about a lot of games. Sure, you can you play Call of Duty and get all your anger out killing people, but is it the same? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very surface level kind of relief, isn't it? Whereas, that experience you're talking about is obviously so much deeper.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of things about that game that were just unique to that time.
Any closing statements on the game? I mean, it's still incredibly popular 25 years later.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, like I said, I knew we had something good, and NVIDIA helped us out with the water effects.
Yeah, sure.
And that was just spectacular, right? And it was also incredibly stressful. Like, I had literal nightmares where I woke myself up trying to scream and I was flailing my arms, because all the other studios, everything was going under, like 2000 early 2000s, right?
Yeah.
And ZeniMax had a couple other little webcomic companies or something, I forget, and they shuttered that. And we're just like, and the game was late.
Yeah.
So there's so insane amount of pressure. And to Todd's credit, I mean, he probably never had this situation before, right? Like, as leading a team that is under this amount of stress and pressure. And he did some things, like, he had us all in an offsite meeting across the parking lot at the hotel, and we were like, we get to work and we're like, we are all fired. Like, do we pack up our stuff and just leave, or do we go and see what Todd has to say? And he actually was there to recognize and acknowledge the pressure that we were under.
Yeah, sure.
That felt really good, right? At the time, it was like, well, you're not solving anything, but looking back, like, there was a subtle shift.
Yeah, sure.
In our headspace, and I am forever grateful that he tried something, and it did kind of work.
Yeah.
I'm really in awe that it's still we have still such a big fan base. And, now it's like way back on the second page of my resume, but when people actually figure it out, they're like, oh, I played that game in grade school.
Yeah. Again, I mean, geez, I would have been 11, I think, when Morrowind first came out. I'm 34 now, so long time ago. But yeah.
So my car is a 2000, and I still have it. It's a Celica.
Sure.
And at 30, I can apply for classic car plates. So I'm going for that.
Yeah.
That's like, my career is measured by my car. So, Morrowind car. That's how I measure time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess to start, technically for Morrowind, I don't know if I had an official job title. IMDb says that I was like the audio engineer, but I was the Bethesda Softworks had a parent company, ZeniMax Media, and I was hired in '99 to be a creative director for the design arm of ZeniMax, which was called Virtual, and we shared the same building. I made friends with a lot of the game developers that were there, like Steve Meister, Noah Berry, Matt Carafano, etc. We would just hang out all the time, and I got to meet like Todd, and we hung out quite a bit. Like we got on really well, and he knew that I wrote music, and so he asked if I was interested in helping be a part of the game, because I was at the time doing a lot of package design and web design stuff to support other games that Bethesda Softworks was publishing.
Yeah.
And so, he asked, hey, with your audio stuff, do you want to be involved with the game? And, I write a lot of weird experimental music, and I didn't think that it would match well with like, the fantasy vibe going on. So I thought I'd give like the sound effects a crack. And so, I mean, there was a mix for sound effects for it, where there was field recording, there was taking sound effects from CDs, and stuff like that. But at the time, I was also doing a lot of like helping with audio software development for a company out in Germany, and so I was really interested in like sound design in general. That was really helpful for the magic. At the time, when I started focusing more attention to work on Morrowind, I was sharing an office with Steve Meister, who was, I think at the time his title was like lead particle engineer or something. Like I apologize, Steve, if I screwed up your title. But I got to see a lot of the magic as he was kind of like working on it. And, so just like watching it as it was evolving kind of just gave me ideas about like what would be cool to do, like what kind of audio would match. So it was a mix of like synthesizers, real sound effects and things. It was just like I wanted the magic to feel the the sound to match the appropriate weight of like what the visuals were. You know, if there was a fireball and it hit something, I wanted it to like really pow hard. Or if it was like, you know, some of the other like alteration magic that it felt like very ethereal or something. But yeah, so I mean, technically the majority of work that I did was the sound effects. So that was literally creating and preparing all the sound effects, working with a lot of the different artists and programmers to make sure that we were instantiating the effects to happen at the appropriate time, that, you know, just things matched overall. I also did like the preparation for like the music. I also did like, you know, the interface sounds and things like that. But because I had a lot of experience doing graphic design and visual design, I also helped out a little bit with the interface components. I helped design the manual along with Mike, and oversaw the website for Morrowind. Which, you know, I can still see it in my head, and I remember how proud I was, you know, working with folks on it then. But I'm also thinking now, it's like, wow, the web was totally different back then. But also the other large thing that I helped out with was I oversaw the cutscenes. So Shireen Al-Kaisi and Gake Wong were the artists who actually did a lot of the 3D work for the opening sequences. But, you know, I worked on editing them, doing effects, and, you know, things like that. So I was kind of like hodgepodge, like working on a few things, but the majority was the sound effects, I'd say.
Yeah, sure. Just dialing back a bit, had you heard of Morrowind? Like, had you heard of the Elder Scrolls before, I suppose?
No, I hadn't. So I've been a console gamer, like, for a lot of my life. You know, I had the Atari, the ColecoVision. I was like working my way through, you know, as they came about. At the time, I was like really into, I think the PS2 came out while we were in development for Morrowind. So I didn't even have a gaming PC. I was a Mac guy. Like, I was a musician and a visual artist. It's kind of like, you know, PCs were verboten for us back then. But no, I'd never really heard of the Elder Scrolls series before. But I really appreciated what it took to produce those games more than a lot of what I was doing with like advertising and web stuff at the time. So just seeing those folks just like really throw themselves like into like building these worlds. And at the time, you know, I didn't really understand how much of a touchstone moment for gaming Morrowind was going to be. I mean, you know, Grand Theft Auto 3, you know, came out like during development, and that was like open world, but nowhere near at the same scale as Morrowind. So as I was working with folks on it, it was just like I went from never really playing PC games to like playing one of the first really significant open world ones. And so like that was just like I knew I was a part of something special, even if it wasn't like my language.
Do you want to talk a little bit, like expand, I suppose, on the sound effects then? I mean, you kind of mentioned about the magic and working with like Steve Meister. What was the process, I suppose? You know, you said you wanted it to sound, that you wanted the sound to match the visual, and, you know, can you just talk about that experience a bit more, I suppose?
Sure. I don't know, like, because I was there and because I was given a PC, and we used to play like, you know, massive multiplayer like Battlefield matches and stuff, and, you know, I was getting exposed like pretty quickly to a lot of things. So I made it a point to really analyze the way a lot of these games were like implementing sound effects. And I think one of the first things that really jumped out at me was the repetition of everything. So it's like whenever characters would have footsteps, it'd always be like the same footstep sound, like no matter what surface you were on or whatever else. So I think one of the first things that really jumped out at me that felt like an opportunity to do something different was to just, you know, take like a field mic, you know, have a few different kinds of shoes and record like multiple footsteps on different types of like material. So, you know, pavement, gravel, grass, mud, you know, just record a bunch of those. And then I spent a lot of time working with a couple of the developers, and I apologize because I don't remember their names, but there were a couple of folks that I worked with that were doing things for like environment effects, and things that were usually more rooted in like the visuals or like behavior mechanics. And I thought, is it possible for us to set up like random triggers from like a pool of sounds, so that way, like if a character is walking on a certain material, can we tag that material to like trigger a specific pool of sound effects? So if I'm walking on like dirt, can we make sure that only the dirt sounds play? And then can we make it be such that I record like 3 or 4 footsteps, and can we do it so it randomly picks one of the 4? And can we do like a random pitch deviation of like, a semitone here or there? So that way it didn't always just sound like,
it wasn't just the same.
Yeah, exactly. So it like felt different. So that actually was the thing that was really exciting about that was, on top of, just messing around and, playing with sounds and occasionally grabbing like Todd and say, hey, like I've got some effects for like these types of things. Like, what do you think about them? He was usually like, I would not say in the slightest that he didn't care, but what I really appreciate about working with Todd is that he knew if things were in the territory of what matched what he was looking for, but he really trusts like the subject matter experts. So it's like most of the time that I shared things with him, there's only a couple of times he ever asked for revisions like on things. So it was kind of cool just to show him, because like I could see how that inspired him like on other things. But I think the thing that really was really exciting for me was I noticed as we were going around, we had music playing, we had sound effects of footsteps, we had sound effects of creatures, we had those things, but I realized that something was missing. And at the time, sound effects for environments were usually tagged to specific objects. I remember playing like the Half-Life game, and it's like there were sounds that were supposed to be environmental of like the whole like environment that you were in, but it was like tagged to like a crate. And so it's like you walk by, it's go, oh cool, I can hear the hallway louder by this crate, but farther away it was quieter. And so I had an idea where I spoke with the developer who was working on the like lighting environment effects. You go from one region to another. Sometimes the sky's purplish, sometimes it's like yellowish, things like that. And I was wondering, can we just make audio play based off of those regions, like irrespective of like where it is you're located within that region? And so I ended up just doing like a test batch, like in the first couple of starting areas, where I had like some like beach sounds, and we had like some like small like village sort of like sounds and things like that, and just make it such that it would randomly like trigger those. And they were long, they were like about like 30-45 seconds, but at a really low bit rate, so we could make it fit. And what was really cool is I didn't tell anybody. It's like just that one developer and I were working on it, and then as soon as we dropped it in, and on Fridays, a lot of times we would just do like everybody kind of stop what we were doing and do like some testing and, kind of play as you would, but, record everything you see.
Yeah.
There were a batch of people that after that session were kind of like, something feels different about the game. I don't know what it is, but it's like, I felt more like I was there. And so like, we basically got the green light to like embed these environmental sounds, like, throughout like the whole place. And that to me was like probably the thing that I was proudest of working, because it was like an opportunity to like take things to the next level. Like, like I said earlier, it's like this is the first game that really felt immersive. Like I'm exploring this world. I have freedom to do a lot of things. And just a lot of times people don't notice audio until it's missing. If there's not music playing or, or whatever else, like people feel like something's missing. So that to me was probably the biggest thing.
And I suppose the way Morrowind is loaded in kind of cells, that really lends itself to that kind of the game engine, like kind of
we didn't have to worry about transitions where it's like, oh, if I'm halfway between like this area and that area, like would it make a difference? It's kind of like nope, no problem at all. So that was really fun. Of course we were able to repeat a lot of the sound effects, like if you're in a dungeon or if you're in a house or you're in a town or something like that. So I did have a limit on how much I was able to load the CD-ROMs with audio files.
Could we talk creatures? Well, the sound effects for creatures. I have had a few people ask me to ask you about cliff racers, if you have anything to say on them and the kind of sound design on those. There you go.
Okay, yeah, that was like a parakeet sound.
Oh wow, yeah, sure.
That was just a parakeet, and I like just kind of like messed around like on the pitch with it. I had like a lot of really good experimental audio software at the time, and so, you know, as I would see some of the creatures, and I would just like, you know, look at, you know, at some of the work that like Christiana Meister or others were doing, you know, with the creatures, you know, it was cool just to see them in their 3D applications. Like, here's the walk cycle and here's the attack cycle, so I could kind of see like the heft and like behavior of them. And so a lot of it was just like, you know, this is a fantasy world, but let's just take, in order to have some sense of familiarity with the creatures and have like the appropriate like fear or lack of fear or whatever else, like what kind of real world analog animals, you know, are there that sort of like match what I feel like, you know, goes along with it. So it was more a matter of like taking animals that exist, using some of the synthesizers that I had at the time. Like there was like a Yamaha AN1X that I was using quite a bit. I also had like an Access Virus B. Oh yeah, and I had a Waldorf Microwave XP that was like a wavetable synthesizer. And so just, you know, being able to give myself this huge library of sounds that like either match like what does the animal feel like, or what is a sound that matches, you know, sort of like the attitude. You know, like drum and bass is aggressive music, so they use like really abrasive like synthesizer sounds, you know, things like that. It's like, what's something that ephemerally associates with, you know, with what the attitude of those creatures are. So, and then it was just like, you know, taking those things together and just blending them, layering them. There were some sound effects that I worked on that really tested the limits of how many layers I could apply of the sound in my sound editing software at the time, because this was like even before like OS X. I think I was like on Mac OS 9 or something like that. I got a lot of error files, and actually, oh my gosh, I cannot remember what magic sound it was, but the way that I would do the audio is I would put it in the computer, run it through the mixer with all my audio software, but then I would record everything onto a DAT recorder. And, you know, so that way in case, you know, something happened, I would still have the audio file, because Macs were prone to crash a lot. And so like there was one magic sound effect. It was one of the alteration sounds. I can't remember which one it was, but I had everything playing, and when the Mac crashed, it kind of did this like weird, almost like CD skip, like repetition thing. And I was like, that actually sounds cool. And so I used that like in like the actual sound effect itself. So I was glad I was recording. Otherwise, some of the sound effects wouldn't have actually made it into the game.
It's
but I also,
I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just to say, like, it's fascinating, like that random chance of a Mac crashing is, you know, kind of made it into the game.
Yep. We also had, you know, there were a few other, like, I like to have fun at work. I used to try to be, like, pretty silly with a lot of the things. Like, for a while, when we get to certain builds where it's like, we didn't have to have final assets, but we had to have placeholder assets. I can't remember what the situation was, but we were still waiting to get the voiceover files for the male dark elf race. And so, but we needed to have assets in there. And at the time, I was a huge fan of Aqua Teen Hunger Force and a cartoon show on Adult Swim. And I recorded all of the dark elf lines as the character Meatwad from that show. And so, you know, when we ended up doing like a test build, you know, it was kind of funny walking by people's computers and, you know, having a, what are you doing in the magic you know, stuff. So that stuff was really great. And I also, you know, sometimes when we started getting into like beta level builds, we wanted the splash screen for the game as it was loading to like be obvious, like which build am I working with? So I started just messing around and doing different splash screen builds. There was one where it's like I did the Morrowind logo as graffiti, and there was like a screenshot. We had these like wire bendy people. There was like some party, and I like did a photo of them like breakdancing, and then like had like some break loops in the background for the load screen. And I think the other thing was the final zone of the game, right before you get to the final boss, and you're kind of like going up this mountain, and it's dark and cloudy and crumbly and stuff. I put in as one of the random environmental sound effects, like this like highly reverberated goat yelling in the background. And so, of course, since every other animal sound effect was triggered by a real animal in the game, I remember there being like some like what is it, like conspiracy theories about Morrowind. There was like conspiracy theories about like I can't remember what the final zone was.
The Red Mountain.
That's right. Yep. So it's like there were conspiracies about the Red Mountain goat, and then like people saying whether or not they've spotted the goat. And I'm, knowing the whole time it's kind of like, yeah, you're a liar. There's no that's the loop sound. So yeah, even though that was a while ago, I would say that working on Morrowind is probably the best like professional experience that I've ever had. I mean, my career has grown quite a bit since then, but just the making friends with like Todd and Pete Hines and Vlaco and Steve and Christiana and Noah and Scott Everett, Frankie, and like all the folks that were there. It was just a wonderful experience, and it was one that I tried to share with folks as well. So I think the other thing that was like really fun for me, I think the only disappointment I have is that around April Fools of that year, I really wanted Bethesda Softworks to do like an April Fools web post or something. Sure. And so I went through, and because I had, of course, access to the editor for the game, I went in and changed the camera to be this isometric view, and I started taking a bunch of screenshots. I brought the stuff into Photoshop, and I started doing posterization of the colors and stuff like that, and then like highly pixelating it. And I did a I did an April Fool's post that we were going to release Morrowind Advanced. And I wrote down like these fake interviews with Todd saying it's like, oh, I have to travel a lot, and I wish that I could play this game with me on the go. Yeah. And so I did like fake quotes from some of the folks, and I made these different screenshots, and we were going to post it, but it wasn't Todd, but there was someone that it's kind of like, we can't do that because people think that it's like totally real, and it's like we can't do that sort of thing now. And it's like, dude, now how many companies like do these April Fool's pranks about games that they're producing? And it's like, we could have been the first. We could have been the first. I still have the fake page. I still have the assets. I can give them to you if you could.
Yeah, please do.
I'll dig it up. It shouldn't be hard to find. But I still have that. That's my only disappointment. But like for real, just it was just a really cool place. We knew that we were working on something really special. And then we were all just like really good friends. Like, a lot of places that I've worked before, it's like as soon as we were done working, I'd be like, see ya. And like, we just go off and do our thing. But like, seriously, at least twice a week, and definitely like most Fridays, like a huge cohort of us would like go out and go have dinner. And like, we'd go see movies, or we'd come over to my place. Like I got a Dreamcast from Japan about like 6 months or whatever before they came out in the US. So everybody come over and we play Soul Calibur. And it was just like, it really didn't feel like working in other companies. It really felt like that you were hanging out with your friends and busting your ass to like produce something like really special. The hours were long, but like the food was good. Like Kenny was the chef. And just made that blackened salmon pasta or blackened chicken pasta. Like it was just a wonderful experience the whole way through. I miss it a lot, but I do like the money I get not working in the video game industry anymore. So I don't know if I'd go back. One thing that was kind of interesting for me is, we released the game, I think it was like April. And then shortly thereafter, we were working on the expansion content for all the dwarven steampunk kind of stuff. That was really fun doing the sound effects, for that. But one of the things that's I guess weird is that right in October of that year, I left the company and I moved out to Japan. And I was there for about 12 and a half years. And, you know, Western style RPGs don't really land well like in the Asian market like so much. And so, you know, occasionally I would see, you know, like Morrowind on the shelves, but like people didn't really buy Xboxes. There wasn't a lot of PC gaming and stuff. So I never really like saw it. But if I did, I was like, oh, cool, I worked on that game. But what was crazy is when I came back to the US in like late 2014, you know, video game market had matured quite a bit. And shortly after coming back to the US, I got a job at Amazon and AWS. And when I was walking on the floor with my team, a lot of people would bring maps in and they would frame them and hang these maps up. And I saw this one map and it was the map of Morrowind.
Yeah, sure.
And I was like, what? Like that. And so I asked, I was like, hey, like, whose map is this? And one of the guys that I work with said, oh, that's my map. And I was like, oh, yeah. And he goes, oh, yeah, I love Morrowind. That's like my favorite game of all time. And I was like, oh, I worked on that. And he's like, what? And so, you know, we started talking. But what was really fascinating for me is because I had left, when I came back, I realized like how much of like an important game that was for a lot of people. Like I missed sort of like the impact and the influence that it had on things. Because, you know, I'm sitting there playing like, you know, God of War and Choo Choo Rocket and, you know, a bunch of Japanese games when I go overseas, and I come back and it's just like, it's crazy how like much, like literally just this week, I was on a work trip and I had to take an Uber from Richmond to DC. And when I was there, you know, we're talking, it's a 2-hour drive in the middle of the night. And we're talking about hobbies and stuff. And this guy's like, oh, I'm like a big PC gamer and stuff like that. Oh, I really like RPGs. And I was like, oh, like, you know, what do you love? He goes, oh, I love the Elder Scrolls game. My favorite game of all time is Morrowind. And I was like, well, so it's just crazy. Like it comes up like it's really fascinating. And, you know, I see the folks that people are, the thing that folks are doing with the Unreal Engine and, you know, all these other things. It's like people are always craving more Morrowind. And that's just like, it makes me feel like really lucky to have been able to like just be like a small part of like this bigger thing that like it like not only influenced a lot of gamers, but it's been something that I hear a lot of other game developers, especially folks who like work on open world games, are like, oh, I grew up playing Morrowind and it's what made me want to do like game development. It's like, I feel really lucky and privileged to like have been part of something that has meant a lot to so many people that I didn't know about for like a really long period of time. So that was pretty funny for me.
Yeah, so my name's Matt Picioccio. I was a programmer on Morrowind and then Oblivion for Bethesda Softworks. I worked there from I think May of 2001, right out of college, to October of 2004, when I left to go across the country to work for Microsoft. I got into programming fairly young. I was using Apple II computers at school, right, in elementary school. And we got our own Apple II computer when I was a kid and programmed a lot on that. Did some programming classes in high school for the time. Were pretty, which is a little bit unusual, and then went into computer science in the early beginning of the .com boom. But it had already long been a passion for me. The interesting part about me joining Bethesda Softworks was that, you know, at the time the industry was smaller, and you know, I think there was a lot of people who would be interested in joining a video game company, but it was kind of, you know, how do you ever get one of those jobs? How do you ever join it? Do you start as a tester or something, or do you have to know somebody, or how does it work? Well, you know, I went to the University of Maryland at College Park, grade school, and that happens to be within about 15 miles or so of where Bethesda is located. And they just came to the campus career center, the beginning of my senior year, September of 2000. Like, they're next to like IBM or whatever else was like Bethesda Softworks. And I'm like, what? And went in, had an interview with Todd Howard on campus at the Career Center. It was a fun conversation. A memorable question I remember him asking me was, do you ever cut classes to play video games? And I said, I'm not quite sure how to answer that, but yes. I think at the time it was probably Deus Ex and Planescape Torment or something.
Sure.
But it was, yeah, they hired me, had an on-site interview then in October, I think on my birthday, my 21st birthday, and then joined when I graduated 8 months later in May, 7 months later. And when I graduated, I was the last person hired for Morrowind, I think, or just about. I was hired as a programmer. There was about 10 programmers on the project at different points in time. Some folks had just left before I got there. We were at the time, they were hoping to ship the game as a launch title. So they were kind of entering into kind of crunch mode to ship the game in, September, going gold in September and shipping in November. That was probably never really realistic and turned out not to be the case. So that kind of turned into a year of crunch for the first year of my career. But, I was 21, 22 years old and had a lot of energy and didn't really know any better. And it was a great working environment. Everyone there was very passionate about not just video games, but specifically Elder Scrolls games. So it was a really cool place to work.
Had you played any of the like Battlespire already, or any of the other?
Oh yes. No, I had played. So we didn't have a lot of money as a kid, so I didn't get a PC until middle of high school. I was dragging that Apple II long after it had been expired. So when we got, the way my parents told us that they had like saved up the money and we were going to get a PC was they put in my stocking at Christmas a issue of Computer Gaming World, right, which I normally didn't get because we didn't have a modern computer. And the cover, that was the December 93 issue. I think December 93 could have been, I think it was December 93 that had the arena box cover art on the front of it. And I think it was a review or preview of Arena in that issue. And no, that was my, I played Arena when it came out. I don't think didn't play very much Daggerfall. I kind of gave them a little bit of crap when I joined later because I was one of the many people for whom Daggerfall didn't work terribly well. At the time when it came out, it was sort of infamously buggy. The Battlespire I enjoyed a bit. I think I found it very hard. I played that some in college. But no, I was very excited about Morrowind, and it was interesting, kind of, because I had even been on. I wasn't super active on the forums. There was very, very, very active, like primary Bethesda forums at the time that had a very big community around it, and I was in there a bit, and then coming from that into actually seeing what they were working on and kind of where it was at and the decisions they were making was very cool.
Yeah.
Responsibilities as a programmer, obviously, I was the newest person in, the last person in, so I got to kind of work on whatever needed working on, and that sort of set up a template for a lot of my career, just sort of working on in any given area that I need to work in. So made a bunch of general changes. I think one of the first, I would say, major systems that I picked up was writing the weather system and then kind of re-implementing all the sky stuff. And I've got a lot of really fun stories. I know you talked to Noah Berry. He and I worked very closely together for months and months on that, tweaking things and what have you. It was very collaborative. It was great.
Let's talk about that then now. Noah was full of nothing but praise for you, and making it work.
Noah's an amazing artist, and he was a good friend when we were working there, and I was working there. I hope he's doing okay. I haven't had a chance to talk to him in a long time. But he's let me talk about that. So I think it would be good to understand this was a kind of a bridging time in the game industry in terms of how the size of teams and the way things worked. Back in the old days, you would have very small teams that were highly collaborative and cross-functional, right? Artists and designers and engineers were all kind of involved in what each other were doing a lot. Nowadays, for the most part, outside of very small indie developers, it's all much more highly regimented in terms of roles and delivering tools and engines and functionality to designers and artists from engineering. And designers have their thing, and artists have their thing, and artists are generating content, designers are making the game, etc.
It's a lot more like isolated.
So we were starting to get a little bit of that, but this was still very collaborative. So the way Morrowind was made, and largely Oblivion as well, was Todd Howard was very much like the central focused brain behind the game, right? Like, I think there was a joke at the people were making fun of American McGee's Alice at the time as kind of being a bit goofy to have, the creative director's name, because they were a name from id behind the game. This really could have been called Todd Howard's Morrowind, right? Like, it was very much, I mean, we were all invested deeply in the game, but he had, it was a lot of his vision. And the world, the look of the world, but also the way the world played and felt gameplay was largely Todd and the engineers. And the way the world looked and worked together was Todd and the artists and the engineers supporting that. And all the story and NPCs and quests and dialogue was, and the through line of the game was Todd and the designers, and led by Ken Rolston, who I think you also spoke to. Ken's an awesome guy. I haven't spoken to him in many years either. So with, in the case of The Sky and the Weather, this was, nowadays you would have a bunch of kind of generic tools you would provide in an engine, and an artist would go use it, and if they needed a feature, they would come ask for it. In this case, it was much more highly collaborative, right? In that, I think maybe already had, or very initially had, the basics of how it worked. Do you want to get into like the details of like how things actually worked in the game, or just the stories and stuff?
Yeah.
So, I don't know how deep you want to go on tech stuff. Back then, it was I should say simpler or more regimented way of rendering graphics in games, and it was a fairly straightforward way of doing things. And we weren't hyper optimizing everything, but we still were optimizing a lot of things. Had to be very careful about what we did.
Yeah.
So the way that The Sky and the Weather in that game worked was the first thing you do whenever you draw a frame of the game is you clear the background. So you clear it to blue if it's a bright, nice, sunny day, or black if it's night. Then you draw what are actually really tiny little hats, right where the camera is, right? That are the clouds or the stars or what have you, and then the moons or the sun or what have you, right? And those would just get drawn first, and they wouldn't influence the depth rendering of the game, and then everything else in the game gets thrown on top of them. And the effect to the player is that it's behind everything in the world, right? Yeah. So the design of the game had a bunch of weather systems. There was originally actually a whole system for that game where the blight like moved around the world and stuff.
Yeah, I've heard this. Yeah.
There was a big, I don't know if you heard about the crazy complicated spreadsheet that actually animated it all. But it was they radically simplified a lot of that. It was still driven by some gameplay triggers, but we essentially had a whole bunch of weather systems and times of day. And then Noah and I would get in there and say, okay, for each of these weathers at each of these times of day, what's the color of the background? What's the color of the clouds? What's the color of the sky? We would tint everything. What texture should we use? We'd have two clouds that would crossfade, and so on. How fast is the texture scrolling across those things to make it look like the clouds are moving or it's windier, and so on. And we tie sound effects to that too. So the way that ended up going, though, was Noah was such an amazing perfectionist about colors, right? He's the guy who would sit there with a color picker, an RGB color picker, 0 to 255, and like finesse the individual digits between the individual colors. And so I gave him then all of those tools to do it. If you open up the INI file from Morrowind, I think most of that INI file is colors and configuration for the skies and the weather, right? That way, because there was also an editor, but it was basically running the game. So there was a big loop there to work with it. We put all of those configuration settings in the ini file so that Noah could just sit there and just iterate on it constantly. And we would sit there and figure out, like, okay, if you're going between ash storms and a sunny day, and it happens to trigger right around sunrise, you get these really strange colors as it transitions through, right? And we'd figure all that out. Or, you know, Noah would try to figure out how to eliminate color banding, right? Which was a lack of color precision, right? For older graphics at the time, right? And we would finesse exactly how long each transition would take and have all that vary. And I've worked with a lot of very data-oriented people, a lot of them like systems designers.
Yeah,
Data was a highly data-oriented artist, right? And you know, I had a great time with that. But then we also had a lot of great like creative inspiration moments too. You know, I basically figured out how to do the rain, right, and make the rain run efficiently, which was fun.
I gotta say, the rain in that game is one of my favorite like rains in a gaming system of all time. So
thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And it was really cool. Like when the game came out, people would take all these pictures just of like the sky and the rain and the weather and stuff.
I still do. So you know,
thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot. So let's see. The way that the rain worked was this was again. Nowadays you'd have Unity or Unreal and plugins and things and a big complicated engines. Back then, the Netimerse engine was basically like platform integration and some object management, and a little bit of rendering stuff, but you basically implemented everything yourself. So, you know, basically wrote our own particle systems, and we had a particle system that was running for the rain. And we would play a lot with like, you know, can you see the rain daggers? Because they're actually really long pieces of rain that are falling through, and how are they clumped, and how does that look right? And Noah did amazing work with that. And the way I did that was, you know, you'd have them all fall, right? Well, you know, if they're just attached to you, because it's only raining around you, right? Because you can't fill the whole world with rain, right? You just rain right around you. I'll come back to that in a minute. It's raining right around you. So nominally, it's raining around you, you walk forward, all the rain comes with you. So as you're walking forward, the rain is just kind of coming down. Well, I didn't want to do that. That looked horrible. So the rain is actually falling in place. And once it's the emitter is attached to you, but the rain itself is not. So the problem is then, okay, you start going really fast, which, you know, even in the normal game, much less speed running, you can get going pretty fast in that game, right? So you'd start outrunning the rain, right? Because the rain is falling and it's like falling behind you.
Yeah.
So what I did, and I was like, I don't know, 22, 23 years old and very proud of myself and my cleverness, was as soon as the rain got far enough away from you, like laterally, I brought it across to in front of you, right? Sure. So if the rain went behind you, right, it actually became the rain in front of you, right, as it's falling, right? Yeah. So that way you cannot outrun the rain. So right? It's like no matter where you go, the rain, if you're going really fast, the rain's coming down. It's actually like cycling in around you as you're going through. The way we made it look like it was raining everywhere was all the little splashes on the ground, right? And those splashes on the water, right? Which I was a little sad to see they weren't able to keep. NVIDIA wrote the mercury-looking water, the very, very early shader water for Morrowind. But it was a cool effect. It was neat to have their support. But our water, I thought, was pretty nice and fun. But we had a little splishes and splashes on the water. But there's a couple of, so the trick for that though, as mentioned before, games had to be very carefully optimized at the time. And one of the most expensive things you could do was what was called a pick, right? Or it's still called a pick, is, you know, from a particular position, run a ray through the world and see if it collides with it. Nowadays, you have much more robust collision systems and so on that make this very efficient. Back then, I mean, we did too, but it was ours, right? Like we had to implement all of that, and it was pretty complicated and relatively expensive. So I had to be very careful how many picks we would ever do in a frame. So one of the things I had to advocate for a lot, and we had to carefully play with, was having a pick above the camera above the player straight up, so that I could turn off the rain when you went under something, right?
Okay, sure.
Especially because I felt like, well, okay, fine, you're going to go into the eave of the building and nobody's going to notice, right? You're going to go into a building, it's a different zone. But then they went and made all those cantons in Vivek where you have all these tunnels running through it, right? And if it's raining in there, it just feels awful, right? So we really need that. So managed to show it both ways, and the performance was okay. The other pick we managed to get to advocate for was we had the sun in the sky and it looked fine, right? And there's actually two performance points. One was the pick, and another one was I wanted to draw, and did draw, just a very simple square, 2 polygons across the whole screen, all the time. And well, I think I disabled it sometimes, but if the sun was out, right? If you were within a certain angle of the sun, right, it would brighten it, right? And the way that I had set the rendering settings of it, it would make it look like the sun bloomed as you looked at the sun, right? It was just a transparent square with some rendering settings that were basically washing things out of it, right? And so Noone and I played with that a bunch, and we really liked how it looked. But then I was able to advocate for getting a pick on that, so that if something got between you and the center of the sun, it would actually diminish that, right? Or even block it entirely. And that was a really cool, impactful effect. Probably one of the stories I like to tell people or tell my students when I was teaching at DigiPen was one of my favorite effects. You spend all these months working on bugs and features and so on. And then you do something that takes about 5 minutes, and it becomes one of your favorite things, right? As I mentioned, the color of the sky, right, was the color that we cleared the whole frame, right? So everything, it's not like nothing's behind the sky, right? Everything's drawn on top of the blackness or the blueness or what the grayness or whatever of the current sky. So we drew Master and Secunda, the big red moon, the big white moon, in the sky, right? And they're going through the sky, and they each have their motions, right? There was some talk at one point where, and I think actually from a previous game, where when the moons went through their phases, they were not actually drawing the whole background, so like you could see the stars through it. And I think Michael Kirkbride came up with some insane justification for why that would be true in this world. But no, I fixed it. I drew a black circle all the time, so that you even when they were in their different phases and which was just done by transparencies on the moon texture, you would still block out the stars, right? And we had to make sure that actually it was a pain in the butt to make sure those moons couldn't ever occlude the sun, because that would be a pain, right? But we did allow the moons to be up. Well, I'll come back to that. Actually, let me tell the story. Sorry, I'm doing a bad job of this.
No, rambling's encouraged. Go for it.
We have I tried something, right? The Master and Secunda are just, again, squares, right? A polygon with a texture, two polygons with a texture on it, 2 triangles with a texture on it, and it's just drawing the thing that's moving through the sky, right? It's attached to the camera, right? I tried tinting them, which is something you could do back then with vertex colors. I just tinted them the color of the clear color of the sky. And I allowed them to be visible until a certain time of the morning and starting a certain time in the evening, right? And suddenly you have an effect that is my favorite thing in the game, which is it looks like Master and Secunda are on the other side of the atmosphere. So when the sky is blue, Master and Secunda are like bluish, right? Because they're on the other side of the atmosphere. They're like, that's just tinting them the clear color, right? And that was something that I just came up with, what if I try this? And I tried it. I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I brought Noone over and we looked at it. It was great, right? And we're also very happy with it. And it was really neat, really neat effect that took just 5 minutes of doing a thing. But was a ton of fun.
It's crazy how like you say, just something that took 5 minutes has such an impact, you know?
We did making the, so I had this for example, it was a pain to make sure that the rain didn't pierce the surface of the water, because the water is one plane level in the whole game, right? And I didn't want you to be underwater and see little bits of like rain daggers sticking through the bottom of the water, right?
Yeah.
So I had to play with, when do I turn off the rain, because you can still be above the water and looking below it and have whatever. So I spent a while fixing that, right? Hours fixing that. But what I then tried right away and did in a second was, hey, what if I just change the audio stuff for the game just lets me mess with some things. So what if I just pitch shift everything when you're underwater, right? And suddenly everything sounds like you're underwater, right? And that was like 2 lines of code that came up and just like, hey, let's try this. And you don't really get a lot of that these days because you have such big complicated engines that are so robust and so powerful that you're really just kind of delivering requirements, and then folks are implementing stuff, and people are creating amazing games and amazing things. But there's just a little bit of that kind of organic nature can be difficult to find sometimes, especially in larger games.
Yeah, of course.
So that was a lot of rambling. Get me back on track. Where do you, there's a lot that I could talk about. I could talk about the magic system.
Yeah, let's talk about the magic system. Go for it.
Okay. So, well, let me actually say, in general, I touched a lot of systems and a lot of things. I started Sky and the Weather, but I was fixing bugs and working on stuff kind of across the game.
Sure.
And that continued for Oblivion. For example, one of the things, we had one engineer, Guy Carver, who owned getting the game engine working well on Xbox.
Sure.
I did basically everything else for Xbox, which was I wrote the launcher so that it would launch quick and made that whole thing work. Because when you start the game on Xbox, you're not starting Morrowind, you're starting a Morrowind launcher, and then it launches the game because it has to launch within a certain amount of time. So your initial menu and stuff in and like new game, whatever, is all that's a different application. And I also worked with a UI person we didn't have a UI designer, we had a UI engineer who was also the UI designer. As I worked with him and redesigned the UI for the Xbox, implemented the controllers for the Xbox, which was great. Like at the time, we had not a lot of examples for how first-person controls should feel on a controller. Sure. You had like Red Faction, which was a little bit awkward at the time, right? But then Grand Theft Auto 3 came out and the whole place started playing that. But before that, it was really Halo. Like basically, when the console actually came out and we didn't make launch, we had a console in Todd's office, an Xbox in Todd's office, as soon as the thing launched. And that's what I was working on. So I just sat there and just finessed forever with the controls and tried to make Morrowind feel, obviously the speed is all different, right? But the feel of how the controllers work feel as much like Halo as I could.
Yeah, sure.
So I did that kind of all kinds of stuff. When another engineer left, I took over the magic system, and the magic system had a big design doc. It was kind of half implemented. So a lot of the stuff, like how all of the effects would be built into a spell, worked, but a lot of the things about how they would actually be cast during gameplay and how all the effects would work were not yet implemented, right? And there was a lot of bugs, right? So I worked with some designer stuff, but mostly it was honestly working with artists again on getting all those effects working well, right? So you would, all the different kinds of swirls and effects and sound effects and so on, and making sure they looked right for both the player and on everything in the world, because anything could cast any spell at any time, right? So that also meant I basically ended up owning our particle engine for a while because, I was the one who needed to make it so that, I would go into my test level and I would just start testing extremes, right? We had testers, and they were wonderful testers, but they were largely doing things like running into walls and like making sure our quest didn't break, right? So like systems testing was largely us, the engineers. So I would go into a test level and I would take a bull netch, which was the big giant Portuguese man of war looking floating things, make it 200%, which is as big as you could make it. So it's the size of like a 6-story building, and make it cast spells so that I could see the spell effects going off of it, right? And make like the little tiny bugs or whatever, right? Be able to cast spells so I could see the spells go off on it, right? And work with our particle system artist, Hope, who was very talented and great, and get all of those working well and all the target effects working well, getting their targeting of hitting you working well. The AI stuff was pretty robust. There was a great example. I think I said this and gave this example in an article at the time of the AI for that, the magic, where I actually watched, there was one setup later in the game where two NPC factions are fighting each other in a dungeon. And I actually watched a dude put away his mace, take out his casting hands, paralyze the other NPC. This is an NPC doing this. Paralyze the NPC, put his hands away, take out the mace, whack on it. When the paralysis wore off, he put the mace away, took out his hands, paralyzed the guy again, and started whacking again. So there's all kinds of wonderful behavior that came out of kind of how the designers were able to configure all of that. My favorite story from doing that was, again, I'm setting up a whole bunch of tests. And there was a test level that was just kind of a hilly terrain, but it was blank terrain. Sure. And I put a little rat out there and I gave him a fireball and it cost nothing and he really wanted to use it, right? And just for fun, I made him levitate just because I wanted to try to break things and make it stuff work. So he's far away. So I load into the level, I walk out and I see this rat come up like a helicopter, right? Up off the ground, right? And then he starts firing fireballs at me, right? Literally at frame rate. Because the issue that I had just uncovered, like thousands of fireballs. And what I had uncovered was when something didn't have a cast animation, it would just instantly play it. So if the animators didn't give a rat a kind of cast animation, the motion he would just immediately cast and then be ready to cast again, right? So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make it so that fall back to the attack animation if they don't do it. So that if you put a spell on a rat, he'll go and then make a fireball, right? But then at least it doesn't go at frame rate. But yes, the idea, and I showed everyone at the time, of this rat like hovering up off the ground and then machine gunning fireballs at you was a ton of fun. But yeah, it was. There was a lot of long hours. Morrowind was a very, very long year. And then I got to work on the expansions a bit while we were also starting to work on Oblivion. We were all kind of in this basement of this office building, in these very dark cubicles in this very dark environment, which the artist preferred. And I think it was that winter we had I think we'd gone for a while because we were down there all the time, and they had a chef and stuff cooking in a cafeteria for us down there, right? Yeah, sure. Kenny, he was wonderful. He worked for a restaurant in the evening, but he worked for us for lunch. So you would go, I was getting there, working there 6-7 days a week. I would get there 7 o'clock in the morning and leave 10 o'clock at night, right? So I wouldn't see the day a lot for the winter, right? So finally, there was a point where we were actually outside. I think we had gone to like a nearby coffee shop in a building next door or something. And we'd all come back. We're standing outside the building. And Noah and I are standing there looking around. And I'm like, I'm outside, like in the actual outside. I'm like, these colors are all wrong, right? This whole world's too yellow, right? Because I'm just used to seeing the game, right? And the outdoor sunny colors in the game that Noah and I had been working on. And it was so, we were so crunching so hard that literally I didn't know what the sun looked like anymore. Thankfully the game industry's moved away from that kind of crunch for the most part. There's a lot of little dysfunction in the game industry, but it was an aspect of its time. But it was everyone there was super passionate about Elder Scrolls games, about the kind of games we were making, not just about video games in general, or not just about being an artist or designer, but specifically making great Elder Scrolls games. the they really tried to hire people who were not jerks, right? Like they made sure that people were would work well together and be respectful of each other, and it was it was a lot of fun. It was a very fun year and an amazing experience for a 21, 22-year-old.
Yeah, sure.
coming out of school.
Yeah, and just as a bit of a closing statement, then, I mean, the game is coming up 25 years old, and it's still incredibly right. Yeah, there you are.
I worked. So I taught at DigiPen for the first time in 2016, and I did the math, and I said, they want to hear stories about the game industry. It's a freshman in college that I'm teaching, and I'm like, okay, you're 18 now. That means you were born in 98 and you saw your dad play Morrowind, right? And I felt very old. Sure. And then I was teaching again later. I came back to DigiPen a second time in 2019. And I'm like, you weren't born when Morrowind came out. Yeah. And then I had that moment like at the end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where I just turned into a skeleton in dust and just fell apart. Because I felt incredibly old. But yes, it's coming up on, it's 12, next year it'll be a year from now, I'll be 25 years old.
Yeah, and the game is still incredibly popular. It's got a massive following, a massive modding scene. And I suppose, how does it feel to have contributed to that all those years ago,
I mean, it's weird because it wasn't like the capstone of anything, right? It was the start, right, of my career, right? And it was just an amazing experience to be a part of. There was, and it's something, I mean, there's always good parts and bad parts. And I learned so much from that experience and from the other people who were there. And I've always felt very fortunate to have worked on something at all, much less so early in my career, that I could be proud of and tell fun stories about and see how much people enjoy, right? And that, I knew from the time that I was a kid, I wanted to get into video games, right? And work on video games and entertain people through, programming, right? And being able to work on computers. And that obviously, cemented that and shaped that. My career has taken different twists and turns, but that was really an incredible experience. And I've always been very grateful for the appreciation that they showed. People were pretty doubtful about the game before the game came out, right? A lot of people were very angry. There were no ropes and initially no werewolves and so on. But the reception was wonderful. Seeing the reception on consoles, we really didn't know whether console gamers at the time would appreciate this kind of game, right? Mm-hmm. That was paced this way and worked this way. Kind of a big Western RPG on a console. And Xbox sold like gangbusters and people loved it. Yeah. And I mean, it saved the studio and because it had been some rough times for them. And it's amazing to me too to see how many of the people I worked with then are actually still at Bethesda. Yeah. And quite a few of them are still at Bethesda. So it speaks to kind of the very singular culture, that company, and their dedication to making a particular kind of game, which they're always trying to do to the best of technology, to the best of, whatever they can do at a particular point in time. They have a vision of making a world that you're living in for the Elder Scrolls. And it was a wonderful experience.
Well, I was the first graphics programmer hired for the game, or more accurately, so I was hired by Bethesda's founder, Christopher Weaver, to run an R&D division developing their new engine. So that was the first year or so of my employment there.
Sure.
Due to what?
Can you remember what year that would have been?
That would have been, I joined in 99.
Oh, okay, sure.
Mid 99, I think. And so after, like 9 months to a year, as I later found out, due to some a political firefight in the executive suite. The R&D division got shut down, and we were moved on to Morrowind, which was A, behind schedule, and B, it had become evident that it was the only thing in the company that was going to make any money. Because, this was the middle of the dot-com, actually this was right before the dot-com bust.
Sure, yeah.
And there was a chunk of the company that was very heavily invested in the web, in the dot-com stuff. And I took over doing graphics. They needed somebody to work on Collision, having had a lot of math education, it was a logical, I volunteered for that.
Sure.
And especially because a big chunk of the work there was developing some tools to visualize what the collision system was doing. Because, the bugs in a collision system were, especially a game like Morrowind, were along the lines of, you can walk through this wall. Why can you walk through this wall?
Sure.
Or, if you get stuck in this corner, why are you getting stuck in this corner?
Yeah. Was there anything in place before, like in terms of collision, like before you kind of took over that element, or was it kind of just?
There was a collision detection and resolution system, and this was in the years before packages like Havoc or Jolt.
Sure.
So it was done in house. That's all were back then. I was also in grad school at the time and had just completed a course on physics-based modeling.
Sure.
So I started working on graphics for Morrowind, on Collision, a bunch of tools for enhancements to the Elder Scrolls construction set, and some standalone tools just for stuff like just after I started, I got a call from our developer manager at NVIDIA saying, "Hey, are you gonna be at tomorrow's seminar?" And I said, "What seminar?" Got off the call and got on with my manager saying, "I need to be in Santa Clara, California by 9 a.m. tomorrow."
Because that'll be the other side of the country for you, then I would have imagined at that point.
Yeah. I mean, we were located in Rockville, Maryland, so that was covering the length of North America. And that seminar was the introduction of the GeForce.
Sure.
DirectX 8 had just been announced, and this was the first round of hardware supporting it. So the introduction of the shader, of hardware texturing and lighting. And so coming back from that, I also discovered on my desk a new PC, large silver tower, the original Xbox development kit.
Oh wow!
And so I was basically said, okay, your duties now are to get Morrowind running on the Xbox.
Yeah, Jesus.
We're meant to be a launch title, and we almost were.
Yeah.
And so Morrowind was using an engine from a company called Numerical Dynamics, called Metamers. It later switched. It was later renamed to Gamebryo.
Okay.
So you may have heard of that. But the Numerical Dynamics people, they delivered what they claimed was Xbox support. So I started digging into it. And nothing was working. Rapidly discovered that Xbox support was them taking their brand new DirectX 8 renderer, which was not even complete itself, and just doing a search and replace of DX8 with Xbox.
Yeah.
To which I was like, this is not Xbox support. So after a kind of a come to Jesus meeting with the NDL guys, basically saying, what you said was there isn't. It was agreed upon that we would develop, we would basically port the engine to the Xbox. I mean, we fundamentally had no choice. Because we obviously couldn't work on their schedule.
Broadly speaking, for people who might be unaware, I suppose, for
nuances in programming. Programming for PC and programming for Xbox is drastically different. Is that right?
Less right than you would be, especially back in 1999, when the competitors were the PlayStation 2 and the N64. Or was that GameCube? I think GameCube was 01.
Yeah.
But yeah, devs would be working on the GameCube back then. Xbox was, compared to the PlayStation 2, which had this non-uniform asymmetric architecture, with bespoke chips in it, and the GameCube, which was one of AMD's, well, basically AMD's first foray into hardware texturing and lighting hardware. Working on the Xbox was very much like working on the PC.
Sure.
You used Visual Studio. You used, in the first Xbox dev kit, the Silver Tower was literally just a PC. It was a PC with a very specific build in it, a specific Intel chip and a specific NVIDIA GPU. The second dev kit, which we got about 6 to 9 months later, was the first one that looked like the retail hardware.
Sure.
And it was the official dev kit. Because the first one was the prototype dev kit. And, but yeah, it was DirectX 8, it was the Windows API, Win32 API, the Windows SDK. So, yeah, compared to Sony and Nintendo's offerings at the time, it was very much like working on the PC.
Sure, yeah.
Because, I had run an evaluation of, can we support Morrowind on the PlayStation 2? And the answer was a resounding no. Or more accurately, the answer was, yes, give me a year and a team of 5.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, a solid year, probably 18 months.
And of course, that's money, isn't it? That's time and...
Yeah, but like I said, the PlayStation 2 was a radically different hardware architecture from anything else on the market. And so there would be very little. I mean, the gameplay code we could support, but anything engine level would have to be redone. And so yeah, so basically I entered into crunch for a solid year. First delivering, first getting, with the help, I just hired a junior graphics programmer. His name was Scott Frank. Yeah, I just learned he is still at Bethesda. He was the graphics lead on Starfield.
Oh wow, cool.
And also back then, game sales was heavily dependent on in-store sales. You went to Best Buy to buy your game. And so, the company was basically bankrupt.
It was a bit make or break, wasn't it, really?
And so, we were basically told, you gotta ship. So, to have your game in stores for Christmas, the Christmas season from a retail perspective starts Thanksgiving week.
Sure.
So it takes, for earlier games, Bethesda was their own publisher and distributor. Because Morrowind was being used as an Xbox launch title. The thing about consoles is that the console manufacturer is your manufacturer and distributor.
Yeah.
And so, since we were doing it for the Xbox, they decided to use an external distributor for the PC title as well. But prior to that, in the basement of our offices in Rockville, we had a big old production line that would take pallets of boxes, fold them, shove a CD into them and a booklet, and then shrink wrap them. And then have pallets of boxes ready for retail sitting on the loading dock. Steve and Chris were telling me for, I think it was Daggerfall, there was one of the bits in the box was a map of Tamriel, and they wanted to, kind of give it a weathered, aged, used look. So they wanted to have it burnt edges. So they're saying we had this stack of maps from the printer, and I would just take a blowtorch and go down the sides of to give it that singed look.
Yeah.
When we're doing the character creation screens, they send out an email saying, anybody who wants your face on a character in the game, please talk to whichever artist was doing it. I forget who. Sure. It might have been Christiana.
Yeah.
And I was like, not all that interested in that, but we do have this race, the Khajiit, the feline race. I had a 2-year-old cat at that time. Like, how about having my cat's face in the game? And I think it was Christiana was like, yeah, sure, give me a picture. So yeah, one of the Khajiit faces is my calico cat, who was named Little One.
Before you got the job, had you come across the Elder Scrolls before? Like, were you a fan of the game series, like Daggerfall?
No.
You never heard of?
I was an undergrad in the early 90s. I was introduced to computer graphics. This was back in the very, very beginning of computer graphics. This is 1992 or so.
Yeah, sure.
And so, I took a course in computer graphics because I thought it sounded interesting. Got introduced to a researcher at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, which was located on the university campus. They had a building up north, which housed literally supercomputers.
Sure, yeah.
We had an early Cray. So most people had Silicon graphics machines on their desktops, and I thought that was just the coolest thing ever. And how can I get me some of that?
Yeah.
And so I started working with this professor. Turns out there was a guy in the office next door to me. His name is Mark Andreessen. I've been introduced to him because my very first year on campus, I took an honors computer science course. And the professor running that course worked in his lab on a fork of Emacs called Epic. And Mark was involved with Epic. He was managing its documentation and developer relations. We graduated the same year. It was my first job in the game industry. I'd been working at a company I'd hired out of college by a company that just did middleware developer tools. That company collapsed in '97, went out of business. At which point I was like, yeah, I might as well get. I like this graphics thing. Maybe I'll get a master's in it, because in the DC area there's the George Washington University, which is a Fuka history. The lead author of the definitive textbook on the topic that back then, Andy Van Dam, had been a professor at.
Sure.
He had just left GW when I joined, but he had hired a couple of graphics people, and so I joined Jim Hahn's lab and was working with Larry Gritz, who's now at Sony Pictures. And so I just applied out of the blue to Bethesda and was hired.
Yeah.
But and then I said there was that year of crunch where we were just cranking on getting Morrowind running on the Xbox. The Xbox, back then we had maybe 512 meg in our computers. I forget. But Morrowind the Xbox had about half the storage of our developer workstations. So we're like, okay, so we got to cut this game in half in order to make it run on the Xbox. So there was, sitting down with the artists, about going over, texture sizes, what can we do procedurally, what will require an artist to sit down and change their art. And then there was also the whole, there's this new thing called the pixel shader. What can we do with it? And so, NVIDIA had produced a a little bit of water effect.
Yeah.
One of the very first water effects, and I was like, we have water in Vardenfell? Let's put water in the game. And I spent like 2 weeks doing that. But yeah, and then about 6 weeks prior to Morrowind shipping, there was the dreaded all hands meeting where they laid off half the team, including me.
Oh man.
But it was basically, as I found out later from talking with Chris Weaver, that the company's CFO was telling them, hey, we are not going to meet payroll on this date. And they were kind of ignoring it, and to the point where they couldn't ignore it because checks were going to bounce. Like, okay, we gotta, the one thing we can do is stop paying salaries.
Yeah.
And so, my last few effects were actually finished by our developer relations engineers at NVIDIA. Because, NVIDIA was, we had signed on NVIDIA to do, a bunch of co-marketing of GeForce with Morrowind.
Yeah.
But, and after that, actually it was, Todd Howard was good friends with Matt Fire, who was the executive producer at Mythic, best known for Dark Age of Camelot. They had just launched, actually, no, I think they were either a few weeks away from launching Dark Age of Camelot or a few weeks after launch. I think they were a few weeks before launching because I had, Todd had put me in contact with Matt. Matt later went to run ZeniMax Online Studios and do Elder Scrolls Online. But so after Bethesda, I went to work for Mythic.
The oddest part was that the way I got in with Bethesda was I was working at another studio.
Oh yeah.
Microprose. And they started to close. They changed hands and started to cut back on the people that they had there. I was one of the ones who finished early on the project that we was on. And as it goes, the people who they got in were just going through saying, well, he's not doing anything here at this time. So, they let me loose. Which to my agreement was funny because right after that I went over to checking around looking for places and I found Bethesda. Well, when I got there, it was like the building it was quite odd, because I'm from New York.
Sure.
And they had the face of the building facing the highway. And when you drive up through the street to the building, that's the back of the building. To me, that was the front. So you just walk in and there's the door. Well, I came in through the back way and I got up to, was one single door down the hallway where they were. And, I knocked on the door. There was no answer. So I took my my resume and just slid it under the door. And I just went back home, and then I get a call from Mr. Weaver, who was the owner of it, of Bethesda. And from there, he had me come in, and I started to work there. At that time, we was working on Arena, the first one.
Yeah.
And now, mind you, at the other studio I worked at, I was basically working on cartridge games. At that time, it was the Nintendos, if I'm correct. It's been a while, but it was basically all cartridge games.
Sure.
So it was like, all right, but this place was totally different. To me, it was, because the only way I can put it is I used to work. I started off as a 2D animator.
Sure.
Actually, I was in between and worked my way up to assistant there. The best thing was that when I came over here to Maryland, when I started working here, and I met Mr. Weaver and worked at Bethesda, because that was the longest, as I put, my longest gig I had. All the rest of after 3 years, I moved on.
Yeah.
And this one was from the beginning all the way up to, well, now since I retired, did a lot of the games that they had.
Yeah, you were there for about 20 plus years, weren't you, I think?
Oh, a little over 30, yeah.
Probably,
a little over 30, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
We have people come in and go out. I had to admit, my problem was that I couldn't quite remember people's names. But since I always study faces, I mean, we had one guy there who looked like Charles Lawton. One guy which you mentioned, he reminded me of Morton Downey Jr. And he used to hate that, because I used to, say, he'll do an expression on his face. I say, you remind me of him. He says, stop that, and he'll go back to work. And we had different characters there, but at the time when we did the arena, everybody kind of went into doing the games in their own manner, because like today we have you have people making the designs, building them, and then passing them down the line to the animators who will take them and make them, bring them to life. Back then, we did both.
Yeah,
we had fun working on the characters. Like, for example, I was looking at through the book. It's been a long time.
Yeah, of course.
And I had to admit, there was one question I wanted to ask. I looked at the artwork of the characters.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they was built, and all I can say is, now I know Morrowind was gameplay was great. I mean, you had a world to explore. But when I looked at the limitations we had on the characters, it was like, why this game? I mean, out of all the other ones, Skyrim, all the other games we had, what was a Morrowind that got you to work?
For me personally, it was just one of my core games growing up. So I remember playing Morrowind for the first time in 2001, 2002, whenever, and it just blew my mind. I loved, you've mentioned the world that you could explore. I loved the interactivity, the fact that you could go into any house, any shop, and pick up an object, and that would if you stole that object, that would there would be repercussions. And it was the first game I remember playing where it felt a really immersive experience, and it's just something that's just stuck with me ever since, to be honest. 20 years later, that's pretty much it. In all honesty, it's I love the storyline, I love the replayability of the game. It's something I still play regularly. So, and kind of with my YouTube channel, I just thought, why don't I just interview the people that made it?
Oh, that's pretty good, because to me, like I said, after looking at the character, I said, okay, I can't believe I worked on that. We had so much limitations. I mean, we had that they call bounding box, which the character can't go beyond that, or he'll cut right through something.
Sure.
And so it's like I worked on this fat lizard type character, and it was like, we used to sit, work it out, try to see how we can make him move without making it look like it got. What happened was, we'll work on the different characters. You have people, they'll take it straight off the bat, work on it. At one point we had to, as I put it, you had the artists working on the characters. At that point, everybody wanted to work on some of the big characters, some of the main ones. So, you always had the people kind of, no, I want to work on that. I want to work on that. And like with me, I volunteered to do all, I volunteered in a way to work on the smaller characters, like, the little ants and all. Once in a while, I'll get a nice a good one, since everybody else working on like the Khajiits, the more the humanoids.
Sure.
So
Can you remember any of the ones you worked on, like specifically?
I had them. If I can remember the names, it was basically what's his name? Orgrim.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, the Orgrim, the Scrub.
The Scribs. Wicked.
You know, those little cockroaches, little things. I hated cockroaches. I'm terrified of them. But mud crabs, and slaughterfish. You know, basically all the little minute ones.
Sure.
It was all together with it came. Oh yeah. Plus, I did work on what they call the Bone Walker. Now that one is the designer of that one. We used to share the same office.
Sure.
And you see this creature with bones sticking out of him. And his idea was, you see, when the guy walks, he has to walk by controlling the bones. So he will grab each one of those bones that sticks out of his legs, and he's walking. And if we was able to do that, to me, it would have been great. You see these guys walk, trying to walk, and they're actually moving their legs and their arms by themselves. But we, like I said, we was limited. A lot of the stuff was done, as I call, a Hanna-Barbera style.
Sure.
And that was when you take a certain run features and all, and because since you had left attack, right attack, forward attack, power attack, each one had to do the same type of deal if you're doing one of those type of creatures. So that a lot of the stuff was cut out. That's why, to me, was looking at the form. Because I mean, if you look at if it was Skyrim or the ones that we came out afterwards, I mean, it'll blow your mind. But just watching them work on it, trying to figuring out the character, the movement, and one of the deals we had to deal with, actually myself, because at that point we was moving offices. We had the office on the first floor, but then they decided to use the basement at the office. They started tearing down walls and all, so they shoved us all into one area with cafeteria type tables, and we all had to work on that. Well, it was okay, besides just coming in, making coffee, running back out. I used to take the characters that I did and try to become them.
Sure.
So it was like that. That's why I like that fat one, because it was like, okay, he's fat. What would he do? All right, we started scratching his rear, and I used to work these out. But I had to find a place I can do it. And at that time we had the back staircases. So I used to go in there and work on it. Now, I forgot that that's basically a way that, like, the boss and all the people I called the suits, so all the top brass people used to take that staircase to get out to their cars. So there I am acting as the character, and I'm doing the bit of scratching my butt and just turning around, and I turn around and I'm facing the boss. And it was like which I had, of course, I removed my hand from where it was. I went, "Hi," and he just looking at me, odd, shaking his head, didn't say a word. He just kept on walking out of the place, and it was like, okay, let me get back to my desk. It was like, I did mention that it's my lunchtime, and so
yeah, sure.
We had times like that. There was other periods where you had. When we was on the first floor. Now, those first floor offices, that was when I finally figured out how offices was made, because it was amazing. You had your basic offices that was around the side of the building that had windows, and then you had your inner office. Now, the inner offices were made in such a manner that, of course, you could tear down walls and rebuild. Now, we had one segment there where when we had guys sleeping over because they'll work,
Yeah, like crunch time.
Yeah, and I walk into the office one day, and I see a big footprint on the wall. Now, just since I used to get in there before a lot of other people would, and I'm looking at that wasn't there yesterday. I mean, was somebody messing around, or is it supposed to be a joke, new artwork? I see somebody coming, around the corner going, psst, hey. And I turn, it's one of the artists, and then he's in his skivvies. It turned out that in the night, about 4 a.m, I would say, somewhere around there, he came out and to use the restroom, and he forgot the doors locks behind him, and he didn't have the card with him, and he knew that if he tried to force open the door, the alarms would go off all over the place. He used to, come up to the door, and he tried to climb through the rafters over to the other side, and that's where the big footprint became, because he was looking for a place left and right, but when he went up there, he had to go past the kitchen. Now, we fixed up that because he put his foot through the kitchen floor, the kitchen ceiling, and so he was stuck on the other side. We came in, afterwards, like first he had the she was a sweet lady, because she didn't speak that much English, and she's over there telling, she's trying to tell me there's the guy in the skivvies, and of course went over to the small restroom which he was not supposed to be in. I said, of course, I'm like, okay, what happened? I knew what, but I wanted to hear the story. And
you got to hear it first.
We got through and opened the door, and he went in there. Anytime when we came up doing stuff, it was like I really wanted to say something, but it was like, of course, he was a little bigger than me, so I wouldn't. I didn't dare. But there was times like that we had with the people who worked there, because the way we done the work then as a group of misfits. We had people doing stuff one way, running over doing another. I always had the philosophy of you can dazzle them with your brilliance, or was it baffle them with your brilliance? That kind of a role I always played. I always reverse things around. But the characters themselves, they became well, she was the one who did a lot of the design of the work. She really wanted the characters, for example, like the Gajit.
Is it Christian Meister?
Yes.
Yeah,
she
sure.
Was, she was as I put it, she was great in making the design work. Because down the line she became one of the heads of doing the design works.
Yeah, sure.
On the other games, when she started on this one, you can tell, they had her doing some of the animation and all. She was great on doing, on other games, the horses and whatnot. On this game, we didn't have that much. You couldn't see horses riding them. But
talk is free. What do you want?
When it came up to the animations, like me, since I basically did, like I said, all the smaller mini characters. I volunteers for doing that stuff, since all the rest they wanted
the bigger stuff.
Wanted to get a lot of the guys just having the swinging and the killing and whatnot. But I like doing the smaller characters. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. Oh, you have better pictures than I do. Oh, there he is. The bottom row, the middle one.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah, the Guar, yeah.
Yeah, that's what his name is. But he reminded me of the one in Star.
Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, it's
he's the one in they use similar in the Star Wars ones.
So sorry, was that an animal that you worked on?
Yes, I worked on. He was one of them. Basically, at the. There is the same character all through there. Yeah, that's exactly. I worked on him. The one that was similar to him, but he was all mouth. Elite. Yeah, that's right. Elite. Yeah, he was. Yeah, you couldn't quite tell where his eyes were.
Yeah. It's the same with the Guar as well. I think the Guar's eyes are a little bit hard to find at times.
Well, yeah, no, with him, he was great. We wanted to make him able to do more than that. But this guy was like it was like he was more bite and scratch. Yeah, the other one, since he became more of supposed to have been able to ride him. You had the other creatures I worked on. No, that one, he was the Dragon King, as I call him. He worked on that character. With
who was that? Sorry, do you remember?
That was Gary was the one who worked on.
Gary, Gary Noone, sure. So yeah, what else have we got down
he
here?
He was another starter off as a 2D artist, animator. We talked a lot about the old times.
Yeah.
But yeah, this character, the other ones, faces, the little wormy ones.
Yeah, so we got the Kwama foragers, I believe.
The Kwama warriors.
Yeah.
But anything that looked, I would say, quite humanoid was basically the others, except Slaughterfish I worked on.
Yeah, we got the Kwamas here.
Yeah, Guar. They got the book here. The other one was, which I don't think they were supposed to be huge, but we only did like the back end. You just came up to them, got on them, and you were supposed to take off on top of them. They were like the taxis of those they were
called Silk Riders.
Yeah. The Silk Riders. I remember when they wanted to show them walking through the place, but the engine was so, as I put it, the way the engine worked was so massive. There was, at one point, there's a certain village area that you go to. I would say more like a city. Each part of the city was on its own little island.
Sure. Vivek.
Yeah. Before they put in each island in the dome, they had the cities by themselves. You can walk up. You have one city. You'll go over the side. You'll see the other little town, if you call them. The only problem with them at that point with the engine works. The way the engine worked was that you look at it, it will figure out building this piece, and so you can be clear across at the beginning spot. Excuse me. Beg your pardon. You can be at the beginning where you get off the boat, but at that point, if you looked in the direction where that city's supposed to be, the game was started to slow down.
Sure. Yeah.
It got to the point where they had to put a dome over it because you had a frame, a big frame rate. Then you turned, and then all of a sudden you couldn't move. The frame rate went down to 2.
Yeah.
For the longest time, they were trying to figure out, and it was because the way the engine worked, it gave you one providence with another, in case it would lack the time. But unfortunately, that problem is the way it was. They had too many buildings. So they with regrets, from the guys, because they didn't want to actually do that. It looks so beautiful when you see it, like from a hillside.
Yeah.
But then they had to put the domes on them. Yeah. we also had our own, but we also had practical jokers there when it came up to, like the one who came up with the idea of, there was a mystical guy. When you first came into the town, you couldn't miss him. You hear him falling from the sky.
Oh yeah, Tariel, yeah.
Yeah, and when they worked on him, they didn't look like when he came up with the joke. Yeah, haha, funny, but it caused in the beginning a lot of problems because now imagine you have a spell that makes you jump like the Hulk.
Yeah.
But of course they put it. Yeah, well, when you land, you get killed.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of us figured it out, but how to solve that? You had to be fast putting it in and timing it right, because you'll run, you hit that spell, and there you go. You see yourself flying clear across, so many areas. And when you're coming down, you use the feather spell.
Yeah.
And then you just walk down. There've been a lot of times you hit the feather spell too soon, and you'll start to walk down, and then you'll fall.
Yeah.
But you had them going, no, I mean, that breaks the game. People were yelling that breaks the game, and it was the best way to get around. I mean, of course, what I used to do was, if I was playing the game, that was one thing about it. When they had us testing the game, checking out for bad spots, I used to use that. To get around, because they had me checking one regent, and I go, okay, you have me checking this, but I had to fight these creatures to get there, and I was basically checking buildings and making sure the landscapes and all. So I didn't really want to fight the creatures, because it's like you fight them, you're gonna start over here.
Yeah,
he's in my way. So what I used to do with two spells that I used a lot, that I should say, as I put it, cheating codes was, of course, guard mode, and the invisible. Quite frankly, I got myself into trouble with that one once with the invisible spell, because one day I'm checking out spots and all, because we needed to do that to help QA. The next day I came in, I forgot I had it on, and there I am, working on the characters and then get into the game to see how they was doing. With that, you can see all the idols, because he just won't come in and attack you. But then I noticed they wasn't attacking me at all. And I'm going, there's something wrong here, and I'll put in a report on that. And I still had that problem. We had one of the programmers come over, and she practically picked up like a magazine, started hitting me over the head. Because it was like, you left on the, you have him invisible.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, really? Oh, sorry about that. And it was like, she's over there taking the practically a full day trying to figure out what was that problem, because it kept on landing on her desk.
I'm assuming that's Arn Hopgood.
Yeah, yes, that was her.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one, Craig.
Yeah, Craig Walton.
Yeah, he was one of the last original. He started there from the beginning. He kind of took me under his wing when it came up to certain things on working on the games and all that.
Yeah.
He was basically the one I used to go to saying why.
Yeah, sure.
Because he made the designers think. Because the designers will go, okay, yeah, we can have this, and they can walk up the stairs. How are you going to have them walk up the stairs? Well, yeah, one step over the other. He tried to explain to them that, within the program, when you're going up the stairs, certain things can happen. And he was always wanting to make sure they understood. And a lot of the game designers was, well, you'll figure it out, but this is going to be great, and then they'll run back and work on a couple of other stuff.
Yeah.
That's why you had a lot of programmers losing their hair, but he used to do a lot of the stuff from I don't know. I would have said he was the main one, but there was a lot of them after him.
Yeah.
By that time, we we had Todd that came in.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Great personality. Yeah, I remember one time I brought my dog in.
Oh yeah.
And it was a Jack Russell. He didn't like. Matter of fact, that was Kurt. He was the one. He was the one who was my. At that time when we was on the first floor, he was. We shared one office.
Yeah, sure.
And he'll try to come up, and my dog would look at him and growl.
If there's anything I can do.
It was like, I used to tell Jesse now. I mean, he was the one who first. That's how I found out my dog had hackles.
Yeah, sure.
He'll come over and the back of his hair would start standing up, and now I told him, no, he's okay. He's like you normally do. You try to tell the dog that he's fine. He's a fine person. Todd comes into the room. Now, I would say, no, great. If he bites him, I'm in trouble. And he came up and he goes, oh, how you doing? And my dog was so kind to him. It was like, he's not biting his hand. He's not going, he's not doing anything. I said, okay, either he's the boss and you're trying to save me from a career looking for a job and all, or there's something about him I'm not sure of yet.
Yeah.
Because like I said, when he came in to work with us, he had ideas. He tried to keep the team going. He was the one who mostly came up to me and was like, everybody else wanted to work on other characters and all.
Mm.
And since they wanted to work on every character to keep harmony, he used to come up to me, Juan, you don't mind working on this stuff here and whatnot? And I go, sure, why not? Okay. And I'll go and work on that direction.
Mm.
Like, well, they were doing at the beginning while they was working on one game, we had little side games, like the bowling.
Mm.
I helped them on, I helped with that, but it was basically, at that point we had an animator working on it. And I started, since they had an animator, we didn't need that many animators, so I helped build the bowling alleys.
Sure.
To admit, I didn't quite like it, but since I was asked by Todd, because everybody else wanted to work on other stuff, and he needed someone to work on this, and I went, all right. I went to work on that. But getting back to Morrowind, I mean, it's a game that I always, since I'm an artist, I get picky on the artwork.
Mm.
So, what that game was one of the first ones, and then the next one was better, and the one after that was even greater. I had to write that word down, but it always became, when you look at it. But the thing I have to say most was, like you said, it was an open world.
Yeah.
I mean, there was times when I used to walk through there. I used to run away when I saw a lot of the creatures because I didn't want to deal with them. I was never into, not unless I put myself in guard mode and then but most of the time, when you're going through checking things out, they kind of frown on that. He said, we want you to play the game. I said, we want to see how you do. And I used to tell them, I know how I'm going to do. I'm lousy at this game. Like I go in to make the artwork. I like to watch them from a distance. I try to even get them to make, can't you make something similar to a spell for binoculars so you can see them from a distance and whatnot? We had some designers going, to come up with the stuff on that, but it was always no, because that means you had to zoom in, and then that's when you had the programmers telling you what you can do and what you can't do. And by that time, I got tired of saying why. That's because on you to hit me too many times with the books. But the world itself, I have to admit, it became wonderful. Todd had I used to debate him on that because I came from the field of getting, you come up to make the cup. You make the cup, you sell the cup.
Mm.
you you improve every time on each model. But the thing was, you had a budget that you had to do it in. Todd, he looked at it, he didn't care how many cups you had to make to get that cup. And that's where he always had to fight upstairs, those people, because they wanted, you had progress. You had, you have a game to get out, and sure, Todd would look at it as, yes, he understands that. But he also understood that we were trying to get out something that was never done before, in that sense. So it became where his talents helped save Bethesda. Because let's face it, we was on the way, like with Microprose and those, because we had ideas, but not that much structure. And he knew how to turn that around. Where the game will come out, the game will be working by us and all. He knew how to rein us back in, because there's been times where like this was one of the things that they had. We had an artist who was working on the game. I wouldn't say an artist. He was more of one of the designers or programmer. I forgot what he was. He wasn't with us that long, but like he knew that we need our Todd knew we needed our freedom to get the work done. They couldn't bind us down and say do it, and they'll never get what we came up with. So it came there where we had came to the time where they burned the disc. Well, they had in there, which the guy was supposed to check on, and he didn't. I don't know why, the reason, but it was basically it on the disc where if there was a little problem, you get in contact with this guy.
Yeah, sure.
And that was supposed to have been taken out, because that was for when we were doing QA and all. And that was burned into the first set of discs that went out, to get checked. And it was like, of course, you had some people was furious on that. Why didn't he? And it was like this guy was the only one who knew, exactly the section. He was in charge of it to pull it out, and he wanted to go off and do other stuff. That kind of the deal. And it was like that's when Todd would come in and rein in a lot of the people going, no. But there is times for fooling around, time for fun, and time to get serious.
Yeah.
When Todd said it's time to get serious, that's when you head to the nose to the grindstone and to work out.
Yeah.
And it was like, I would say Bethesda became him. That was back then. Now I don't know. I haven't worked there for a while. I see a lot of the other guys have left. I'm not sure if they left from they just left or retirement age.
Yeah, sure.
This is Jeff Baker, and I am a voice actor, a retired theater and film and television actor as well. I still do a little voice acting now and again. I first came to Bethesda Softworks. They gave me a call because I worked on the radio and I did character voices on the air.
Sure.
And somehow connected through them that way. It's been a long time ago, so some of it's hard to remember. We first did the recordings at a recording studio called Absolute Pitch in Washington, and later moved into their headquarters. And as far as the characters, developing the voices was concerned, I got a lot of good input from the directors and the game designers. And occasionally they would even have illustrations of what the character was going to look like. And I would just try a couple of things, and the director would say, okay, that's good. Let's use that one. I started doing voice acting when I was a kid. Actually, I was in junior high school here, which is, I would be around 13 years old, and I started doing impressions of famous people here in the U.S. John Kennedy and Ed Sullivan, who hosted a variety show, which was a big deal here.
Yeah.
I guess that was when I was about 12 or 13. And then I would do voices for puppets that my father was an artist, and he was a portrait painter and an engineer. He was a very, very diverse guy. Had a lot of skills. Yeah. And he built this stage for me, and my grandmother built these hand puppets for me. So I would come up with voices for them. So I've just been doing it my whole life. I can't remember not doing it. And then doing it on the radio, and doing some characters on television on a comedy show. And I always came, as an actor, I always came through characters through my voice.
Sure.
That's how I would find the character. So that's it in a nutshell, really.
Do you want to talk about the voicing the Dark Elves then? Obviously, Morrowind is set in the land of the Dark Elves, and your voice has now kind of become synonymous with them, I suppose.
There were several voices, and I voiced this stuff back in the 90s. And so it's not easy for me to recall exactly what I did.
Sure.
I remember doing this voice because it was difficult. And there were some other sort of interesting characters, some little elves, some rather vicious bastards. It's hard to remember them specifically, Tom. I apologize for that.
It was a long time ago, so don't worry. You know, we are talking 25 years ago.
But gosh, it was so much fun. And then, you know, we didn't get to work in the same studio at the same time, but I worked with wonderful people like Wes Johnson, who I think you've already spoken with, and a very talented guy. And there were a number of people that were just terrific to work up against. The process of doing a game is interesting because the scripts all have to take into consideration what a player is going to do, of course. So we would have lines to do for what the player, if the player chose one option, then lines if the player chose another option. So the sessions were quite long and the scripts were quite thick. And that was always a challenge. I did which voice for that line, and where are we now? What's going on? You had to be able to visualize the game in your mind while you were doing it. And having never seen it, it was all, you know, my imagination. So.
That was going to be one of my questions, was had you come across the games before you took on the role of voicing these characters?
No, it was just left to our imaginations. And like I said, once in a while we would get illustrations or drawings of the character, and that would help a great deal. But for the most part, we just relied on our instincts and what the director, the notes that he would give us, and shape it that way. So it would take some time. But it was terrific fun. The rough voice that I remember is this one.
Yeah. So that was the voice you did for the generic Dark Elves that feature in the game. So if you're in a random town,
I gotcha.
A random citizen comes up to you, that's the voice that you hear. I mean, do you want to talk about that one more?
That was a fun one to do. We always did those last, because it was rough on my throat, and
I mean, it sounds it. I can feel it, like, you know, hearing you do it.
If we did them at the top of a session, then it was more difficult. I came across on YouTube years ago. I came across someone in Italy, some people in Italy had done a staging of the game, including that character. And they had actors run out on a makeshift stage while the audio from the game was playing. And I was stunned.
Sure,
Here I was in Italy doing this crazy thing. And I was surprised at how widespread and popular the games were. I still get feedback from people such as yourself from all over the place about those games. And I'm not a gamer myself, so I was pleasantly surprised at how well the games turned out and how much people enjoyed them.
Any closing statements then, Willie? I mean, you kind of just touched upon it there, but it's the 25th anniversary of the game, I think, in 2 years. And like
Yes.
you said, it's still incredibly popular. And, your voice, I say, has kind of become synonymous with the Dark Elves in the game. And how does it feel to have, kind of played a part in the game's success, all these years later?
Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. And it's just the good vibes just keep on coming. I get emails from people, and it'll come up in a conversation, and people are just really, whoa, wow. I'm just so pleased that people still enjoy the games, and I certainly enjoyed them and enjoyed speaking with you, Tom. And I hope to visit the UK one day. It's something I've long wanted to do.
My first memory was auditioning for it. In the old days, when I auditioned for something else, you had to sort of put your mouth around the character that was speaking.
Yeah,
it was rather difficult. But now they put their mouth around you after you've spoken. The visual people do that. But in any case, I auditioned on M Street in Washington, and they at the end, I think they wanted me to be burned alive and scream. And I can do that. I'm not going to do it now because I blow everything off. But then I got chosen, and I was it was such a fun job, really.
Yeah, cool.
We recorded at absolute pitch in Bethesda.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And one story, Central Casting did it in Washington, and they booked 2 days for me, and I finished it in 1 day because I actually really probably didn't leave enough time for the engineer to adjust between takes.
Sure.
Because that was so fun to do, and I was just into it. But so then when I billed them, I said, I only worked 1 day. Well, Central Casting did not like that. They were going to get paid for 2 days, and they wanted me to book for 2 days. So that was one little story.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, you auditioned for it. Did you see the job advertised somewhere or something like that? How did you discover it, basically?
Well, it was just some lines and things like that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and they gave me directions, and it was interesting. And I told someone else this. What they had was effects or attitudes like sorrow, disgust,
of course,
and so on. And then they had a little sort of like a dial 1 to 100. So you're disgusted with this person. I mean, I always felt as though I was playing with you who are playing out there.
Sure.
I'm playing with you, and I want to encourage you, or I want to shame you, or I want to I give you some advice, some good advice. So yeah.
So you played, I mean, I mentioned on the email, you voiced the character Almalexia, who is one of the gods in the game.
Yes, one of the goddesses, yes.
Yeah, and you also voiced the generic dark elf female. And, hearing you speak now is like hearing the character in the game or the other character.
Yes, and the funny thing is that on the internet there's The Last of the Czars that I also did for Discovery Channel.
Yeah.
And I occasionally go and see the comments. I never respond to them, those comments at the bottom. But I see the comments, and one of the comments said, "Now you die." for the other thing. So I knew that they recognized my voice. And someone also at a store for equipment, microphones, and so on said, "Are you a voice talent? Did you ever do video games?"
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's funny you say like the "now you die" line, like, because some of your lines, I think in particular, have become quite iconic. Like as the years have gone by, it's quite a distinctive.
There's one about I think I better do that one over again or something. That's very. Wait a minute, let me do that over again. I said something like that.
Yeah,
and that got into the game.
Oh, that's
They didn't cut it out.
Yeah.
And then the character just said it, and they put it in a song. There's a song.
There is, yeah. Well, they recently remastered that game, and they've kept it in still. So the mistake, if you will, from 20 years ago, they've only just released it again a couple of months ago, and it's still in there. They've kept it in there. As
Yes, but I don't know if it's me or not. Did they? I think some other people have sung it.
Oh right. Oh okay. Yeah, I'm not.
It's a jolly song.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Catchy. It's catchy. Yeah, and then of course Oblivion Special Edition and Elder Scrolls and Mournhold and Morrowind, and then they went to Skyrim and they didn't call me.
Oh man.
I tried to get in contact and it was like, "You have to join the union." It's like, I've been in the union since 1984. But when you try to get through, sometimes it's almost impossible to get through to people that would.
Is there anything else like you remember from doing that dialogue or anything?
Well, I remember they asked me to make up a sort of a sea chanty song, so I just made it up and sang it. I guess the words were there, maybe. And then I said, "Do you want me to make up another song?" No, that's great. It's like, okay, fine. And then I loved the part where I was telling different stories from different angles. It's like we were around in a campfire kind of setting, and there were all kinds of different characters telling different stories from different angles. The tough guy and sometimes people don't know if I'm a woman or a man anyway, from the voice.
Sure, yeah.
I sing in a church choir, and it's tenor. I sing tenor.
Sure, of course, yeah. I mean, I suppose any closing statements on, like I say, you've got quite a distinctive voice anyway. And as we've said, like certainly the generic lines that you feature in the game have become very memorable lines that people quote. They've become jokes on the internet. They've become moments of like storytelling that people hold on to. Like, how does that feel?
Yeah. You tell me some of them. I'm certainly Now You Die. I guess.
Yeah. You've got on your website. You've got a video of you got like the Now You Die. There's the UNWA.
UNWA.
That's become like a classic insult, like amongst like.
Yes, people love to be called that.
You swit.
Yeah.
Spit it out or hit the road.
I think it's strange that that some of the players want to be insulted like that. I always like to encourage them. It's like, you're doing well. This is good. Yeah.
But it completely changed the tone of the game, I think, had your character saying things like that instead. Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Oh, I do. And then it's always a surprise to meet people who have recognized me from the game. And there was a person I go to church right next door.
Sure.
And a young man said to his father, "Is that Mrs. Kenyon?" And they looked it up. Yes, it's Mrs. Kenyon. So then I feel I have a little secret with that.
Sure. Yeah.
So, Tom, I got into voice work back in the early 90s. And what I did was I was living really far away from a lot of these voiceover jobs. So I'd have to drive. I lived in a place called Annapolis, Maryland, and I'd have to drive into DC and all of these places. So back then, traffic reporters were kind of the big deal because you needed them. You didn't have any other things. So I would listen to the traffic reports all the time. And I realized, you know, most of these people get more airtime than even the DJs or the talk show hosts or anything, and they get their name out there. So I called up out of the blue one day and I said, hey, I'd like to be a traffic reporter. And the guy said, really? Well, I happen to be the regional director. He just picked up the phone and he said, you have a nice voice. Why don't you send us, you know, a tape? So I did, and they hired me. And they hired me to do beach traffic, which was in this part of the world, there's one bridge that goes over to the eastern shore, and it's called the Bay Bridge. And I had to sit there on the Bay Bridge doing traffic while the trucks were like downloading, and, you know, just, it was awful. It was so hard. So I thought, I'm never doing that again. That was a dumb idea. But out of the blue, they called me back, and there was this big show called the Don and Mike Show. And they said, would you fill in for like a week while this woman takes a vacation? So I did it, and then it took off, and they hired me instead. And so what I would do is I would send out little cards that had an ear on them. And I'd say, you know, along with my demo, and I would say, you know, I hope you can listen to me on the Don and Mike Show from 3 to 7 every night, and you know, take a listen to my demo or something like that. And it worked. And because I had name recognition, I got a bunch of work. And from there, I went on to mostly do radio, but I've always done voiceover work on the side to keep that part of my business up. And so I've worked at music radio. I've done talk shows. I've done a lot of different things. My latest gig was in Seattle on the John Curley, Shari Elliker show. And that was a talk show, but it was some political, some, you know, just regular lifestyle stuff. And right now I'm freelancing, just doing voiceover work. So I know that AI will make people like me obsolete at some point. So I'm trying to get whatever work I can.
Sensitive topic at the moment, isn't it? Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. So, I mean, looking at the Elder Scrolls and Morrowind, can you remember, like, I suppose, like, how did you come across that? You know, I suppose you would have auditioned for a part. Can you remember?
Yeah, I don't think I don't remember auditioning for it. I think I just got booked for it. And I wasn't entirely sure what it was about. And that sort of still exists. And I've never gained any more knowledge. But you know how it is. You get a job, you do the job, and all of that. But it was a really good experience. Bethesda Softworks is a great company. I didn't meet anybody there that wasn't an absolute, either they were a genius or they were so nice, or both. So it was a great experience working with all those people. I went on to do other games with them. And it was always a joy. It was always great.
Yeah, it's like Fallout 3, as we mentioned. It was another one of yours, wasn't it? I'm sure I'll do a video on Fallout 3 in future, and I'll contact you. I'll contact you again for another one. Yeah, like, I mean, to talk about the recording process then, like, I suppose, like, you step into the studio where you just handed lines and, you know, was that it?
Well, what happens is the director, Mark, what he would do is he would feed you the line that you had to react to. So let's say the line was, "Get out of here." He'd say, you know, there's somebody coming out of a cave, and you're there and you're guarding it or whatever. And they say, you know, "I'm here to invade you." And then you say your line, which is, "Get out of here." That type of thing, right? So they feed you each line. The hard part is it's completely out of context. You have no idea what any of it is. You can't see it, you don't know, but they were great about coaching you. They'd say, you know, this is the character, this is what they're planning to do, this is how you should react. But it took a really long time. I mean, we were in the studio for hours, and at one point I had a really bad cold. And I was doing a radio show in Baltimore, and I actually didn't even work that day because it was so bad. And I knew that their recording schedule was really tight, and I did not want to disappoint them. So I went in kind of talking like this, and they said, "We'll use it." So they, you know, because they manipulate your voice a little bit anyway. So they figured, okay, we'll go be a new character.
Yeah, but it was really exciting. I think we did probably, I mean, it was a few weeks, not every day, but the sessions were a couple of hours or more long, which is kind of long for voiceover work.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, one thing, like I'd sent you on the email, the one of the characters you play is Azura, is the name of the character, who's kind of one of the gods in the game, and it's actually the opening cinematic to the game. So I think your voice in particular, kind of amongst all the voice artists, is quite recognizable as a player. One of the very first things you hear in the game is your voice. Like how does that feel? Like, you know, kind of like 20 years on, it's kind of become, I mean, I know you don't play the game, but it's a very like recognizable feature from the very get-go that, like I say, one of the very first things a player will encounter is your voice.
Well, if I can confess something and not get voted off the gaming island, the fact of the matter is, I really hadn't heard it. When you sent it to me, I thought, that can't be me. What is that? You know, because they do stuff to your voice and everything. And I actually looked it up to make sure that was me.
Yes, and I must admit, because like as we're talking, I'm like, oh, like like I said, I did a call with Linda Kenyon on Friday, and she voiced some of the Dark Elves, just like generic characters in the game, and her voice is identical. Whereas yours, like, you know, hearing you talk now is somewhat different. I was, oh, you know, like, yeah, is it? But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like double checked, and yeah, you've got the credit for it. So
we both didn't believe it.
Yeah.
And I think I was doing some kind of accent, and then what they were able to do was manipulate it into whatever they did. But the other characters, the female Imperials and things like that you sent me, there's not much variation in my voice on those.
Yeah, and I suppose that's what you were referring to, where they're just feeding you, because you have things for greeting, things for attack and defense and whatnot. Was that kind of scenario?
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, sure. Was there anything else you wanted to bring up? I'm just going back over our email.
Well, there was one thing that was probably the most interesting thing that I've ever done in terms of voiceover work, which is there were days when we just did combat scenes.
Oh yeah, that's what you mentioned, of course. Yeah,
and so you'd go into the studio, and I always like to sit down when I record something because I'm more relaxed.
Sure.
But this you couldn't. You had to stand up, and they would just record you in a room, and it was these combat things. So your lines might be ow, oh, ouch, that type of thing.
Yeah,
and you just go on and on like you're being beaten or you're being sprayed with something or whatever it is. And we did those for a while, and I wasn't quite sure how they were going to turn out and if it would sound authentic or painful enough.
That's what I was about to say. I mean, like, not that I'm judging you, but I don't think you're a fighter in real life kind of thing, you know. But yeah, like you said, like trying to make those sounds authentic in a completely I can't think what the word is. You know, that kind of the recording studio environment is obviously trying to, like how did that feel? I suppose.
I remember doing it quite a few times because I recognized that I sounded too much like a girl, you know. Ow! So we would do it a few times, and sometimes we'd do like 3 or 4 in a row. So that gave them some variety, but that was fun because you just made sounds. It was a lot easier, really, than reading lines. So I didn't mind that at all.
Yeah, they can just pick and choose then, can't they? And I'm happy to like wrap it up there. Really, like like any closing statements. Like I know you haven't played the game. Do you think you would?
Well, as I was reading about it for the first time in 20 years, thanks to you, Tom. I have to tell you, it just feels like a foreign language almost to me when I read about all the characters and the places and the things. That's only my stupidity. That has nothing to do with what I think of the game. I think the games are great. I think they're beautifully done. I have seen clips of them, and I admire the people that have really gotten into it and that really follow these things. I've been to some conferences and some conventions with Wes where we've done voiceover panels. And I mean, people are experts at this, like you. So I have great admiration for that. I just don't think I have the brain power for it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, sure.
Sort of get lost.
Yeah.
Which is true of many things in my life, but that's really true of this one.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you. My name is Wes Johnson. I'm a voice actor. I did several voices in Morrowind for the Elder Scrolls series. I've been voicing the Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Star Trek, World of Warcraft, as well as film, television, sports games, what have you. That is my life, and I'm happy to be with you here today.
How did you become a voice actor? How did that all start?
Well, I started off as an actor, I started doing stand-up comedy. I would be in clubs, go out there late at night, and, you start off with your open mic nights where you have failure and you decide whether you're actually cut out or have the metal for this or not, because you're going to go down in flames several times. And are you a glutton for punishment? And I was. Started doing that, began doing sketch comedy, improv. Took the sketch comedy and improv and got noticed by some local radio stations. And when I go into radio and start doing a morning show and I'm working with Wolfman Jack, that's right, Wolfman Jack, of American Graffiti fame and the Midnight Special. Hey, are you little peachy sweet darling? So I'm writing and producing comedy sketches and doing different voices every week. As I'm doing all of this type of thing, I'm also out doing improv, and I'm building up a specialty of, trying to sound different, do different, be different characters all the time. Basically, my sketch comedy was like, Monty Python, Saturday Night live on stage every week. We called it like meatball comedy, like the meatball surgery. Just get out there and have fun and anything goes. It was kind of crazy. We were basically the equivalent of a rock and roll band, except we played no instruments. We were just funny. We produced our shows in the middle of a place called DC Space, where Rollins and Black Flag and all the punk movement were going. And then we had a comedy troupe called Fresh Victims. And Fresh Victims' logo was a body chalk outline with a smile across the face. And it was not the safest place in town. In fact, we'd start each show off with this police sirens going off and the Peter Gunn theme, and the thing would come live from the most dangerous section of Washington, D.C., it's Fresh Victims. And we'd do this show every week. So I was doing radio. I was doing a daily comic strip for a major newspaper in town where I wrote and drew for 26 hours a week. I was doing the stage stuff. I don't know where I got the energy from at the time, but it got the attention of some of the casting directors in town who were looking for people to do voices. And the first thing they had me do was a game called Unreal 2. And I didn't get a role. I didn't get to come in and act or play a role. I wanted to. Other people did. I know Jeff Baker got a role. And Jeff was doing radio in town before I was, and ended up doing comedy groups with me. In fact, I'll tell you about some of the people I used to do comedy with back in the day that got involved in a lot of this sort of thing. But they called me up and they said, hey, we want you to do these things. I ended up doing like 200 different people in Unreal 2 dying. I was the human equivalent of a Wilhelm scream. All right, Wes, you're getting mowed down by Gatling guns. All right, Wes, something just got caught in your zipper and it's fatal. All these different screams and dies. And I wanted to do a character so badly. And I get the call from Morrowind. And it was very interesting because I ended up doing so many sessions for Morrowind. I think the only person who did more sessions than me for Morrowind was Jeff Baker.
Sure.
And poor Jeff having to do those dark elves with a voice that basically was the equivalent of his voice sliding naked over broken glass for like 14 sessions.
It sounds like they smoke a lot of cigarettes in a day, you know.
And the thing is, Jeff is just about as clean and holistic kind of guy as you want. So just very funny, very funny. But I go into the studio and my director, it's a place called Absolute Pitch. It was downtown DC, I recall. And they bring me a stack of papers like a phone book. And we go through them a paragraph at a time, a sentence at a time, a moment. Here's what's happening. Now this is what's happening here. And the only character I ever really saw to base any voice on was Susia Sergala. And then we're doing, back in the day, we're doing all, you know, it was like the whole race sounded the same. It's like the family reunion. There's a lot of inbreeding going on. They all sound the same. But my director for that one was Todd Howard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Todd's in the booth, and Chip Ellinghouse, who ran Absolute Pitch. And it was a small session with the two of us, and several sessions. I really enjoyed doing it. I really enjoyed the moment. Taking a break every once in a while. They had an au bon pain downstairs with pastries, and Todd and I would go down occasionally and get a little coffee and a little something and talk about some things and head back up. But those are few and far between, because mostly it was like work. We came in, and it wasn't work, though. Here's the thing, Tom. For me, I love getting into the characters. I love doing this. I love submerging myself into this. But for Morrowind, which was my first game doing something like this, and I'd done some animation work, and but it's different from video games, you know?
Yeah.
Video games is filmatic. It's stage. It's living the role. It's living the characters. I wasn't quite as attuned to that as I could have been at the time, because games really were in their infancy. You know, you're playing games. There, a lot of it is written dialogue back in the day when Morrowind first came out. So Morrowind was unusual in that it had so much spoken dialogue. And of course, when the game comes out, I started to play.
Had you played any of the games before this?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love playing the games. I put in like 700 hours into Morrowind. I'd have dreams of silt striders, and you know, sometimes going out for walks, I'm looking up over my shoulder hoping cliff racer's going to come down and take me out. You get to playing the game so much that when you go to sleep, you dream in that world. You know, you become so immersed in the world, you could feel it around you, which was so instrumental for me in everything that I ever did. My experience on Morrowind and performing in Morrowind, and then I would say even more to the point, playing the game after it came out was transformative in my video game world, because now when I go into games, when I went in and auditioned, they had me audition and come in for Oblivion. And Mark Lampert was the director. He was the audio director. He had come in. He and Emil had worked together in Texas on, I believe, Thief. And they come in and he says, "Do you try to keep this somewhere real?" And I'm imagining the world of Morrowind around me. I'm imagining the armor. I'm imagining everything that I had done when I played the game, because it had been so immersive.
Yeah.
I suddenly found myself being immersed in it as I was performing. So the Imperial Guards and all the characters of that nature from Oblivion really benefited, I think, from my experience, not just performing and knowing what it's like to have all the different lines in Morrowind to go through one at a time and live and go through them individually, but actually playing the game. So it's made me a better performer, I think. Not that I'm a good performer, but I try and I work on it every day. But it's made it a better experience for me and hopefully for the player that I am a gamer myself, that I will play the games. In fact, this weekend, I was telling you, we went to see Les Miserables yesterday, but I had to do lots of caffeine because I was up all night long playing Oblivion Remastered, trying to up the levels of my destruction and mysticism, and feeling like I had accomplished something in life. Other than just burning myself out before going to see a big play. But that's the thing. As a gamer, you would understand that. You're like, oh yeah, well, how did you do it? I would say, well, my destruction, my mysticism, my alteration, and my illusion are now all 100%. You'd be like, wow, good for you,
The achievement.
I tell my wife that, and she's like, oh, yeah, well, good for you. It's a different kind of thing.
Do you want to talk a little bit about like the actual characters and kind of roles you did then for Morrowind? I mean, so you did like the orcs and the Bretons, like, how was that for you?
The orcs were a really good predecessor for me I think of them as smoother mutants than my Fallout characters. I played all the super mutants in Fallout, which were gruffer, growlier kind of things. The orcs were, I felt, big, brutal, but they didn't struggle so much mentally as the characters in Morrowind did. Physically, you get into it. Physically, you imagine yourself in the body and the soul and the moment of these characters, and the orcs are interesting. I mean, video games are the only place, Tom, I will ever have six-pack abs. So you can play anything physically. The Bretons were mystical, and they were a lot of, you get a lot of mages. I remember talking to Todd about that, and we get into the effort sounds and the battle sounds and things of that sort. And they all have to be different. So an orc is going to be different than a Breton when they're getting hit with a sword. I asked him what he thought, and he said, well, the Bretons are they're mages, they're kind of a feat. I said, do they not want to get into battles? Oh, they wouldn't like the battles. So I played all my battle sounds like a Breton, like little bitches getting hit with swords, squealing, running, didn't like it at all. And there were people who would start playing and they're like, this is not how my battle mage would be when he was in a battle. My battle mage would take it like a man. I'm saying, no, let's be honest. Were someone to chase you with a big 50-pound broadsword, you would run and scream like a little bitch. I know I would.
Yeah.
I would not be there going, bring it at me. None of the characters that I do would be the first instinct in real life I would have being attacked with a broadsword. I would be very much Monty Python, run away. So the orcs are, they're brutal. But that is their way of life. Certain characteristics are similar to that of the Imperial Guards in that I base some of them on the military and police types and the macho men that I've met who would be their equivalent of giving you a hug, a big hug and a kiss would be to give you one of these. I mean, boy, that will make you feel all warm. If you get one of those, that would make you feel all warm inside because they hide their feelings, they hold themselves tight, And so with the orcs, there's very much that. When you do somebody with the Bretons, you can be a little more open, a little more friendly. There wasn't a whole lot of heavy lifting in Morrowind as far as the emotionality of some of the characters.
Yeah.
Some of that would begin to change in the Elder Scrolls series. And to the point now where I just finished doing something in ESO recently for the Gold Road, where I played a character called Johannes Verlaine, who is dying on his deathbed and has regrets about his son and not being able to communicate with him. And it was one of the most emotional things that I've ever performed. And we've come a long way from that. But I think Morrowind was the very beginning of finding these characters and starting to develop them as real people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Casades, when you meet him in Morrowind, and everybody has that moment where he becomes almost like a mentor.
Yeah.
You don't want to let him down.
Yeah.
There's this guy made of pixels. And talk about six-pack abs and no shirt on. A little awkward. Put something on. You have company.
Yeah.
But you don't want to let these people down. And
it's genuinely gut wrenching when he leaves as well.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Daddy, don't go. Yeah, I mean, there are times that you get caught up in these games and they seem more real than the real world.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the gods you voiced as well? So you mentioned at the start there was Morag Bal and Malakath, and I think is it Boethia? I think was the.
There was Malakath and Molag Bal, Boethia, and Molag Bal is a character who other people have voiced big name characters along the way. I think that I may have the record for most Daedric gods portrayed over a period of time.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Sure.
Boethia, Malakath, Molag Bal, Sheogorath, Hermaeus Mora. Are there others? There may be others. I know that
you did Mehrunes Dagon, didn't you? I think
Mehrunes Dagon. Yes, I did Mehrunes Dagon at one point. Yeah. And each of them are like different. That's to me a point of pride, is to try to, if someone can come in and go, are you kidding me that this person is the same person who did that? They don't know that Sosi Sergala is the same person who voiced Lucien LeChance, or Hermaeus Mora is the same person who voiced I don't know, an Imperial Guard. Those things, everyone thinks I sound naturally just more like an Imperial Guard, but that's not necessarily the case, you know?
Yeah.
Even when I did Starfield and came out, and sort of did Ron Hope as a cross between, say, Dabney Coleman and Kevin Spacey, and you know, a little bit of just this imperious man of the people thing, and gave it a little bit of that Imperial Guard flavor, just because he, you know, of the authority, and people heard that in there. They're like, wow, it's the Imperial Guard voice. Where has he been all these years? Actually, I think that's quite funny.
Yeah,
I've been here all along. I've just been different characters, and they weren't aware of it, and that makes me happy, because I don't want you to think, when I'm asking you, someone stole your sweet roll, what would you do? I don't want you to think that's Wes Johnson. I want you to think that's Sosia Sergala. I don't want you to think that orc is Wes Johnson or Sheogorath. I want you to feel that they are the character themselves and get lost in that. I want you to be lost in the immersion of the story. In fact, when I play a game, people say, do you listen to yourself? And I'll listen sometimes to begin with, but what I'm listening for is different. I'm not listening to hear myself. I'm listening to see whether it fits in. Does it work within the story? Is it natural? Because when you're doing these characters one at a time, sentence by sentence, being told what's happening here or there, they're puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
So I want to know, how well are these puzzle pieces fitting together? Are they seamless? Will somebody be caring about the character in the story, or will they be thinking, you know, that seems a bit odd? So if I get comfortable playing the game, hearing the voices, and I feel comfortable enough that it seems natural and immersive, I forget about me being those voices. I'm the guy with the controller, you know? Actually, it is kind of cool that I'm the Imperial voices in Oblivion Remastered, or just Oblivion even. Because when you get into the battle sounds, and I would do this with the Bretons as well with Morrowind, play as the race that you are voicing. Because when you're in the middle of battle sounds and you get to hear your own voice doing the battles, there's something kind of fun and meta about that, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, it's like, that is me. Yeah. You know.
Yeah. Is there like any closing statements on Morrowind then? I mean, the game's, I think it's got its 25th anniversary in 2 years, and it's still such a beloved game.
Beloved game to the fans. It was a beloved game to me. It changed my entire idea of what voicing a video game could be. It changed my entire appreciation for what a video game itself could be. That it isn't just a game, it's an entire world that you can delve into, become a part of, disappear into. To be able to do something of that nature, not just playing, but voicing, it's invaluable. I have such memories of those moments, of those times, of our final celebration getting together when the game comes out. Things have gotten bigger and better over the years, supposedly, with Bethesda, with the big celebrations and the games coming out. But I have to say, some of those earlier ones with just the devs and a bunch of people getting together after so much time and work and dedication and love put into something, and this sense of, okay, we're done. We've done it. One of the cool things about working on Morrowind is I made some lifelong friends, not just at Bethesda Game Studios, but also the people that I'd been doing comedy with and doing acting with throughout the years. They would say, do you know other folks? And I would say, yeah. Have you considered talking to, say, Shari Elliker or Jan Johns or somebody like Mike Rawson? People who are just some of the most talented individuals I've ever met. And, you know, it does wonders for me to refer such wonderful people, because they're like, you know, Wes is reliable in that he will only send us good folk. But the fact of the matter is, I've been the lucky one to be involved with all these wonderful, talented people, you know? Shari Elliker and I did stand-up comedy way back. We did sketch comedy together, same with Jan Johns. Mike Rawson was in a comedy troupe called the Video Pirates. It was famous in this area. Back when I was a nobody, Mike Rawson would be like, hey, pal, come on and hang out with us, you know? And over the years, he became one of my very dearest, best friends. And this man has voices. He did all the ghouls in Fallout and a number of different characters. And this is a guy who has a million voices that would never toot his own horn. And some of these people would never go out of their way to let people know the talent that they're hiding. But like Jan Johns is now doing great guns. She's now in Oblivion Remastered again. They've added new voices. She's become one of those voices. She was huge in Fallout. She's done Disney. Sings like a bird. Shari Elliker is just not just funny, but can really affect you with some of her line delivery. Very emotional. I am so fortunate to have been involved with so many wonderful people over the years, Todd and Mark as directors, to have people like Emil Pagliarillo and Mark Nelson write such wonderful material for me. Not just for me, they write for themselves. Everybody writes for themselves and they bring it to life in one way, and then the voice actors get a hold of it and bring it to life in another way. You've got so many different people breathing life into a role before it even gets to your ears. And I have to say, the folks that I've been involved with Morrowind, the people at Bethesda Game Studios, which was Beth Soft to begin with, Bethesda Softworks. They love what they do. They're passionate about what they do. They want to make games that they want to play. And that's the thing. We want to play what we do, you know? We do things that we ourselves would love to see. And that's, I think, at the heart of all creative endeavors. You have to do something that makes you happy. You have to do something that brings out the joy within you. Because if you don't, you're not going to bring out the joy in anybody else. When we finished Morrowind, I thought that was the end of it. But it was really just the beginning, because I stopped being Wes, the voice actor. I started becoming Wes, the fan of the game. I started to love the worlds. And if you can love the worlds that you're playing in, you're going to have more fun. And if you're having more fun, hopefully everyone is having more fun. So for me, it was a joy. Morrowind was a joy. And it's been giving to me throughout all these years. I hope that it's done the same for everyone else.
So I'm Catherine Flye, and I've been working in the USA, in the States, for about 40 years, long time. And the very first video game I ever was asked to do was The Elder Scrolls.
Sure.
I must say, first of all, that I'm a theatre actor, director, writer, and so video games I'd never heard of, actually. But I've done a lot of voiceovers, but it doesn't matter. So I was very excited. And the reason I didn't have to audition for it, but I made a 4-minute tape, as you did in those days, and I used to take my tape voices on it around to all the studios. That's how I got the job. Anyway, it was 2 weeks, and I remember it vividly. Working from 10 to 3, I think it was. And it wasn't like a script in a play. It was just lines from somebody's written something. And you were asked to say this line in many different ways, many different voices, many different moods. It was great fun. I really enjoyed it. Hard work. But I did it. Finished the thing. 2 weeks later, I said bye and thanks so much. I never saw the game. And then one day, the phone rings, and it's my son, Charles. And he, of course, was into video games. And he said, "Mum, did you do a video game voice?" I said, "Yes, darling, what's the matter?" He said, "I bought it, and we sat down with my friends, and we were playing the game, and I knew the voice, and it freaked me out." And he said, I couldn't play it. I never play it. I can't play it. So my son didn't play the game. It's a bit sad. Maybe he does now. But that was funny. That was funny. And then Wes told me that apparently during the taping, I had said, "I'll do it again." You know, I like to repeat the line in a way I felt was right. And that was fine. But the editors never caught it. And apparently that was in the original game and never taken out. Is it? So anyway, that made me laugh. And I thought, oh gosh, that was funny. Anyway, so roll down the years. About 5 years ago, I was doing a reading. I was in a play called The Secret Garden at the Shakespeare Theatre in Washington. And I was playing Mrs. Medlock, and we had the first read-through. And we sat round, and it was, I was quite excited. It's a wonderful venue, great project. And this young actor comes up to me, who was in the play, and he looked a bit ashen, and he said, "Your voice, I know your voice." And I said, "Oh, really? And he said, yes, you were in the Elder Scrolls, Morrowind. You were in it, weren't you? And I said, well, yes, I was. And he said, you're my childhood. And, you know, by saying that, I suddenly realized what a game changer this particular video was. And I had no idea. No idea at all. I'd never done another video game and never played the things. And I just thought, how amazing. How amazing. I didn't even know what I played till you, Tom, said high elf and some breeding emails. I had no idea what it was. So I don't know if this is any good. But anyway, I think maybe now perhaps I better watch it or do something with it. But that's about all I really remember. I just was amazed.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean,
it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, the game, you know, it came out in 2002. So the fact that, you know, 5 years ago, you know, you've had someone come up to you, that would have been, got quick maths. I can't think out, you know, the time difference.
No, but quite
you know,
a while.
Yeah, quite a while. So many years later, you know, people coming up to you and saying,
yeah,
I recognize your voice. And
yes.
Yeah.
It was shocking, but it did make me realize the amazing popularity of this piece. So, but I you know, I can't say much more because I don't really know much more.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect.
But to use your voice in lots of different ways was wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, can you expand a little bit on the recording process? I mean, you mentioned that you were just saying lines in, you know, kind of different ways.
Yes.
So how do you manage that kind of just not being aware of the games beforehand? How do you kind of like channel that enthusiasm or channel that character, if you will?
I got you. Well, first of all, you don't know what your character is, number one. But what you do know is when at the side of the line, it says, do it angrily, do it happily, do it wonderingly, if that's such a word. Sure. And it was you were given all these directions. And so that was fun. So I'd say, for instance, I'd go, I hate what you're doing. That was sort of a bit worried, not quite understanding. Or I'd go, I hate what you're doing. That's sort of angry.
Yeah.
It's that sort of thing that I loved.
Because
Because you don't have to study a character to do what you're told to do. And as an actor, I do what I'm told. Sometimes I think the director's rubbish, but I still do what I'm told, right? You do. That's the profession. Otherwise, you wouldn't get on and be asked to do another one. So you go through the lines, and sometimes all I did were make noises, like,
I
scream,
suppose combat
yell.
noises and
Okay. So, you know, then you have to keep yelling for so many seconds, and you're going and almost going bog-eyed by it sometimes. So, but for me, even though it was very tiring, and we just kept page after page after page, hour after hour, the vocally, and because I know how to, you know, I was trained how to keep your voice. That's my training, and you know, I was able to do it. And the depth of your voice and the height of your voice, and you can change it to anything you like if you've got that instrument in the first place. And for me to be able to use all that was fantastic.
Yeah.
You're not always doing that in a play, believe me. I mean, you don't get, I mean, sometimes you do.
You kind of as like a closing statement then, you've somewhat kind of touched on it already, but yeah, I suppose how does it feel to, you know, like the game's nearly 25 years old. I think it's 2027 will be its 25th.
Oh, is that the right? Is it really?
Yeah. How does it feel to, you know, the game is still so popular and like incredibly loved by people across the globe, and how does it feel to like played a part like in the game's success, you know?
Well, it feels as if I've done something with my life that might be remembered. That sounds a bit soppy.
No,
I mean there's other things that I've done that's fine, but I was so fortunate. Who knows? I mean, Bethesda, the studio was lovely, and you never. I have to say one thing about this: you were never ever threatened in any way. You felt completely at ease, free to do what you wanted, and that's unusual.
Sure.
Especially nowadays.
Yeah.
Right. So that is a memory I even hadn't thought about, except to be in that comfort zone.
Sure.
Is wonderful.
Yeah.
And makes you more creative.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Well, I'm David DeBoy. I've been an actor since I had hair. I still have it. It's in a box over there. I can put it on anytime I need to. Began as a professional stage actor. Became an actor and a playwright, and a number of my plays are published and they're produced around the country every now and then. And then eventually got into electronic media. So I started acting in the late 70s on stage. And in those days, you know, you needed 2 full rooms of equipment to record you.
Yeah.
And it was difficult to get into. It was difficult in this area to break into any kind of voiceover work, whether it was commercials or documentary or narration of books or that kind of thing. Because the competition was pretty heavy. And most of the competition in this area were middle-aged white guys. And I wasn't middle-aged at that point, but I certainly was a white guy. And so those who had been doing it for a long time took precedence over the beginners.
Sure.
But thanks to recommendations from other actors, I began to get auditions. Not only for voiceover work, but also for on-camera work, because in this market, you took all of it. The Baltimore, Washington, or the Mid-Atlantic region, which we can call it, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, some parts of Philadelphia, Delaware, that area there has been a fairly active area over the years. That's changed somewhat, because now, you know, like me, actors can just go into their closet and record, and they can end up anywhere. But in those days, if you were being considered by the game people, you were asked to audition, and you actually had to get in your car, drive to the studio. They would hand you a script, and you would audition for a number of different roles. And that's pretty much how it worked for all of the games that I did. Like I said, the first game I did was Deathgate, and that was in 1994. That was a brand new experience for me, where somebody would hand you a binder, and you would flip through the pages, and you would just keep reading all of these sentences, and you had a rough idea of what the story was, and the producers would give you an idea of, well, now at this point you're in this part of the game, and this is going on. But I never pursued the game. Like most acting jobs in life, you sort of have to market yourself.
Sure.
You sort of have to put yourselves in front of those people who are hiring. And I guess because I was fortunate enough to be doing a lot of different kinds of acting, stage acting, acting in front of the camera, voiceover work, that kind of thing, I didn't zero in on the game producers. And Bethesda Software is one of the major folks in this area. But I still would get calls to come in and audition. And the Elder Scrolls, I sort of had to go back and look up who I played. And actually, I did Wes Johnson, who's just one of the major game voice people in the world. You know, he does these voice cruises and stuff. He invited me to go with him on a voice cruise one time. And I said, Wes, what would you? He said, well, it's for Morrowind, and, you know, the other things that I do. I said, Wes, if you introduced me to the gamers out there, you would have to wait for a long pause for them to go, who the hell is David DeBoy? So it was a small part of what I did in my career, but always kind of fun. And every now and then, now the role that I'm listed in Morrowind is male Altmers. Now notice it says Altmers. So I did a number of them, and I would use different voices. And every now and then the producer would say, you're a little bit too much like Jeff Baker. Can you a little higher, a little lower? So you would change the range of your voice, the gruffness of your voice. You could turn up different aspects of nasalness or
Yeah.
lightness or that kind of stuff. I do a lot of book narration. And when I do book narrations, I use those same tools that I would use in gaming. It's a little more complicated because if you're narrating a fictional book, you're reading everybody's voice.
Yeah.
And people always say to me, how do you do the women? And I would go, well, I don't do that, you know. But you just lighten it. If you just sort of lighten your voice a little bit. And also by lightening, you're younger.
Yeah, sure.
So you learn to use the range of your voice. You also learn how to act over if you have a cold or if you're not feeling well that day. And I still do get emails from people every now and then. They'll sort of, you know, when you're an actor and you have a website, daviddeboy.com, people can contact you pretty easily. And I still do get emails from people asking me about the different game voices that I've done. And my favorite story about Elder Scrolls is to say, well, you know, I worked with Linda Carter and she was just wonderful. Never had anything to do with Linda Carter, just to let you know. But it's an amazing, it's you know, in those days you had to use a floppy disk and put it into your PC. And I'm a Mac guy. I've always used Mac computers back to the 2C, which is a whole ancient, you had to light your candle when you were using it so you could see the screen. And so most of the games were made for PCs. And so as a Mac guy, I very rarely got to see the games that I was in.
Had you heard of the game series, like kind of before you auditioned?
Did I hear about the games before I auditioned?
Yeah.
Is that what you? Not really. And I don't know. Well, because I guess I wasn't a game aficionado. And usually, if I was playing games, I was playing shoot 'em ups.
Sure.
No, I didn't get much into the mythical kind realm of games. Although I was and still am a big fan of Star Trek, and I got to be in 2 of the Star Trek games, which was kind of fun. But no, I guess because and in those days, you know, Elder Scrolls came out in 2002, and I guess the internet was still in its infancy in those days. So, you know, it was harder to find out about what was going on in the gaming world, probably even for those people who were truly interested in it. Sure. And if it wasn't a real interest of mine, I didn't pay much attention. And besides, Wes Johnson was getting all the work, so why would I even bother? You know?
One of the other voices you did for the game was actually the Bosmer or the Wood Elves.
The heck you say? Really? Did I?
And I don't know if you're aware of this, but one of the very first characters you as a player meet in the game is a Wood Elf called Fargoth, who's become a bit of a joke on the internet, and he's a character that you voiced. And he's just this short little Wood Elf.
Tom, are you telling me I'm a meme?
You are. I got it. It's the voice. Your character is involved with a quest with a magical ring of his that's gone missing, and you as a player can help him find it. And there's a kind of further quest where you can effectively steal it back off of him.
Really?
Yeah, and
what's the name of the character again?
Fargoth. I'll send you an email, and
please do.
I'll send it all to you.
I'm about to start charging more money now for my personal appearances.
But one of the lines your character says is, "I have a feeling you and I are about to become very close," and it's kind of become this internet joke, this internet meme of this short little squat Wood Elf who's lost his magical ring.
Oh my God. You have made my week. I'll have to look that up. Oh, yeah, please do. For 23 years ago, a lot of years have passed, and I literally had to look up Morrowind to see who I played, and the only roles they have down is the male Altmers. God, I wish I could remember and tell you wonderful stories about doing that elfin voice. Yeah. I'll make something up, though. It was a dark day in the recording studio. Wow, that's yes, please do send me a link. I'm gonna have to look that up, and maybe I'll take that cruise with Wes. Maybe if I just say that line on the boat.
Yeah, you could do that. Absolutely. Yeah. Another one you have, a favorite of mine, is as the High Elves is
when you're doing combat, and if your character is a Nord, Northman, you yell beg for mercy, snowman. And it's just again, just a classic line. It's just a favorite of mine.
Oh my God. I should have done much more homework before we started this. I could have made up such great stories. Oh my, that's amazing. Please do send me a link and the names. That's pretty amazing. I mean, one of the things that I'm very fortunate about is that my voice, knock wood, hasn't really changed that much since I was a young man. And I can, especially for book narrations and stuff, and I guess for games, if I got back into it, I can still do the younger voices and that kind of thing. And that's actually helped me with the book narrations and that kind of thing. And I do know some voice folks who literally, there was a wonderful DJ in this market named Joe Knight, and he sounded the same all the way through his career. And then he retired here. He went to Florida. He worked part-time at a radio station in Florida. Never changed. His voice never changed. And with any luck, my voice will sort of stay in the same range for a few more years.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose kind of wrapping it up then, do you have any closing statements on the game? I mean, I know you said you were somewhat unaware of it beforehand and everything. But, it's the game itself is still incredibly popular, 2.5 decades later. And how does it feel to have played a part in the game's success, I suppose,
Well, I think it's like a situation of a lot of actors where your goal as an actor is to pay your mortgage.
Sure.
So you take just about anything that comes along. And for the most part, everything that I've done as an actor, I've truly enjoyed, whether it was a commercial or narrations or documentaries or being in training videos. I've been in uniform of every military branch except for the Coast Guard, and because being in Baltimore, we're a hop, skip, and a jump from Washington, D.C., so there's lots of training videos that are going on. And it's probably more common than one would think that the actor just went in the studio to do his job, and then all of a sudden something that they were a part of became great. Sort of like that couple who were holding each other at the concert, where all of a sudden they were revealed, and that's a whole nother story. But it's kind of nice to know that I was a part of something that people are still enjoying to this day. And the fact that you've told me now that something that I've said is repeated by generations of poor young people it's kind of exciting, and I appreciate you sharing that with me. You opened up a whole new door.
Yeah, so I'll send you the info, and you can spend
please do.
Spend the rest of your day, going down the rabbit hole of this wood elf in the opening section of the game.
I will. I can't thank you enough for letting me know about that. That's even more so. Who knew?
Something that you're proud of. One of the things that I did, and this comes from, an acting background, theater background, studied with, Lee Strasberg, Marilyn, Kim Stanley, Elaine Aiken, all these, But at any rate, to get back to what I'm proud of with the Elder Scrolls and the subsequent, Oblivion and the rest of them, is that the first thing that I noticed when I was given the script was female. Okay, so even though you're female Argonian or a female Gajit or whoever you are, whichever figure you were playing, character you were playing, I always wanted to keep in mind that it was female.
Sure.
So that when I died, or when I laughed, or when I stabbed, or when I lost my temper, I tried to do it still keeping that low kind of guttural tone in there, but always thinking about being a mother.
Sure.
Okay.
It's quite a contrast, I suppose, because, like I say, the races you play are rather bestial, aren't they? They're quite aggressive, and but like you say, you kind of want to have that feminine touch to them.
A little bit more pain when she feels pain, and a little bit more mad aggression when she's, when women lose their temper, you don't really want to be in the room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you've been around a few, right?
Yeah.
And so that's something that I can take away as something that I'm proud of in it. And what was so great about working on the project with Mark Lampert from Bethesda was that he allowed you to do that. Now, mind you, I was just one character, albeit, a pretty big character. But, the script was this big. Okay? So he didn't really have to take that kind of time. But he was so dedicated to the project and bringing it, the best characterizations that he could. So he humanized it. And he allowed us to humanize it. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Elder Scrolls lives on. You actually care about the characters. So that was one thing that I wanted to be sure that I told you about. And Patrick Stewart, which this is my claim to fame. Patrick Stewart, when he heard my voice in this was in Morrowind, he said, it's a woman behind that character, or something like that. Like he really was impressed with the effort to characterize the animal. So I wanted to bring that part to you because we really cared. We were a group of people. We were like a troupe, like a theater troupe. That's what made it so wonderful. And I've done like Firefly and Fallout and a bunch of other games and animation. But you're in a studio kind of by yourself. And even though you were in the studio by yourself when we did this, you'd come out and there'd be all the other characters there, and we were like a theater troupe.
Yeah, sure.
Makes it, I don't think it once you're an actor and you get into the role, it's not paramount that you have that kind of camaraderie in a project, but it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, for sure. Had you heard of the game series before you got like the parts or anything?
No. I'm not a gamer.
Sure.
Okay. I was, a mother, an actress, doing theater and everything else. I wasn't, but Mark that's another thing that he did. He called in actors, not just voiceover people.
Yeah, sure.
He called in actors. And that's the only reason that I really, I was doing a lot of voiceover work, but not in that level.
Yeah.
So I still, I dabble in it, but I'm kind of like this with my voice work.
Sure.
And I still do on camera. So I don't really have, I hate to say this, the time
that
it takes.
Yeah. You have to be invested for sure.
You have to be invested.
Yeah.
But I meet people that, I was at this swim club the other day, and this guy goes, "Are you on Firefly?" And I said, and I'm kind of like, is he talking to me? Right? And, so people do come up to you.
Yeah, I can imagine, yeah.
And then they want you to repeat the lines.
Yeah, of course.
It's a nice thing.
Yeah.
I think that the thing about the game, really, from my point of view, is coming from an actor's point of view.
Sure.
And how we were given the opportunity to create a character and bring ourselves to that character, like I said, the feminine thing. Okay. And that this was a whole new way. Right now, it's a whole new way of doing it. You don't have to slate the numbers.
Yeah.
You have an engineer to do all that. So you're not distracted with the the changes that you have to make from going to the character to slating the number, for instance. And it was just the most wonderful experience. I've never received a script that big. Okay. And it was day after day, you know. But it was such a wonderful experience. And I'm so proud to be part of something that is being, you know, that's reemerging into the eye of gamers.